House will be in order. Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 2nd, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Russ Fulcher to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Draw the line for us, O just and merciful God. Help us to distinguish good from evil, that we would justifiably hate bitterness, rage, and anger wherever and whenever they seek a foothold in our lives. But may we speak out against hate when attacks on whole peoples command global attention, when bitter clashes between political adversaries regularly appear on the national news, when bigotry and intolerance in our own communities and even college campuses give birth to violence and vitriol. To fear you, O Lord, is to hate the evil of prejudice, pride, and arrogance which fuels these conflicts. And to love you is to examine our own hearts so that we would know the difference between our righteous anger and the fury within us which so easily explodes against our brothers and sisters. Let our love for you be sincere, hating what is evil and clinging to what is good. Guide us this day as we walk that line. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
The Chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last month there were 269,735 attempted border crossings by illegal immigrants. The numbers don't lie. Joe Biden's open border policies have unleashed a crisis, making every state a border state. I've been to our border and spoken to the agents on the ground who are currently working tirelessly to handle the humanitarian crisis and the national security crisis that continues to occur each day. It's time for the Senate to pass the Secure the Borders Act, which would force the Biden administration to restart construction of a border wall, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, end catch and release, and finally, deploy the new technologies that our Border Patrol agents have requested in order to help secure our border. Our communities can't afford to wait any longer. It's time to fund our Border Patrol and ensure that our agents have the tools and the resources that they need to stop the flow of illegal immigrants and the individuals who cross our border from the terrorist watch list. They are entering our nation each and every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past Monday, October the 30th, marked 11 years that my son, Harry, has been in long-term recovery from opioid addiction. Yet even now, I can still feel the fear, the worry, hear the fights. What happened to our little boy? Where did his light and his gifts go? The years of active addiction were very difficult for our family. Yet when Harry finally accepted help, with all the courage and honesty that takes, we got him into treatment immediately. We did it as a family. I remember October 30th as much as I remember Harry's birthday, a rebirth, 2 lifetimes in one. Back then, It was 1 week before I was elected to a full term in the Pennsylvania State House. And now, 11 years later, I stand on the floor of this House, lifting up my son's recovery, which is the story of so many others: the pain, the strength, the selflessness, the purpose. Today, Harry is married, father of 3, one of the strongest people I know, and helping others reach recovery. His story is the story of hope and possibilities. Let's dedicate ourselves to helping others find their own October 30th. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the retirement of Police Chief Rod Ellis, a man deeply committed to public safety and national security. He has proudly served Georgia's 1st District and his country in vital security roles. During his 36 years of service, Chief Ellis served with the Glenn County Police, the Georgia Department of Natural Resources Law Enforcement Division, Homeland Security, and several other law enforcement entities. In 2013, Chief Ellis was chosen to travel to Israel to network and train with the Israeli police and security services to identify and stop terrorists. The knowledge he learned in Israel and security publications he has contributed to about counterterrorism has significantly reinforced not just Georgia's security, but the United States as a whole. I praise Chief Ellis for his service to the 1st District and to the American people, and I hope he enjoys this well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and congratulate Lone Star Legal Aid on celebrating their 75th anniversary. Founded in Houston in 1948, Lone Star Legal Aid has grown to become the 3rd largest legal aid provider in the United States, serving over 2 million across the Texas region. Mr. Speaker, Lone Star Legal Aid holds a very special place in my heart because, you see, that's where I started. I went to law school to be a legal aid lawyer. That's where I found my calling in fighting for the poor and the most vulnerable back in the 80s. And here we are, 75 years later, and Lone Star is still there for communities in their darkest and most challenging moments. They've played a vital role in desegregating public housing, improving children's health care, championing environmental justice, fighting for the poor, and helping those in their fight for public benefits. In short, they help right to pursue their legal access to justice. So today, let's recognize Lone Star Legal Aid for 75 years. Thank you for making a difference in people's lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent for you to address the body and to advise for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Maverick Kemp, because we love your parents, your birth on October 21st was much celebrated in our office. You're a cute little guy, cuter than most babies even. Your mother, Jasmine, is a dear friend, a trusted advisor, and a brilliant coworker. She spent 5 years working with me in service to this country, and what a blessing she has been. Now, the other children of our office, AJ and Max, Gabby, Dakota and Drew, Wyatt and Gavin, Stevie and Woodrow, would tell you that it isn't always easy to have a parent in this line of work. But I know that you'll understand it is work worth doing. We're grateful that Jasmine and all of the parents of our office choose to work, and Maverick, we're very happy that you're here. With that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor and remember Elwood Bud John Lee, Bud was born November 6, 1946 in Caledonia, Minnesota. A 10-foot baby, Bud was a gentle giant from the beginning. He graduated from college in December 1965 and then enlisted and served in Vietnam. After discharge, Bud settled in California, where he served my state in many ways, eventually as president of the California Association of Catholic Hospitals. In retirement, he continued his lifetime of service. We lost Bud on September 4th, 2023, but we will always have his optimistic spirit. Here's to you, Bud. In your words, today is a good day to have a good day. Be well. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible the amount of anti-Semitism that is rising up in this country and around the world. At a time when we preach tolerance, equity, and so many other things related to that we would have this wave of anti-Semitism coming out against Jewish people that is done brazenly in the light of day on our college campuses, our media, even across the street a couple of weeks ago when they blocked off Independence Avenue ostensibly for rights for others. And so here we are. We have an alliance with the country of Israel, which is extremely important for us. Look at the partnerships we have with the United States and Israel in developing technology for saving water and agriculture, medical technology, and yes, the important technology for defense systems, our Patriot missiles and their Iron Dome, when we work together. It's imperative that we continue our alliance with Israel, and this package of $14 billion, instead of going to the IRS, go to help the country of Israel. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend it by my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support federal funding to help our cities cope with the rising number of new migrant arrivals. Many mayors, including Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson, are asking that cities and states be allocated $5 billion in emergency funding to help them with the influx of new arrivals. Most importantly in their request is also the flexibility to decide for themselves how to allocate the funds, since different cities have different needs. Chicago, for example, needs the ability to provide warm clothing to families arriving with little preparation for Chicago's winter. As an immigrant myself to the greatest country the world has ever known, I ask that even as we debate how to prevent future border crises, we remember that we have to help people, particularly children, who have been allowed to enter the nation in search of their better future. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because on October 7th, Hamas terrorists launched a brutal attack on innocents in Israel. I rise today to draw attention to what really happened. Babies were murdered, hospitals were bombed, families were ripped apart, and many were kidnapped. I rise today to share the names of the U.S. citizens who were kidnapped by these barbarians and remain in their evil ditches. Aviva Siegel, Ite Chen, Sagi Chen Deckel, Keith Samuel, Aiden Alexander, Hirsch Goldberg Poland, Omer Nutra. I now ask for a brief moment of silence as we pray for their safe return. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to honor the life of Samantha Wool. As our neighbors across Michigan and throughout the country mourn Samantha's tragic murder, she was a deeply loving member of our social justice community. She was a friend of mine. And my friend, our mutual friend Dan, reminded me how she showed up with that beautiful, sweet smile and the warmest eyes that greet you
to my swearing-in ceremony and how she embraced him in a hug, saying she was so happy that he showed up and how important it was. That's who she was. She showed up for others always. Her organizing work, from progressive politics to interfaith work between Jewish and Muslim communities, has built bridges and made our community stronger. Please keep her loved ones and our community in your prayers as her family seeks justice and healing during this difficult time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate, wrong page. Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up H-Res 838 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 46, House Resolution 838. Resolve that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 4821, making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. Section 2A. No amendment to H.R. 4821 shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 4821 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 4821 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4820, making appropriations for the Departments of Transportation and Housing and Urban Development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. Section 7A. No amendment to H.R. 4820 shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 9 of this resolution. B. Each amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution are waived. Section 8. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 9. During consideration of H.R. 4820 for amendment, the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 10. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 4820 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 11. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 6126, making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume during consideration of this resolution. All time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 838 provides for consideration of H.R. 4820 and H.R. 4821 under a structured rule and makes an order Democrat as well as Republican amendments. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 6126 under a closed rule and provides 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans have made a promise to the American people. We promise to deliver single-subject appropriations bills that responsibly fund government by cutting wasteful spending and investing in necessary services. We have passed 6 such bills so far, which is nearly 3/4 of overall discretionary spending. I am proud to say that we are keeping that promise here today again, as we work to pass 2 more. H.R. 4820 and H.R. 4821 will cut billions in unnecessary government spending and prevent overreaching regulations while prioritizing vital programs. The Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill reduces funding for the Department of Transportation grant programs by over $6.6 billion and the Department of Housing and Urban Development by over $1.7 billion. The Appropriations Committees made these cuts by rejecting the administration's request to increase bureaucracy and their request to increase wasteful climate and equity initiatives. It rejects their request for additional program initiatives, including one to make the DOT's federal vehicle fleet electric to the tune of $26 million and $300 million for Green New Deal grants, promoting environmental justice priorities in public housing of all places. It cuts all this and more while funding key programs. It will strengthen our infrastructure, prioritize transportation safety, including funding and the training of 1,800 new air traffic controllers, and focus on housing assistance for vulnerable Americans, including the elderly, the disabled, and veterans. The Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill right-sizes the agency by funding levels while expanding access to critical minerals. It also repeals this administration's Waters of the United States regulations, something so important to states like mine, like Minnesota, who knows full well how to manage their waters and do not need the government telling them how to do their job. Can you imagine having to go through the federal government when your field floods? Because now those waters fall under the WOTUS authority. WOTUS is just another example of unnecessary government overreach. The bill also limits the abuse of the Endangered Species Act. This also impacts states like Minnesota, where the gray wolf population is not just maintained, it is actually thriving. But because in California the gray wolf population is dwindling, the administration would force Minnesota to follow the same regulations as California. Complete nonsense. I am proud to support this legislation that prioritizes public safety while trusting the states to do what is right for them. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I stand here today in full support of our ally, Israel. The supplemental package we are debating today will provide critical aid to our friend as they defend themselves against terrorists while respecting taxpayer dollars. On October 7th, our allies in the Middle East were attacked by Hamas terrorists, murdering 1,400 people. Victims include women, children, innocent bystanders, even American citizens since the attack started. Israel and the U.S. enjoy a unique and long-standing relationship as one of our closest non-NATO allies. We have for decades provided assistance to help Israel defend itself, and House Republicans are continuing that tradition today. The Israel Security Supplemental Appropriation Act provides $14 billion for Israel to defend itself against foreign terrorists. This includes funds for Iron Dome and David Sling defense systems and further development of the Iron Beam defense system. Perhaps more significantly, this bill is offset through rescissions of the Democrats' IRS Army funding provided under the Inflation Reduction Act. This rescission represents an important effort to respect the taxpayer and the dollars they entrust to us. America's support for Israel is unwavering, but there is simply no reason why the funds we provide should be placed on the backs of future generations by furthering our debt crisis. This is a common sense solution, and I commend Speaker Johnson and Chairwoman Granger in putting forth this bill as a timely junction. I look forward to supporting this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to support the rule and underlying legislation. I urge all members to do so, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear about something. Democracy is messy, and yes, at times it can be very frustrating. But what happened in this chamber last month, putting everything on hold for 3 weeks as House Republicans failed time and time again to elect a speaker, that was not democracy. All the drama and all the chaos of the Republican conference over the last few weeks, that was not democracy. Shutting down half of the United States Congress, immobilizing our national legislature at a time of global turmoil, that is actually the exact opposite of democracy. I keep hearing from my colleagues across the aisle They claimed that not having a speaker for 3 weeks was somehow democracy in action. That's a bunch of baloney. Some of them even said that this impasse made our country look good on the world stage. Are you kidding me? What planet do they live on? Their dysfunction makes us look like idiots. The American people elected all of us to come here and to represent their interests and their ideals. That is democracy. They didn't send us here to play student government. They didn't send us here to sit around and yell at each other about who gets to be speaker as if this were Lord of the Flies. They sent us here to work, to govern, to get things done, and yes, when necessary, to compromise. Republicans have a slim majority in the House. Democrats have a slim majority in the Senate. Joe Biden is President of the United States. To get anything done, anything, Republicans need to come to the table and work with us in a bipartisan way. That is what democracy is. It's compromise, it's consensus. But the spectacle we saw last month, this chamber sitting empty for weeks on end while Republicans fought with each other, or even the idea that they should be fighting over which member of their conference would compromise with the Democrats the least, let that sink in. That's not democracy. That's a national embarrassment. And now, even after 3 weeks of self-inflicted chaos, the House GOP still doesn't seem to get it. Instead of working across the aisle, they are digging in their heels and they're cutting and they're continuing to advance their extremely partisan appropriations bills that will never become law. No lessons learned over the last few weeks at all. The GOP's Interior and Environment Funding Bill for fiscal year 2024 profits polluters while endangering the health of Americans. It cuts EPA funding to its lowest level since 1991. The bill additionally slashes funding for arts programs and once again shoves MAGA culture wars down the throats of the American people. They can't help themselves. The Republican Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Funding Bill for fiscal year 2024 would also keep us from meeting our nation's infrastructure and housing needs. It cuts funding for housing and transportation programs by 28%, putting American safety at risk while once again attacking vulnerable communities. Now, I don't know how often this needs to be said before it sinks in. These draconian cuts to essential programs will not become law. If these bills manage to make it off the House floor, the Senate will vote them down. And it will be a bipartisan vote in the Senate, by the way. Even the Senate Republicans can't stomach this garbage. And if they ever made it to the president's desk, he would veto it. But what I'm gathering is that Republicans would rather press forward with these unreasonable bills instead of coming together to form a funding plan that serves all Americans. We're just over 2 weeks out from a government shutdown, and all Republicans are doing here is wasting more time. This is a complete waste of time. It is ridiculous. And I haven't even got to how cynical and insulting this new supplemental aid package is. Republicans are leveraging the excruciating pain of an international crisis to help rich people who cheat on their taxes and big corporations who regularly dodge their taxes. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, the fact of the matter is the richest people in this country pay less in taxes than teachers, than police officers, than firefighters, than nurses, than laborers. I mean, this is what this is all about? Who came up with this brilliant idea to help rich tax cheats? Who came up with that idea? Was that hatched at a fundraiser in Mar-a-Lago? Did some big donor come up and twist somebody's arm and say, you got to do this, you got to protect us, we want to continue to cheat on our taxes so we can make more, keep more money? I mean, this is truly despicable. And here's what I love. The bill's so-called offset, the so-called offset cuts $14.3 billion from the IRS, which will further increase the deficit. Basically, they want to cut funding from those who are responsible for holding big corporations accountable, for going after rich tax cheats. That's their offset. And according to CBO, it will add to the deficit. Let me repeat that. This bill adds $12.5 billion to the deficit. Their offset actually needs an offset. Once again, I mean, they cry and they cry and they cry about the deficit, but have no problem conditioning aid to Israel on another tax break to millionaires, billionaires, and corporations. I mean, Representative Chip Roy, who's on the Rules Committee, said, or maybe yelled, and I quote, "This aid should be paid for. It should be paid for with real money, not budgetary gimmicks." End quote. But that's what this is. This is a budgetary gimmick, a big, gigantic, in-your-face gimmick. It's a joke. And you come to the floor with a straight face to say that somehow we are paying for this package. I mean, really? I mean, I don't know, how can you say that with a straight face? I mean, it makes sense because, you know, they don't like the results of the election and they try to overturn it. They don't like the math from CBO, by the way, and they pretend it doesn't exist. Republicans say they are friends of Israel. If I was Israel, I would unfriend them. I mean, what they are doing here will delay aid to Israel, not to mention no humanitarian aid in here for the vulnerable people in Israel or Gaza. Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz came before the Rules Committee last night and asked us, tearfully pleaded with us to make in order her amendment for humanitarian aid that the President of the United States requested. This is humanitarian aid for Israel, for Palestinians, for people in Ukraine. She pleaded with Republicans to unlink their conditions on aid. She offered an amendment to put the humanitarian aid that the Republicans left out, again, and asked that we help some of the most vulnerable people who are caught in the middle of this conflict. People in Israel, people in Gaza, people in Ukraine. And by the way, half of the people in Gaza are children, for God's sake. They need food, and they need medicine, and they need water. They need it now. They need help now. And I offered Ms. Wasserman Schultz's amendment, and it was voted down by every single Republican. I mean, I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the ease and the indifference with which they rejected even making her amendment in order was, quite frankly, chilling. And by the way, there's no aid for Ukraine in this supplemental package. Nothing. This is what the president asked for. So Vladimir Putin's happy. I mean, I'm always amazed at how my friends on the other side of the aisle fall over each other to try to make Vladimir Putin happy. Well, he's happy with the package that you are bringing to the floor today, and no aid for any other national security priorities that the president asked for. So to sum it up, Mr. Speaker, the House is back, but Halloween has been extended. These people are scary, and there's no saying what will happen next. And I hope and I pray for the sake of the nation that House Republicans come to their senses soon. This is no way to govern. And with that, I reserve my time.
From Massachusetts reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to bring the focus back to the discussions in front of us, but I do think it is worth reminding everyone that while we may have had a delay, we have still passed 6 appropriations bills this Congress. The Senate has just passed their first 3 appropriation bills this week. The House has passed bills representing the majority of the federal discretionary spending, roughly 3/4 of the budget. The Senate, just 17%. Make no mistake, we still have a lot of work to do, but Speaker Johnson and the House Republicans will continue to work towards passing every bill individually before our November 17th deadline. and I do invite my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman is from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Minnesota for yielding time. On October 7th, 2023, the world witnessed in real time on the internet the heart-wrenching images of innocent Israelis slaughtered in their homes. These attacks claimed the lives of more than 1,400 innocent people, including at least 30 American citizens that we know of. We saw pure evil on display that day as Hamas murdered and kidnapped children, raped women, savagely attacked the elderly. They killed entire families in the most brutal and shocking fashion that the world has ever seen. Even worse, they went as far as to desecrate the bodies, and they celebrated their war crimes. Every single American should be heartbroken, should be disgusted, and should be enraged. Shame on my colleagues that have called for a ceasefire. Shame on my colleagues who have acted as apologists for the genocidal terrorist organization Hamas. Shame on my colleagues who have joined anti-Semitic rallies and waved Palestinian flags, especially here in our nation's capital. Every American should stand with the Jewish people in Israel. The people of Israel are a lone beacon of freedom in the Middle East. I've been there. Many of us have been there. We all should go there. And I've seen firsthand the threat that they face from radical terrorists, and the very same ones that hate the freedoms that we enjoy here in the United States. It's in these moments of crisis that the strength of our convictions and the depth of our friendships are truly tested. In Israel's time of need, America cannot be silent. H.R. 6126 provides Israel with the support that they need to protect their freedoms and eradicate Hamas, while offsetting the financial burden on the American people. It's time for Congress to step up and to send a message to the world that Israel is not alone. Unfortunately, this administration's foreign policy has failed. Their weak policies, like unfreezing the $6 billion in assets for Iran, starkly contrast the previous administration's work to establish the Abraham Accords and end ISIS. This weakness on the world stage leaves our nation vulnerable as well. Combined with our wide open borders, we cannot wait until there's an attack on American soil to act. The world is watching. Today, we have an opportunity to send a message both to our allies and our adversaries that we will not allow this senseless terrorism to go unchecked. I urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 6126 to support Israel, to eradicate Hamas, and to fight global terrorism. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
I reserve. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, I mean, what my Republican friends are doing here, let's make no mistake about it, is they are deliberately delaying aid to Israel. They are deliberately delaying aid to Israel. The President, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the Statement of Administration Policy for the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act.
Without objection.
I mean, despite a clear bipartisan path to assisting Israel, House Republicans have decided to go at it alone, alienating both Senate Republicans, Democrats, and the President. The President has indicated that he will veto this supplemental in favor of a bipartisan approach that he knows Congress is capable of. A bipartisan approach is what our allies deserve. A bipartisan approach is what the American people expect, not playing politics with an international crisis to be able to satisfy their richest donors. And Madam Speaker, I would like to request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article by the Hill entitled GOP Plan to Offset Israel Aid with IRS Cuts Would Backfire, Budget Experts Warn.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, aid to Israel should not be conditioned on giving greater tax breaks to the rich, let alone a fake offset that adds to the deficit. Again, it is not me who is saying that their budgetary gimmick, their fake offset is a fake offset. It is the Congressional Budget Office that says it will add $12.5 billion to the deficit. It doesn't pay for anything. It adds to the deficit. That's according to CBO. That is the office we use to figure out how much things are going to cost. They know that. They come here and they deliberately distort the facts and distort the truth. And they're conditioning aid to Israel on helping out the richest tax cheats in America. I mean, it is mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling. Again, maybe they'll raise money at a fundraiser or something, but it is not the way we should proceed here. And by the way, it is going to delay aid to Israel. And the Senate, in a bipartisan way, wants no part of this. The president wants no part of it. So we're wasting time. We're spinning our wheels for no reason at all. So when people come down here, like the gentleman just says that, oh, we want to stand by our ally Israel. We're a friend of Israel. I'll repeat what I said before. If I were Israel, I'd unfriend you because you're delaying the aid package. And Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Surrendering to Russia, weak on China. Are we serious about Israel? Ignoring the humanitarian crisis which exists there? Strong for millionaire tax cheats? These are the House Republican priorities. I'm tired, Madam Speaker, of listening to the attempts to divide us more. The last speaker is a perfect example. I have great respect for the gentleman, but it simply divides Americans more. Here's what he said out that I'm sorry he left. He's saying that basically Republicans care about what happened on that terrible day when Hamas attacked. And that Democrats, where are they really? And we've been very specific. And the Senate has been very specific. We have matters at hand. The catastrophe that happened, which affected so many Israelis, and as consequence, many, many Palestinians. Very few belong to Hamas. But that's simply a footnote, right? So House Republicans are using an international crisis, and I agree with the ranking member of the Rules Committee, but they want to pass a millionaire's tax break. The toxic political document will let rich tax cheats off the hook. Thank you. And then it will increase the deficit while our allies need help. That makes a lot of sense. Israelis and Palestinians need our help. Humanitarian and defensive aid is a bare minimum. Ukraine needs our leadership. Russian soldiers have been butchering women and children for almost 2 years. And I want to introduce into the record, if I may, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, a BBC article. A whole family was shot dead in Russian-occupied Ukrainian town. 9 members of one family because they would not give up their house to Russian troops so they could stay there. And we're finagling and we are dividing while Ukraine burns. What are you doing for Ukraine? What are you doing today? What would you tell the president of Ukraine if he was here today? That's why you're sitting on your fannies and not doing anything about them.
Without objection, the gentleman's request is recognized.
Yeah, change the words. Ukraine needs our leadership. Russian soldiers have been butchering women and children for almost 2 years. House Republicans are acting like Putin's bodyguard by blocking Ukraine aid. This bill aids the PRC by ignoring the president's request to support Taiwan. The funding President Biden requested for nonprofit security grants to protect schools and houses of worship is nowhere to be found. That is disgraceful. And I hope we think better of it. I hope we come together. I hope this tragedy can unite.
The gentleman's
us
time
rather
has
than
expired.
divide us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have promised the American people that they won't cut a single dime from Social Security and Medicare. However, this past September, Budget Committee Republicans passed a budget that favors the wealthy and well-connected over working families and makes massive cuts to critical programs that Americans rely on. They even rejected amendments to protect Social Security and Medicare earned benefits. So if we defeat the previous questions, I will offer a resolution to state unequivocally that the House won't cut a single cent from these crucial programs that so many of our constituents rely on. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman's prepared to close. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Look, the decision here is simple. The two appropriation bills that we're talking about today, literally strip billions and billions of dollars that fund essential agency functions and services. Members are either for these extreme funding cuts or they're not. And I would say to my friends on the Republican side who like to masquerade as moderates, you can't get away with saying, oh, I just wanted to move the process along. The bottom line is you vote for these bills, you own what is in them. Please understand that. On the Transportation and Housing and Urban Development and Related Agencies bill, they cut $26 billion below the 2023 levels. It raises costs while threatening to damage our nation's economy. It makes travel and communities less safe. Who does that? It further harms our environment and ignores the impact of climate change. Open your eyes, I would say to my Republican friends. If you don't believe that climate change is real now, then you're hopeless. You're hopeless. You should go retire. You're not fit to be here. It strips away equal access to housing and community development investments. Who does that? And on the Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies bills, again, deep cuts, aimed at trying to undo attempts to deal with the climate crisis. We're having wildfires all over the world and in this country. Extreme weather conditions, floods and droughts. Talk to your farmers. Talk to people in your community. Everybody gets it, but except the Republican conference here has its head in the sand. So on these appropriation bills, it is clear. Read the bills. Read the bills. I don't know how anybody could come here with a straight face and say that this is good legislating. The only thing that is good is the fact that they're so extreme that even Senate Republicans are not going to take any of this garbage seriously. And the supplemental aid bill is disastrous as it is disgraceful. Everybody in this House, everybody is horrified by the events of October 7th. The terrible tragedy that occurred that day. Israeli civilians massacred that day. And my Republican friends say they want to help Israel, and so what do? They condition the aid to Israel on essentially a tax break for millionaires and billionaires and corporations that cheat on their taxes. Really? That's what they're thinking about. That's the focus. Don't miss an opportunity to help the well-off and the well-connected. Don't miss an opportunity to help tax cheats who are millionaires and billionaires of big corporations. Let's not miss an opportunity to try to help them be able to continue to cheat on their taxes. They may be big donors, but I'm going to tell you what they do is not right. It's illegal. They ought to be held accountable. The same way that average working people are held accountable. Rich people in this country do not pay taxes anywhere near as much as average workers in this country. Rich people don't pay as much taxes as nurses and teachers and laborers and people who work hard every day just to make ends meet. Come on, we ought to be able to agree on that. But to condition any aid on helping protect these tax cheaters, boy, that's cynical. But it tells you where their priorities are, Madam Speaker. You know, so the question is, members either want to provide the aid to Israel or they don't. And if you really were serious about this, you wouldn't politicize it. If you were really serious about this, you'd be working in a bipartisan way, not only with Democrats in the House, but with Republicans and Democrats in the Senate and with the White House, and let's get this thing done quickly, but can't do it. And they decide that they can't bring themselves to support any kind of humanitarian aid. Half the people who live in Gaza, half the people, are children. Are children. They're not Hamas. They're just innocent children. The idea that we'll get to a humanitarian aid package, whenever we feel like it. I mean, really? Are you watching the footage on TV? Are you reading about the reports, about the suffering? These children need help now. They needed help a week ago. The idea that, we just can't talk about that right now. It's inhumane. It's inhumane. Nothing in here to help Ukraine. And by the way, there's a humanitarian crisis unfolding in Ukraine as well. That humanitarian aid package would help those innocent people caught in the crossfire in Ukraine, but can't be bothered. We gotta help protect, tax breaks for rich people. That's the priority, not the suffering people of Ukraine. No security package for Ukraine, nothing. Vladimir Putin is celebrating as we speak. It's exactly what he wants. I'm sure my friends will get great coverage on Moscow TV, because this is exactly what Putin has been hoping for, that the Congress will walk away from helping the Ukrainians defend their sovereignty. Russia attacked Ukraine, tried to invade Ukraine without any provocation, and you're acting like it's no big deal. And the people that are being caught in the crossfire, well, we can't be bothered with giving you any humanitarian aid. Other national security priorities the president asked for, those have been put on the back burner. Like, what is this Republican majority thinking? What world are you living in? And again, please don't repeat the lie that you're paying for things with these offsets. These offsets are not real. Congressional Budget Office says it. I get it, you don't like that they say it, but they tell you the truth. And you can either ignore it or not, but don't say that somehow we're offsetting the costs of our foreign aid package here. We're not. That's a joke. It's ridiculous. It's an insult to the intelligence of the American people. It's an insult to the members of Congress that serve in this institution. And you say it with a straight face. Like, what's going on here? The chaos of the Republican Party is no longer just about the Republican Party. It has become an international embarrassment for our country. The way you are handling legislation today is an international embarrassment for our country. The insensitivity that is being demonstrated for innocent civilians being caught in the crossfire of these conflicts, that is an embarrassment for this country. A failure of government, it is a failure of government, and this is a national security threat. You know, the grand old party, the once great party of Lincoln and Eisenhower, is no longer fit to govern. Is no longer fit to govern. It no longer represents a coherent political philosophy or ideology. It relies on scandal and spectacle to mask sedition and selfishness and greed. How else do you explain the giveaway to tax cheats in their Israel aid package? I'm pleading with normal Republicans, traditional Republicans, with courage and integrity and guts. We need you to retake your party. I want a strong Democratic Party, but we need a strong, principled Republican Party if this country is going to work. And right now, we do not have that. And again, what is happening here today? Wasting our time on appropriation bills that are so extreme in terms of what they cut, that are going nowhere. Wasting our time on that. And this cynical attempt to help big donors who cheat on their taxes by conditioning aid to Israel on protecting them is I don't even, like, who thought that one up? I don't even know where that idea came from. Like who thought it was a good idea to do this? At a time of an international crisis, when, boy, wouldn't it be nice if we all spoke with one voice? Wouldn't it be great if everybody could stand up here and say we're together and we're meeting the challenges, appropriately and properly and decisively? But that's not what we're doing today. That's not what we're doing today. I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, just when you think it can't get any worse around here, it does. And I will close with this, I still can't get out of my head the ease in which my Republican friends on the Rules Committee voted to not even allow us to consider the amendments by Congressman Wasserman Schultz, especially the one on humanitarian aid. No discussion, no debate, nothing, and let's quickly all rejected it as it was no big deal. Look at those pictures. Look at those pictures. Not only what's happening in the Middle East, but what's happening in Ukraine. And then we have to start asking ourselves, why are we here? We're supposed to be about helping people in this country, and we're supposed to be about standing for human rights all around the world. And we're dealing with these garbage appropriation bills that are a disgrace, and we're dealing with an aid package, a supplemental aid package that is insufficient in so many ways in terms of what it doesn't fund, and it's so cynical. It is so cynical. So I would say, I urge my colleagues, Madam Speaker, to vote no on this rule. I urge them to vote no on all the underlying bills. I urge my Republican colleagues to go to one of your many conferences that you seem to have like 5 times a day to try to work out your problems within your conference and actually come to an agreement that maybe we ought to put the country and doing what's right ahead of everything else. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd really like to bring back the discussion to the real issues at hand and talk about the fact that the American people and my constituents sent me to Washington to responsibly fund government and to stop overregulation and unnecessary interference from Washington. Overturning WOTUS, reining in the EPA, and investing in transportation safety. These bills do exactly that. The appropriations bills we're debating today cut unnecessary programming and prioritize the programs that serve the American people while allocating critical funding for vulnerable populations. I am proud of the work that my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee have done to take an honest look at government spending and make the sometimes hard decisions about where realistic cuts can be made. It is especially important because the national debt continues to rise and burden the next generation. I support the rule and the underlying bills and encourage members to do the same to make sure that we are responding responsibly to the national debt and the crisis that we're facing. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House is in recess for a period less than 15 minutes.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the Resolution 838 and adoption of House Resolution 838 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 838, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 46, House Resolution 838. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4821, making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4820, making appropriations for the Department of Transportation and Housing and Urban Development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6126, making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? Order. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 190.
Ms. Chu votes no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 200. The previous question is ordered. Go on. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
For what purposes? A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 203. The yeas have it. The resolution is adopted. Without objection to the motion, to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order.
Might need to gavel a couple more times.
The House will be in order. For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4821, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection, the House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4821. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4821, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations of their respective designees. The gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson, and the gentlewoman from Maine, Ms. Pingree, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm pleased to begin consideration of H.R. 4821, the fiscal year 2024 Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill. Before I get into the bill, I want to commend Chairwoman Granger for her steadfast leadership of the Appropriations Committee and her ongoing support. I'd also like to thank the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for her work on this important legislation and other things. And I'd also like to thank Ranking Member Pingree for her partnership and the subcommittee members for their work on this bill, although Ms. Pingree and I might have some differences of opinion on this bill. H.R. 4821 provides $25.4 billion in new non-defense discretionary spending, which is $13.4 billion or 35% below the fiscal year 2023 level. The bill also rescinds $9.4 billion in unnecessary funding provided to the EPA, the Presidio Trust, the Council on Environmental Quality through the Inflation Reduction Act. Cutting funding is never easy or pretty. But with the national debt in excess of $33 trillion and inflation at an unacceptable level, we had to make tough choices to rein in federal spending. Last Congress alone, $3 trillion was spent outside of the normal appropriations process. That's $3 trillion that went onto the national debt. Simply holding funding flat is not enough. We must work to curb our out-of-control spending and get our budget back on track. This bill does that. This legislation prioritizes critical needs within our reduced allocation and addresses specific interests and concerns brought to our attention through more than 8,000 member requests. H.R. 4821 fully funds the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program for fiscal year 2024, which is estimated to be $515 million. It also makes critical investments in Indian country by providing funding for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Indian Education, and Indian Health Services at fiscal year 2023 levels or above. To combat catastrophic wildfires and protect communities across the country, the bill includes $1.6 billion in discretionary increase includes a $1.6 billion discretionary increase to fund wildfire activities without budget gimmicks. It also provides a $2.65 billion cap adjustment for wildfire suppression activities as authorized. To address these priorities, while right-sizing the agencies under our jurisdiction, the bill reduces funding for nearly every other appropriation in the bill, and many agencies receive double-digit percentage reductions. The EPA is reduced by $4 billion or 39% below the fiscal year 2023 level. In terms of policy, the bill makes important steps to reduce regulatory burdens imposed by the EPA, expand across to critical minerals and natural resources, and promote domestic energy production. Such efforts include, as soon as I can get these pages separated, halting the EPA's job-killing regulations, such as repealing the recent Waters of the United States regulations and rules that target reliable energy sources and domestic manufacturing. Limiting abuse of the Endangered Species Act regarding species such as the sage grouse, the gray wolf, bison, and the lesser prairie chicken. Expanding access to critical minerals and promoting proper management of our nation's forests, and requiring oil and gas lease sales. These policies will help boost our national security, reduce energy costs, and create American jobs. Mr. Chairman, this bill will help manage our public lands wisely, meet our commitment to our brothers and sisters in Indian country, and restore the fiscal responsibility necessary to get our economy back on track. I urge its adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. And I ask for unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
As ranking member of the Interior and Environment Appropriations Subcommittee, I'm deeply concerned about the majority's lack of urgency to fund the government. The continuing resolution expires in less than 3 weeks. But instead of getting to work negotiating with the Senate on a full-year bill, we are wasting time on bills that violate the terms of the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. I strongly oppose the fiscal year 2024 Interior and Environment Appropriations Bill. This harmful bill debilitates America's ability to address the climate crisis and hobbles the agencies within its jurisdiction. It slashes funding for the Environmental Protection Agency by nearly 40%. That's nearly $4 billion less than we appropriated in FY23. It also rescinds more than $7 billion of vital investments provided by the Inflation Reduction Act for the United States to take immediate, economy-wide climate action. Climate change has reached a crisis point, and experts agree that we must take bold action to avoid a major irreversible catastrophe. In addition to the cut proposed by the State and Foreign Ops Bill, Republicans' Interior Bill virtually eliminates the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, established by the Inflation Reduction Act to mitigate the costs of climate pollution through investment in low and zero-emission technologies. But the damage inflicted by this bill extends far beyond climate change. The bill wipes out environmental justice program and cuts $1.4 billion from the environmental and climate justice grants made possible through the Inflation Reduction Act. It curtails the progress that has been made to ensure that all people are equally protected from our environmental and health hazards. This bill abandons our most vulnerable groups that currently bear a disproportionate share of negative environmental impacts, which includes large swath of rural communities that I and many of my colleagues across the aisle represent. The bill also slashes funding for enforcement of the Clean Air and Clean Water Acts, which will enable polluters. The cuts in this bill are so severe that even agencies that usually garner bipartisan support are targeted for damaging reductions. Funding for the National Park Service, for example, will be cut by 13%. This bill also significantly reduces funding for the arts and humanities agencies. The cuts to the Smithsonian Institution and the National Gallery of Art are so deep that they will be forced to reduce the number of hours or days each week that the museums are open to the public. When our constituents bring their families to see our nation's capital, I think all members in this room expect they should have access to these museums, but this bill takes that away. The bill also fails our nation's wildland firefighters. It does not provide any of the funding requested by the administration to support wildland firefighters and their families through better compensation, safe housing, and health and well-being assistance. Without this funding, firefighters will lose the compensation increases first provided in the bipartisan infrastructure law. And sadly, this bill also contains numerous discriminatory riders, as well as an exhaustive list of anti-environment riders that seek to derail any effort to combat climate change and undermine clean water and clean air protections. They give an open invitation to exploitive oil, gas, and mineral leasing by blocking environmental regulations and even overriding judicial review. At the same time, the bill suppresses clean energy production. Clean, renewable energy is critical if we are going to save our planet for future generations. The majority of Americans support becoming carbon neutral by 2050, and they support prioritizing the development of renewable energy sources and preserving biodiversity for the benefit of future generations. The austere and irresponsible cuts in this bill do not align with their values. I want to thank the chair and ranking member DeLauro for their tireless efforts on this committee. I want to thank the chair, Mr. Simpson, who, as he mentioned, we don't always agree on everything, but we have a chance to work well together, and the staff on both sides of the aisle who work tirelessly. I oppose this bill. I urge my colleagues to protect the world you are leaving to your children and grandchildren and oppose the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Idaho
Mr.
is
Chairman,
recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stuebner.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4821, the Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2024. This year's Appropriations Bill is a win for Minnesota's 8th Congressional District and our nation. It is abundantly clear the Biden administration has an anti-mining, anti-farmer, anti-American worker, and anti-energy independence agenda. This bill stops that agenda in its tracks. The Department of Interior's mineral withdrawal in northeast Minnesota that forces us to be dependent on Chinese-owned, child labor-using mines in the Congo. This bill stops that agenda. The Biden administration's WOTUS rule that punishes farmers for puddles in their fields. This bill repeals the WOTUS rule. The EPA's abuse of the Endangered Species Act to list the northern long-eared bat, which has stifled responsible logging and forest management. This bill stops and reverses that. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that we finally have a common sense funding bill that puts American workers and rural America workers first. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that this bill also provides funding for critical infrastructure projects in Minnesota's 8th Congressional District, including wastewater treatment projects in Bemidji, Bram, and Silver Bay, Minnesota. I want to thank Chairwoman Granger, Chairman Simpson, and my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee for all their hard work on this legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Idaho reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm very pleased to yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, and my good friend, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Okay, it won't move. Thank you so much. I've thanked the gentlelady, but I want to say a thank you to Chairman Simpson, also to Ranking Member Pingree for your work on this legislation. And I'd also like to say a thank you to the majority and the minority staff, particularly Rita Culp, Jocelyn Hunn, and Farouk Ofaso. When it comes to caring for the environment, ensuring our air is safe to breathe, our water is safe to drink, and we are resilient in a changing climate, this bill takes the side of the most egregious polluters and climate deniers. This legislation stakes an aggressive anti-environment stance with a crippling 39% cut to the Environmental Protection Agency. The ensuing collapse of our means of protecting the environment and public health would mean more asthma cases, more cancer diagnoses, and more unmitigated natural disasters afflicting American families. I would like to share a portion of a letter sent to members of this body from the League of Conservation Voters and co-signed by 61 environmental organizations, including the Trust for Public Land and the National Parks Conservation Association. And they said of this bill, and I quote, "Following a summer of record heat waves, horrific flooding, and wildfire smoke blanketing much of the nation, this bill would gut the agencies charged with protecting our environment and our health and would massively undermine last year's historic climate legislation. The Inflation Reduction Act, it would also introduce an onslaught of extreme anti-environmental policy mandates that have no place in the appropriations process. This attack on our health, lands, wildlife, biodiversity, air, water, oceans, and communities is unacceptable and must be rejected," end quote. The bill cuts the EPA's Clean Air Program by at least $200 million, eliminates funds for environmental justice. It cuts the EPA's Infrastructure Grant Program by a staggering $1.8 billion. These are not numbers on a page. We are talking about the air in our skies and in our lungs. This is the water we drink, bathe in, and cook with. These are basic life necessities that we have a simple obligation to protect for the American people. In addition to endangering the global climate and public health, this bill slashes funding for the arts, including the National Endowment for the Arts flagship Grants for the Arts Projects program, which benefits individual and community and the well-being, and it supports our economy in all of our 435 congressional districts. This bill will prohibit the Smithsonian from highlighting the contributions of Latinos in U.S. history and culture by not making it possible to move forward with the National Museum of the American Latino, making Hispanics invisible. It's shameful, and it does not represent America's values. The ramification of cuts in this bill would reach every corner of the Interior Department. It damages our public lands, it promotes dirty energy, jeopardizes biodiversity, and disarms America in the face of a climate crisis. Sharp cuts to the National Park Service mean fewer seasonal employees and furloughing existing permanent park employees. The funding loss translates to dozens of employees who are trying to do their job every single day. They will be furloughed. Those at Yellowstone, Glacier, Sequoia, Zion, and many more of our nation's prized national parks. These are beloved public lands, and the cuts mean longer wait times, fewer services available when our constituents and visitors from around the globe travel to experience these jewels of our nation's geographic diversity. The majority is also opening our public lands, the property of the American people, for oil, gas, and mineral leasing, in some cases going as far as blocking judicial review of these transactions. The majority is hindering clean energy projects while promoting fossil fuels lease sales. And the majority is accelerating ecosystem decline by abandoning protections for our most vulnerable apex predators like the gray wolf and the grizzly bear. I have proudly worked across the aisle to protect our environment for Americans past, present, and future. And I am immensely disappointed to see the majority abandon their commitment to conserving America's fragile lands and natural resources. I would not think Republicans need reminding of their own party's history, but this bill is a notable reversal from the proud and bold conservation efforts of the Republicans I have worked with in decades past. I need not remind my colleagues which president created the EPA, Richard M. Nixon. Finally, as we continue to see in each of these partisan bills, the legislation includes riders that prohibit funding, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the accessibility in the federal workforce, none of which belong in any bill, but especially appropriations. With its dangerous and costly cuts, indefensible riders, I must vote against this bill. I urge my colleagues to do the same. It will take bipartisan support to get the 2024 Interior Bill signed into law, and this bill does not achieve that. I appeal to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. End this partisan charade and join with Democrats at the negotiating table. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from Maine reserves. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just note that neither the chairwoman of the ranking member of the full committee or the ranking member of the subcommittee in their comments never mentioned the $33 trillion debt. And over the last Congress, $3 trillion that was spent outside of the regular appropriation process. That's what's causing the problems that's what's causing the problems in this country. And this is what reducing spending looks like. And every time you try to reduce spending, you would think it's nothing but death and destruction. If I believed what was just said, I wouldn't vote for this bill. But I think she's wrong on so many accounts. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Mouser.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Chairman Simpson for his leadership and his very responsible leadership. I do rise today in strong support of H.R. 4821, the very fiscally responsible Department of Interior, Environmental, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act. I represent the 9th District of Pennsylvania, where part of that district includes the Marcellus Shale natural gas, one of the largest reserves of clean natural gas in the world. Not only does natural gas industry support over 250,000 jobs in Pennsylvania, but it also contributes $24 billion to the Commonwealth's GDP, meaning Biden's continued assault on American energy, including the natural gas industry, is truly an assault on Pennsylvania's workforce and economy. Since taking office, the Biden administration has taken so many actions to weaken the natural gas industry, blocking pipeline construction, implementing burdensome regulations, and issuing costly new rules and taxes. This makes foreign producers with less pollutant controls far more competitive within the energy industry. Many of these nations where these producers exist use these funds to fund terrorist activities and fight and fund Vladimir Putin's war. We should take these things into consideration, Mr. Speaker.
While this administration seeks to limit American natural gas, despite it that it is 50% cleaner than other fossil fuels, this appropriations bill supports domestic energy production because Republicans recognize we must embrace all of the above, but also all of the below solution to achieve energy independence and dominance. This legislation requires resumption of gas lease sales on previously restricted federal lands. It also prohibits a number of onerous regulations, such as the EPA's Clean Power Rule, that would be detrimental to American energy production. Among other provisions in this legislation will, Mr. Speaker, benefit the American consumer, farmers, manufacturers, small businesses, the U.S. economy as a whole. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Idaho reserves. Gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, the former chair of this subcommittee, and my good friend, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Ranking Member. And I rise, Mr. Speaker, in opposition to this legislation. The bill that the majority put before us today grossly underfunds the Department of Interior, and I'm just going to mention 2 areas: the Environmental Protection Agency and the Arts and Humanities. The ranking member listed the others. Once again, the cuts that the Republicans made to the appropriation bill do not honor the funding levels that were negotiated by the White House and the Republican leadership in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. A promise was broken. Over 35% of the reduction to the top line of this bill is simply irresponsible. The bill claws back billions of dollars from the historic Inflation Reduction Act, trying to plug up the holes created by the massive top line cut. This will damage the ability of the United States to respond to climate change and help communities who are currently affected by it. And we are affected by climate change in all of our districts. As ranking member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I'm very aware that the DoD considers climate change to be a top national security issue. Harming our country's ability to respond to this threat will put us at a severe global disadvantage. This bill's drastic cuts to the EPA and the Interior Department also affect the life, health, and safety of all Americans. It will increase risk to all people who rely on the EPA to safeguard their air and water, to clean up harmful pollution, test for chemicals in their products, and respond to emergencies. There is one small bright note in this bill, and I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for continuing their work together to honor our trust and treaty obligations to our Native American brothers and sisters. But on a whole, the bill before us does not, in my opinion, reflect a serious commitment to meet the needs of our constituents. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. Mr. Chair, I could come up with some tax cuts to repeal to pay for the things that I'm asking for. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from Maine reserves. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, for the purposes of colloquy.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I like your choice of ties, by the way. We match. Mr. Stimson, thank you for your remarkable work on this bill, particularly under these trying circumstances. $33 trillion in debt. Folks, we cannot spend our way, we cannot regulate our way out of that debt without having some sacrifices that are in this bill, quite frankly. You've done an outstanding job identifying the key priorities despite a challenging allocation. One area of concern I'd like to address is related to the Biden administration's handling of royalties of federal land. I'd like to emphasize the impact on Warrior Met Coal, which produces metallurgical coal crucial for steel production and happens to be the largest exporter from the Port of Mobile, Alabama, which I'm honored to represent. Regrettably, Warrior Met Coal's federal lease application with the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Land Management has been marred by delays. The Interior Department shifts requirements, including the recent demand for an environmentally impact study on top of a comprehensive environmental assessment completely over a year ago, have been the latest obstacles in a nearly decade-long effort to secure this lease. As you're aware, the Mineral Lease Act, which requires the maximum economic recovery of coal within the proposed lease area. Unfortunately, due to the ongoing permit delays, federal coal is not currently being efficiently mined, causing further setbacks in federal coal mining. Every day that passes without progression results in the loss of critical revenues for coal royalties for the affected communities. The state of Alabama and the federal government, these are the fees that will help pay some of this debt down.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This situation is unacceptable, and I'm eager to, with my colleagues and your staff, to identify a way to move forwards, ensuring that the Department of Interior and Bureau of Land Management upholds their responsibilities, that under the Mineral Lease Act, that impacts communities receiving essential funding and requirements. Now, regarding the specific language included in this bill, it's highlighted the importance of the Bureau of Land Management production of domestic coal on federal lands, with participation emphasizes on the distinction between the metallurgical coal and the thermal coal. Big difference. Additionally, the bill is focused on combating wasteful spending, reducing bureaucratic, maintaining responsible funding levels to serve the best interests of our constituents in this nation. To address the needs of priority, emphasize programs protecting crucial minerals and promoting oil and gas lease sales. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time, I thank the gentleman for drawing the House's attention to the Department of Interior and Bureau of Land Management's responsibilities under the Mineral Leasing Act. I would be pleased to continue to work with him on how the agencies in this bill handle royalties on federal lands as we move through the FY 2024 spending process. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Idaho reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, my good friend, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in opposition to this bill. We felt the effects of climate change for years in South Florida, draining millions from state and local government coffers to respond to the cycle of natural disasters. So what is the majority's response in this bill? A crippling 39% cut to the EPA and policy provisions that will severely undercut efforts to curb CO2 emissions. We haven't seen EPA funding levels dip this low since 1991, which ironically is when experts told us that we needed to start tackling climate change. So what does that mean for people watching us at home? More asthma, higher rates of cancer, and more frequent natural disasters upending Americans' families' lives. We need to invest in clean energy not just right now, but yesterday. Besides underfunding clean energy efforts, this bill also neglects the cherished Smithsonian Institute. I was extremely disappointed that this bill bars funding for the new National Museum of the American Latino and the operation of the existing Molina Family Latino Gallery. The legislation that created this museum enjoyed strong bipartisan support just 3 years ago. The Latino community is so integral to America's heritage. It baffles me why the majority would block the Smithsonian from highlighting their historic and cultural contributions, especially since Congress established this museum. We must embrace the beautiful mosaic that makes our nation so incredible, and it includes investing in public museums to provide a cultural and educational platform. This bill also, by the way, underfunds the Holocaust Memorial Museum. I respectfully requested the majority to include an additional $2 million over fiscal year 2023 for the museum's education program. The intentional genocidal violence inflicted on Israeli civilians and the unconscionable apathy of many nations, and far too many in our own nation, is a sobering reminder that Israel is surrounded by hostility and danger. Anti-Semitic threats and attacks in the U.S. were already skyrocketing, up 37% in 2022. Only by fully funding education programs can we truly combat this rise in hate. Let's take some pride in America. Let's not cloak bigotry and ensure that we can educate people and promote understanding and unity. Build up our public spaces, not starve and neglect them. I urge members to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentlewoman from Maine reserves. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson, for yielding me time. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of the ongoing work within the Interior Bill. As the representative for the 5th District of Colorado and Vice Chair for the Natural Resources Committee, I have long supported our critical mineral independence, striving to roll back regulations and burdens on this industry. However, my background on the House Armed Services Committee and my longstanding support of our national security causes me to caution support of Section 466. Railroad Valley in Nevada has been used and cared for by NASA since 1996 as the world's premier optical sensing calibration site. The Railroad Valley site is used daily to calibrate cameras on board of satellites that photograph the world daily. Commercial companies have used this playa to provide critical support to satellites that monitor the ongoing war in Ukraine and the conflict in the Middle East and many other critical needs. It is for that reason that I am here advocating for the Railroad Valley Playa as a national security asset. According to a study done by NASA of the capability this playa provides can only be found in 4 sites around the world. Current and future needs of our commercial space industry and intelligence community are strongly reliant on the benefits this site provides here in the continental U.S. This is not something we can turn to in other places because the other 3 sites lie in China, North Africa, and Israel. Additionally, NASA's study concluded that the Railroad Valley site would be the best option in any case to provide the optimal sensing calibration. It's important to protect the critical mineral rights, but it must not come at the expense of our national security. We must do both. I thank Mr. Amade and Chairman Simpson for their tireless work on this issue and their commitment to our future work on compromised language and protection of our national security assets. I look forward to supporting the language that comes out of conference for the Interior Appropriations, and I urge adoption of the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Idaho reserves. Gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes for the gentleman from Arizona, the distinguished ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, and my good friend, Mr. Grijalva.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the ranking member for the time. This Interior and Environment Appropriations Bill, much like the House Republican appropriations bills that have come before it, is an extreme magna manifesto. It's not at all representative of the values of the American people. This bill is full of reckless policy riders that undermine the most basic environmental protections, take us backwards in the climate fight, and introduces climate change denial as part of a policy for the Republican majority. It pads big oil's profits by selling out our nation's public lands, their waters, their wildlife, and their endangered species. It rips away the historic and hard-won climate wins in the Inflation Reduction Act that are not only for protecting our future, but growing the middle class with hundreds and thousands of good-paying jobs. It bullies American communities that have already been overburdened by pollution and guts environmental justice efforts. We've seen many of these riders in the Natural Resources Committee this year, and they don't have a future as standalone bills. So instead of putting in the work to govern and finding meaningful solutions, seeking compromise that the American people actually want, House Republicans are shamelessly burying these provisions in the most extreme interior appropriations bill we've ever seen. House Republicans are following the marching orders of their monarch, former President Trump. It doesn't matter how many times he's indicted for fraud, for stealing classified documents, or for orchestrating an insurrection, or a coordinated attempt to overthrow a democracy. They're here doing his bidding to prop up big oil and its favorite oligarchs, no matter who gets hurt. To protect the American people, I and 33 of my colleagues submitted an amendment to strip from this bill the dangerous policy riders. But the Rules Committee, controlled by the most extreme members of the Republican caucus, wouldn't allow a vote on the floor. My Republican colleagues are always quick to protest about process.
Gentleman's time has expired.
1 minute.
But it seems that
The
their
gentleman
action...
is
Thank you.
recognized for an additional minute.
My Republican colleagues are always quick to protest about process, but it seems that their actions speak louder than their crocodile tears. Their rejection of this amendment demonstrates yet again that this appropriations process is a sham, and this particular bill that ignores climate and the effects of climate change that are ongoing worldwide and in this country, it undoes any protections to vulnerable communities and communities in general by gutting essential programs and monitoring and enforcement of clean air and clean water, and it erases history. It says we're going to wash this part of history out, as, for example, the blocking of the Latino Museum, that part of American history does not exist, and we will not appropriate for that. I urge rejection of this bill and this legislation. It is not just a step backwards, it's a dismantling of basic public health, environmental, and consequential issues dealing with the identity of this great nation of ours. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Maine reserves. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakum, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the National Environmental and Policy Act, or NEPA, was created to balance environmental protection with our need to build infrastructure. The NEPA process was once timely and concise. But over time, NEPA has become a four-letter word associated with frivolous litigation, mountains of paperwork, project delays, and cost overruns. Congress has taken meaningful bipartisan steps towards reform, but the work is far from over. My amendment would require the Council on Environmental Quality to report on current NEPA bottlenecks. It mirrors the legislation I introduced yesterday with my friend Jimmy Panetta, the Studying NEPA's Impact on Projects Act, which would require annual reporting on NEPA litigation, average page length, and timeliness. The American people deserve a government that does not give radicals a heckler's veto over roads, bridges, and energy projects. I want to thank the chair and ranking member for including the Yakum-Panetta amendment in this en bloc. I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Idaho reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields the balance of her time. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we have no more further speakers. The gentlelady would like to close.
My time. I have yielded back the balance of my time. It's all
And
yours.
the gentleman from Idaho is now recognized.
Let me say, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
The challenge here, as I stated earlier, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle never saw a problem that they didn't think a government program could solve. Anybody that thought that we were not going to have to reduce spending, I think was living in a different world. When you're facing 33 and getting on $34 trillion in deficit, the reality is you're going to have to cut spending. Now, this is not a criticism of them. I think they honestly believe that all the profligate spending that went on the last couple of years was absolutely necessary. I think the American people expect us to start addressing the debt that our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren are going to face. And this is what cutting spending looks like. It's easy to write a bill. Anybody could write a bill if you had unlimited funds. And that's pretty much what they've had last year and the year before. In spite of almost having unlimited funds to write the Interior bill, they actually took $1.6 billion in wildfire fighting costs and made it emergency spending. We had to bring it back into the bill where it should be, instead of using budget gimmicks. That put us $1.6 billion behind. And we said we're not going to hurt Indian country with this bill, even with the cuts that we had to make. We were going to fully fund PILT payments. We were going to make sure that we took care of those things that were necessary, like wildfire fighting, because those costs are going to go up. That meant the rest of the bill was going to take some cuts. And we used rescissions by pulling back some of the money that was spent over the last several years to make sure that the cuts in this bill were not as dramatic as they would have otherwise been. This is still a 10% reduction in the overall bill. So I would disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Death and destruction will not follow if we pass this bill. And I would encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for the amendment under the 5-minute rule. This bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-261, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 838, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. Each amendment printed in Part A of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 838, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee of Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 838, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to House Resolution 838, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 36, 37, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 69, and 105, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Simpson.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson, and the gentlewoman from Maine, Ms. Pingree, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bipartisan en bloc amendment was developed in coordination with the minority. It contains non-controversial amendments addressing important issues at the agencies funded in this bill that have been agreed to by both sides. It provides support for the Department of Interior's efforts to identify critical minerals in the United States, highlights the importance of rural water technical assistance grants, as well as the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Funds. It emphasizes support for the federal wildland firefighters and the Bureau of Indian Affairs road construction. And finally, it includes additional support for research into harmful algal blooms and provides assistance to the territories. I support the adoption of this and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I rise to support this amendment and thank the chair. This includes several non-controversial amendments that we support. I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we have no further speakers on this amendment, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Idaho. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak to amendment number 1 in favor thereof.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment that will take the wild horse and burro program back to the 2019 levels, or about $80.5 million. In 4 years, in just 4 years, this program has gone up 46%. Now, I've always had some questions about this program anyway, because what we do, Mr. Chairman, is we rent land or lease land the Bureau of Land Management has, but federal lands, to farmers who bring their cattle in. Perfectly fine, fully supportive of that. But because the wild horses reproduce at such a fast rate, the horses were eating up the grass before the cattle could get to it. So we decided we'd come up with this program back in the 1970s, and the original idea was that the program would have these wild horses captured and adopted, and there are some adopted. And in fact, we do some birth control measures, and in fact, Mr. Chairman, historically less than 1% has been used for birth control, but this year we're hoping maybe it goes up a little bit higher. That being said, a 46% rise in the cost of this program seems to be awfully high. And what do we do with all those horses that we don't get adopted or that don't get the proper birth control shot, usually from a helicopter? Well, we take them and we ship them to farms and we house them for the rest of their lives. So basically what we've set up is a very expensive retirement home for wild horses and wild burros. And we're on the hook. Now, you know, I know people love the wild stallions and it makes people reminiscent of the Old West. But I would remind them that the horse as it exists today is non-native to North America, was introduced as the Spanish first came in and then other European settlers arrived on the two continents, the North and South America. And I have to question, with the debt that this country has and the severe needs we have in other parts of this nation, on the border, around the world, why we're increasing spending on retirement homes for wild burros and horses about 46% over 4 years. So it just takes the program back, it does not eliminate it, takes it back to the 2019 levels and starts to put an end to it. And Mr. Chairman, I know you're already aware of this, but at $2 a horse in long-term care, $2 a horse per night, there's a lot of other things we could do with that money. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment to decrease funding for the Bureau of Land Management's Wild Horse and Burro program. I understand the gentleman's frustration. Many of us have been addressing this for a number of years, trying to find the right solution. We haven't found it yet. It used to be that they used to take these horses and slaughter them. Guess what? You can't do that anymore. Public won't accept it. And frankly, neither will I. In the West, continuing the wild horse and burro program at sustained levels is vital to controlling the population. Even with the funding provided, BLM will not be able to manage and curb the exponentially increasing number in the herds. Failing to manage wild herds in the West would have devastating effects on rangelands and all of the animals that depend on them. Therefore, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment. And living in the West, I've seen this problem and what it does to rangelands. So if there's a better solution rather than just cutting funding, let's hear what that better solution is, because believe me, this committee has been working hard to try to find what to do about it, because we don't want to see these populations grow either. But it's a reality that they are that we have to deal with. That's why it's got increased funding in this bill. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is reserved. I'm sorry, the gentleman from Idaho reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I thank Mr. Chairman for recognizing me. I understand that the idea is to control the population, but what we're doing is not controlling the population. What we're doing is putting them into retirement homes that the American taxpayer is paying for. And I'm glad to be able to present this amendment today, and I thank you for the opportunity to do that, and I thank the Rules Committee for the opportunity to do it, because the American people have to take a good, hard look at this. Is this what we ought to be doing? Should we be creating retirement homes for 60,000 wild horses when we're having a hard enough time having folks in retirement homes who are human beings? We have, in the state of Virginia, a recent survey showed that 41% of our facilities are not taking in new people because they don't have the staffing levels. Maybe we should be spending this money on taking care of human beings instead of taking care of wild horses. We've got to figure out another way to control the population. If putting them in retirement homes is appropriate, then I'd be surprised if most Americans knew how much money we were spending. $154 million this year on these retirement homes for wild horses and burros. I don't think the American people understand or realize this. They want the horses taken care of, I get it. But it costs an awful lot of money. Mr. Chairman, I think we need to do something. And I think the Bureau of Land Management needs to come up with another idea. And if all we do is continue to increase their funding 46% over 4 years, they have no incentive to come up with another idea. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields his time. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the drastically reduced funding for the wild horse and burro programs would have a devastating effect on our western lands and work we have done to manage the herd, I must oppose this amendment. I thank the gentleman for bringing up the issue. It is an issue, but cutting funding is not the way you solve the problem. If people have better ways of managing this or additional ways of managing this, I would encourage them to come forward, because we're willing to listen to all alternatives of what we can do. As I said, you know, we used to slaughter them, send them to Mexico for slaughter and stuff. Can't do that anymore because of the optics of it and everything else. Yeah, and we're looking at sterilization of some of those and the success or not successful rate of what we're doing that. But somebody needs to, I guess the expert in this Congress on the whole issue was former Congressman from Utah, Mr. Stewart. He'd worked on this continuously trying to address it, and he's since retired. It was a great loss to all of us. But this is a perplexing problem. And I thank the gentleman for bringing the amendment up and discussing it, but I must oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I rise in support of my amendment, which cuts funding for the Bureau of Land Management by 50%. The mission of the BLM is to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of public lands for the use and enjoyment of present and future generations. Unfortunately, the BLM isn't living up to its stated purpose, and it's lost its way. It's becoming harder and harder for each new generation to use and enjoy our public lands because the BLM is locked in on its goal to lock out land users, including recreationists, livestock raisers, and energy producers. Earlier this year, the BLM proposed the so-called Landscape Health Rule, which seeks to replace productive activities under the BLM's multiple use framework by creating an additional use, so-called conservation leases, a designation never approved by Congress. The current framework already balances conservation with other uses. Creating an entirely new use under the umbrella of conservation is simply a means to eliminate other uses and bar anyone from even setting foot on these lands. Now, I'm grateful that this act also includes a section that prevents funding from going towards the implementation of this proposed rule, but that is not enough. We must also address the BLM's overall agenda to lock us out of our federal lands. My amendment does just that, and I request my colleagues to support it. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Mr. Speaker, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the frustration that the gentlelady expresses in her statement, but I must rise in opposition to this amendment. The Bureau of Land Management's funding level is already $255.4 million, or 18% below the FY23 enacted level. A drastic 50% cut to already decreased levels leaves me concerned that this would put the agency in a position where they cannot carry out critical activities to address their most pressing issues in western states, particularly in Wyoming, Idaho, other states. The growing backlog for grazing and energy mineral activity permits, population problems with wild horses and burros that were just debated on the last amendment, and the increasing demand for increased recreational access to our public lands causes me deep concern when you want to cut the BLM by an additional 50%. So I must oppose this amendment, and I would yield to the gentlelady from Maine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And
The gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the chair of this committee for opposing the amendment. As far as I'm concerned, this amendment is extreme. It will not gain bipartisan support and become law. The draconian cuts proposed in this bill violate the agreement reached by former Speaker McCarthy and President Biden that were memorialized in statute in Public Law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023, and we would not be teetering on the brink of government shutdown if my Republican colleagues would hold up their end of the bargain. But as to this amendment, with the West reeling from the historic megadrought, the worst in 1,200 years, why would any of my colleagues want to hamstring the Bureau of Land Management from protecting our public lands for the American public and future generations? I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Yield back.
Gentleman
Reserve
yields.
the balance.
The gentleman reserves.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Wyoming.
The BLM has recently launched an attack on 3.6 million acres in Wyoming through its proposed draft Rock Springs Resource Management Plan, or RMP. Through their preferred alternative, they are trying to lock out land users by designating 1.8 million acres as areas of critical environmental concern, which essentially prevents us from accessing and using these lands, particularly as it relates to recreation, livestock grazing, and energy production and mineral extraction. The Rock Springs Draft RMP is entirely biased, unscientific, violates FLTMA and NEPA, and is an abuse of BLM's authority. We can mine, we can drill, we can graze, and we can recreate on federal lands while also conserving our important natural resources and wildlife. And in fact, we have been doing so for literally decades. Come to Wyoming and see how we have managed these resources. We have a beautiful state, abundant wildlife, clean water, and clean air. We are also one of the largest energy producers in the United States. Conservation and protection go hand in hand with grazing and energy development. The BLM's preferred alternative for the Rock Springs RMP does not strike the proper balance between conservation and development, would ravage Wyoming's and the nation's economy, and ultimately destroy opportunities to use the land in a productive, profitable, and effective way. The BLM has turned into an arm of the radical environmental organizations running this administration, is aggressively exceeding its authorization and ignoring its very purpose for existence. I encourage adoption of my amendment so that we can begin to right this ship. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Not only is the BLM attacking the state of Wyoming's economy, but the economic well-being and security of every American. It continues to pursue these failed policies that force us to depend on importing our food and our energy, while also stifling competition for companies that operate on public lands. Examples of these aggressive actions including leading out on President Biden's war on oil and gas, as well as its war on coal. Crippling conservation efforts by eliminating uses that improve the environment, preventing local and state multi-generational input as to the most appropriate uses and management of land, also while pursuing policies that impact the value and quality of our property resources, and holding projects on federal lands hostage to environmental litigation, and then selling out to the demands of environmental groups that are gaining traction in the fight against local control. The BLM has perfected the sue and settle model, and all of us are suffering the consequences. And there are so many other examples of the BLM attacking the state of Wyoming as well as the economic well-being of every citizen in the United States. Mr. Chairman, today my state faces an onslaught of proposals from the Bureau of Land Management and other federal agencies as they pursue the terribly destructive Green New Deal. Cutting the BLM's budget as proposed in Amendment 2 is one step forward in addressing those attacks. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Idaho reserves.
The system is no longer sustainable.
Gentlelady, do you wish to continue? Do you
Pardon
wish
me?
to continue?
Yes.
Okay, the gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you. The system that we have with the BLM is no longer sustainable, and most states across the West are struggling as a result. Because my colleagues in the House and Senate are wholly opposed to reining in the executive state, I have no choice but to try to slash the agency's budget to try to rein in what they have been doing. The fact is that the federal government's ever-growing presence in the West and its adversarial nature to our way of life is undermining our prosperity. In short, the BLM doesn't work for us anymore. It doesn't work for the people of Wyoming, and it doesn't protect our natural resources. It is time that we do something about it, recognize where the problem lies, and slash the budget. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has now been expired. She yields. Gentleman from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would suggest that if the gentlelady has a problem with the Rock Springs area, that you address that specifically. But this cuts 50% of the BLM across the board.
Yes.
That means it's going to substantially impact Idaho. And guess what? We get along pretty well with the BLM in Idaho. If you cut this 50%, you're going to have tough times getting grazing permits. We've got minerals in what's called the phosphate patch in Idaho. BLM has to deal with. Our general problem is when the decisions that are made in Idaho, both by the BLM or the Forest Service or their other agencies, and those decisions come to Washington, then you got a problem. And that's where the problem exists. But this would cut 50% of actually the BLM across the country. So that's the problem I have with this, especially when we've already made an 18% reduction in their budget in this bill. So I understand where the gentlelady's coming from. Wyoming might have a special problem, and an amendment should be addressed to deal with that instead of the BLM in general. So I would oppose this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will vote no on it.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yield back the balance of my time.
All right, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, geez, that's interesting. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Wyoming will be postponed. Recorded vote is recognized. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know the job description of member of Congress is real short. It's to take care of your constituents and to have oversight of the federal government. This amendment deals with the oversight portion. It's oversight of an unauthorized federal agency, of which we have over 1,200 unauthorized agencies. And an unauthorized agency is one that was simply not approved by Congress. In this case, the agency was approved through the executive branch to help with overseeing the implementation of NEPA back during the Nixon administration. Since then, it has become one of the rogue, woke, climate control warriors for the Biden administration, pushing rules and regulations. As a matter of fact, the budget for this unauthorized agency was around $3.75 million. Happened to grow during the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act to over $62 million. Now, the Council on Environmental Quality is just one of a long list of unauthorized agencies in this federal government. During recent oversight hearings as well, on 4 occasions, Director Brenda Mallory was requested to come and testify. Y'all, she only showed up one time. One time. And during that time, she decided that she would refuse to answer questions. She didn't have to answer our questions on any subject. Let me make that even clearer. She wasn't refusing to answer my questions or the committee's questions. She was refusing to answer to the American people, the very taxpayers that foot the bill for that agency. You see, they've gotten to where, like other agencies, like the ones that was just mentioned, they feel they don't have to answer to us. They don't have to answer to the American people. They're beyond that. It's beneath them to have to explain what they do. This amendment does one simple thing. $3.75 million is their annual budget. It simply takes that from this woke climate change warrior style agency and it moves it over to the national parks, to their construction fund. And what that does is that's going to help, Mr. Chairman, that's going to help with the backlog of deferred maintenance that's in that national parks. National Parks is running a deferred maintenance because of members from the other aisle using their funds on the national parks for pet projects. So with that, I urge the passage and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment completely eliminates the Council on Environmental Quality. This important office is responsible for coordinating the federal government's efforts to improve, preserve, and protect Americans' public health and the environment. These are very important tasks. It also works to ensure that environmental reviews for infrastructure projects and federal actions are thorough, efficient, and reflect the input of the public and local communities. This proposed amendment would hobble the office and result in significant delays to infrastructure projects across the country at exactly the wrong time. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a prime example of another rogue, unauthorized agency out there that is implementing rules and regulations for which they were not set up. It also is an agency that was issued $62 million for the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act. Therefore, they have plenty of cash over there. This simply takes $5 million and moves it over to help with the deferred maintenance on our national parks. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Maine.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the chairman of this chairman of this committee, Mr. Simpson. Sorry.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment. While I understand the concerns from my colleagues about CEQ's actions under this administration related to the environmental review process and other issues, I believe that the CEQ has a valuable role to play in leading efforts to strike a balance in ensuring our environment is protected while also promoting economic development and job growth. It is important to have an agency lead coordinated efforts across the administration on issues such as conservation and preservation to our natural resources. I would say this, though. Republicans liked what CEQ did under the previous administration. We actually liked what they were doing. The way to change policies of an agency is by voting in a different administration. And next year, we'll have that opportunity to see how the American people feel. I would say that we've rescinded those funds that were given to CEQ in this bill also. So they don't have all those funds that are left there, and we've actually reduced their funding. So I would rise in opposition to the amendment, but I understand the gentleman's concern under this administration. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Maine.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. So the gentlelady has the only time. The gentleman from Georgia yielded back time.
No.
You yielded back. Do you need? Is there unanimous consent for the gentleman to reclaim his time?
Consent to reclaim my time.
Is there objection?
I thought I
Seeing
reserved.
none, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that $62.5 million was given to this agency in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed into law. Any bill that is out there that rescinds that money has not been signed. Therefore, it's still there. I'm simply saying take the $3.75 million, which is our duty as a member of Congress to have oversight, especially over an agency that was never authorized by Congress. I don't care which administration it is. Wrong is wrong. This agency is not authorized by this body. Therefore, I'm asking for the funds to be moved over to the national parks for deferred maintenance. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I do yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I just want to say that this is a terribly misguided amendment to completely defund and eliminate the Council on Environmental Quality. And I appreciate the remarks by the chair that while in different administrations we may feel differently about the kinds of decisions or the tactic that they take, but we understand the importance of this particular agency, and defunding it would be absolutely the wrong move. I appreciate the gentleman who sponsored this amendment, his desire to fund the national parks, and we have a way to do that. Just go against the cuts that are made in this bill, vote against the Interior Appropriations Bill, and we will make sure that in a future iteration of this bill, we fully fund the national parks, and I appreciate his understanding the importance of making sure that funding is available. But as to this amendment, this is a bad amendment. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 16, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the social cost of carbon is an important tool that allows us to put an economic value on the cost of greenhouse gas emissions to society as they continue to grow. As we inch closer to the tipping point for being able to reverse the impacts of climate change, the social cost of carbon is even more important for us to know. This kind of analysis is used to evaluate policy proposals and helps to take into account the non-monetary cost of carbon emissions, like its impact on pollution, drought, public health, and more. As a real-world example, a social cost of carbon analysis can help more accurately measure the price of oil by taking into account the health and environmental impacts of emissions from oil refineries on nearby communities. By correctly valuing the damage of each additional ton of carbon dioxide emissions, we can use the real costs or benefits of raising or decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. Using the social cost of carbon now will not only provide massive financial savings in the future for individuals, businesses, and the government, but also help to better evaluate the significant public health impacts of climate change. In the district I represent, in the San Francisco Bay Area, we are continually hit by the impacts of climate-fueled wildfires and drought, among other disasters, as we've seen in the past year alone. The area I represent is a heavy fossil fuel impacted area. 5 oil refineries. It is the headquarters, my district, of the second largest American petroleum company, Chevron. We've got a lot of economic importance in this community, but we are also at the forefront of transitioning making sure that we are as analytical and peer-reviewed in those objective reviews, including cost benefits, so we make the right decisions in this transition. This is why this is important. These disasters that we've been impacted by, direct and indirect impacts on public health, including physical injury, mental health impacts, and making chronic illnesses even worse, which puts extra burdens on individuals, families, and the medical system, locally, state level, and nationally. This only highlights the need to use all the tools available to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but in a thoughtful way, by having the best analysis possible, by knowing the true value of certain investments and policy action and objective criteria, we can make more informed decisions on how our action today will impact today and future generations. Addressing climate change takes a whole-of-government approach. And having been a former board member of the California Air Resources Board, having served under 2 Republicans and 1 Democratic governor, when we did these kind of analysis that were bipartisan, I know firsthand the importance of correctly valuing the reduction of emissions on all angles. In that time, both Republicans and Democrats in California valued legitimate cost-benefit analysis. The board had to consider this by state statute that was signed by Ronald Reagan when he signed the California Clean Air Act, to consider all of these consequences. Unfortunately, the bill in front of us today prohibits the federal government from doing just this kind of carbon analysis on a cost-benefit basis. This is just another misguided partisan effort, unfortunately, to dismantle our work to address climate change in a thoughtful way that will continue to be detrimental to all communities, industries, and our businesses. My amendment would strike this prohibition, continue to allow for agencies to use the social cost of carbon in a cost-benefit way for one tool in a larger decision-making process. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment to strike the provision in the bill prohibiting the use of social cost of carbon. The social cost of carbon attempts to monetize the impacts of greenhouse gas emissions. What it really means is that it's an easy way to increase the cost of a project or of anything that will produce emissions, like driving a car, to justify regulations or halting the activity because the costs outweigh the benefits. This is even more problematic because this monetary value has fluctuated wildly in past decades, from $1 to $190 per metric ton. This fluctuation tells me that the methodology and the metrics are fuzzy at best and seriously flawed at worst, and has lacked transparency. All of this is especially concerning given the social cost of carbon is used to issue job-killing regulations and halt energy and infrastructure projects in the United States, while the world's largest polluters are not being held accountable. For these reasons, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to join the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
I would just unexpectedly, respectfully disagree with my friend and colleague. As in all cost benefits, it takes time to make them more effective. In California, we're doing that as part of the tradition of the California EPA and CARB, but we work closely with the federal agencies, and then everyone benefits from it, whatever their position on energy and the effect of climate. And as I said, as somebody who's been involved with the fossil fuel industry and wants to make sure that there is a correct transition, and someone who views the impact of carbon very seriously and thinks we're at a very difficult time, these kinds of cost benefits, if done right, helps the argument.
The gentleman's time has expired.
With that, I will yield back.
Gentleman from Idaho. The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered from the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 19, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ineffective, unreliable, and dangerous. That's what we're here to talk about on this amendment. This amendment strikes the $28 million in this bill to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's renewable energy program that promotes the administration's reckless goal of creating 30 gigawatts of offshore wind production by 2030. Now, the promotion of rapid expansion of offshore wind is particularly misguided considering offshore wind's high levelized cost, the significant lack of reliability, the impact on flight safety and national defense, and the threat to endangered ocean wildlife from offshore wind activity. Offshore wind is one of the most expensive energy sources available. The Energy Information Administration estimates the levelized cost of energy for offshore wind at $136.51 per megawatt hour, which is 3 times as much as even onshore wind, which is still way more expensive than the traditional forms of energy that are clean and that we rely on to turn these very lights on in this chamber. The heavy reliance on offshore wind is a contributing factor to the United Kingdom having one of the highest electricity prices in the world. In addition to being expensive, wind power is notoriously unreliable. Intermittency is a fact of life for wind power and one that cannot be overcome or ignored. More simply put, if the wind stops blowing, the power goes out. You don't have a backup because we're shutting down all the backups across this country. One of the significant contributors to the European energy crisis in 2021 and 22 is a flatlining of offshore wind production. Investing federal resources in this expensive and unreliable technology is economically ill-advised and unaffordable, as we are $33 trillion in debt. Beyond the economic problems with offshore wind, these projects actively threaten national security, maritime safety, and flight safety. The Department of Defense has identified most of the eastern U.S. Atlantic coast as a wind exclusion zone for defense and defense training, including activity and currently leased wind farm areas. The DoD, the people we rely on to keep us safe, has said, no, we don't want this. The Interagency Wind Turbine Radar Interference Mitigation Working Group has raised concerns that these offshore wind farms will create radar interference that will impede air traffic control, homeland security, national defense, and weather forecasting. Despite these concerns and the grave implications of radar interference on the military, the maritime and aviation industries, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has recklessly pursued these offshore wind projects without addressing any of these issues. The Bureau's renewable energy program is recklessly greenlighting wind energy projects without accounting for any of the concerns I just raised. Congress must end the funding for this misguided program and protect American taxpayers from the funding of this, again, ineffective, unreliable, and dangerous form of energy. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
As I said, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management manages the development of energy and mineral resources of the Outer Continental Shelf along our nation's coastlines. I understand the intent of the gentleman's amendment is to eliminate the Renewable Energy Office in BOEM. I'll first note the base bill already cuts funding for the renewable energy account by nearly $15 million, or almost 35%. So about a third of it's gone in our base bill. But I am also concerned that completely eliminating funding runs counter to the all-of-the-above energy approach that is necessary to ensure a mix of affordable and reliable energy sources for our constituents and businesses and to reduce our dependence on foreign countries, some adversaries for our energy. Additionally, I have heard from some in our conference about their support for offshore renewable activities, which would not move forward without this BOEM office. Therefore, I must oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to someone on the front lines who's dealing with this and their energy bills and with his bosses, his constituents, my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman, how much time does the gentleman wish to yield?
As much as he shall consume.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I want to thank my friend from Pennsylvania for yielding, and I want to thank him for his leadership on this very important issue. Mr. Chairman, it would be hard to find a district that has been more of a petri dish for the experiments of the Office of Renewable Energy at BOEM than mine. I live it every single day. You know, before I go on and talk about this, just from the heart, the projects that are coming up, and fortunately one of them, Ørsted, some of you may have heard of it, has now left, have received billions of dollars of funding from state and federal government. They themselves admit it would reduce our tourism industry, but they minimized it and said the company itself, it would only reduce it approximately $1.1 billion. It would kill our fishing industry. It would really create very serious situations in our national defense and our national security. It would increase utility rates, again, according to the company itself, so it is probably much worse than I say, 2 to 3 to 4 times as much as we currently pay. It is a plan that would rely upon foreign countries to supply our energy. How stupid is that? It has been a painful process, and thank God we won the first step when this huge multinational Danish company decided they couldn't take it anymore. We had a movement in South Jersey at our shore. Our shore counts. We have a beautiful, clean, pristine environment. And it was an organic movement. It was the people. We had rallies. I myself produced 5,000 signs saying, "Stop wind turbines, renew and keep our beautiful shore." This is from the heart. This was a bad plan that would industrialize the areas that they are focused upon and would cost a great deal of money. So, do I have more time, Mr. Chairman?
Time has expired.
Can you yield?
Gentleman from Pennsylvania's time has expired.
I yield.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
I yield to the gentlelady from Maine.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the chair for yielding to me. Look, let's just remember, we are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change. The drought, the flooding, the severe storm, the wildfire events that we are experiencing. Climate change has reached a crisis point, and we have to take bold action to avoid a major irreversible catastrophe. That means we have to invest in renewable energy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are proposing this amendment that would focus all of BOEM's resources on conventional energy. Well, if my colleague from New Jersey wants to talk about the tragedy of what could happen to our states, I represent Maine, of course we care about our beautiful coastline, we're worried about offshore oil drilling and the fishermen's impact, the potential impact of tourism of an oil spill, all of the things that we have seen happen in other places. And we want to invest in renewable, in wind energy. To say that it would reduce our tourism industry down to zero is ludicrous. To say it would do this to our fishing industry without careful management, that would be ridiculous. I've been to visit the countries of Norway and Denmark. I've talked to the people from Scotland about their offshore wind projects. It hasn't eliminated tourism or reduced their fishing industry. This is misinformation made up because people want to stick to their dependence on oil and gas and the things that we have to eliminate. I oppose this amendment. It has nothing good about it. We should not reduce the funding from the renewable energy programs, and we should continue in the way we are. I yield back.
Gentleman from Idaho.
Mr. Chairman, as I said, I oppose this amendment. It is contrary to what we on this side of the aisle have been preaching for a number of years, and that is the all-of-the-above energy program. It's going to take nuclear, it's going to take coal, it's going to take oil, it's going to take, yes, wind and solar is going to be a part of the mix. That's just the reality. We don't mean that every mile of offshore area ought to be available for wind towers in the ocean, but there are some places that are. So I would oppose cutting the BOEM Renewable Energy Office completely. And I would urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 21, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it, which would eliminate funds for official receptions within the Department of the Interior. Our national debt is quickly approaching $34 trillion, and yet wasteful and unnecessary spending is still rampant in our federal government. The American taxpayers deserve to know that their hard-earned money is being spent responsibly and conservatively, but the underlying bill still includes thousands of taxpayer dollars for government operations that are neither relevant nor essential for the success of our nation in the Department of Interior. One such account is the Receptions and Representation Expense Account, which provides funds for hosting cocktail receptions and catering for Department of Interior events. Our Department of Interior should not be holding such events, as the department's actions simultaneously jeopardize our nation's energy security. For example, earlier this year, the Department of Interior announced its plans to withdraw millions of acres within the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, as well as efforts to cancel the lawfully awarded leases to the Alaska Industrial Development and Export Authority within the non-wilderness coastal plain that were issued in early 2021 as required by law. It's ridiculous that the Biden administration is penalizing Alaska's right to produce more oil, but allows Iran to produce more of its oil while Iranian-sponsored terrorists wage war on Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East. It is abundantly clear that the Biden administration, in this case, the Department of Interior, needs to reevaluate its priorities and put America first. These individuals should not be rewarded with taxpayer funds to pay for cocktail receptions while advocating against American security amidst a dire debt crisis. When it comes to budgeting, every little bit counts. We need to claw back all wasteful spending and unnecessary spending to get our fiscal house in order. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to this bill, which eliminates this frivolous use of funds, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This is another partisan amendment that wastes more time on a bill that should go nowhere. Cutting $15,000 and taking away the cabinet secretary's ability to host tribal members, other important visitors, is just petty. At a time when we are seeing record numbers of historic storms and climate events, this is what my colleagues across the aisle have chosen to care about. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. You know, eliminating an official reception funds is not a new or novel idea. We should be fiscally responsible with every solitary dollar that we spend. We eliminated almost $500,000 of official reception funds in the Commerce, Justice, Science appropriation. And of that $500,000, $284,000 was in the FBI. $36,000 was in the ATF, and $50,000 in the Office of the United States Attorney, among other amounts. This is only $15,000, not a huge amount of money. But every dollar counts, and we must be fiscally responsible in every area, especially regarding money spent on cocktail receptions. I mean, who can forget the picture of the GSA official Jeffrey Neely, pictured in the hot tub with a wine glass in Las Vegas? That was a complete abuse of funds. This is $15,000 that will be going to the funding reduction account. We'll be saving $15,000. You know, we do not need a reception fund in the Department of Interior for them to better do their job, and I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 28, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that redirects $5 million from government bureaucracy to hazardous fuels reductions activities within the Bureau of Land Management to prevent catastrophic wildfires and save lives. The year I was elected to office, Colorado suffered the worst fire season in Colorado history, with the 3 largest recorded wildfires we have ever had. Hundreds of homes were destroyed and evacuated as Coloradans endured more than 100 days of fire. The Cameron Peak Fire burned more than 208,000 acres and more than 460 structures to the tune of $6 million in property losses. The East Troublesome Fire on the border of my district killed 2 people. Coloradans also suffered severe health issues resulting from significant smoke from these fires. Wildfire smoke causes serious disorders, including eye and respiratory tract infections, reduction of lung function, bronchitis, exacerbation of asthma, and even premature death. Catastrophic wildfires also cause significant damage to the environment. A few years ago, NASA concluded that one catastrophic wildfire can emit more carbon emissions in just a few days than all the vehicle emissions in an entire state over the course of an entire year. Decades of mismanagement has left our nation's federal lands vulnerable to insects and disease and ripe for a catastrophic wildfire. The good news is there's finally significant bipartisan support throughout the country to prevent wildfires, and the Forest Service is seeking to treat 20 million acres of national forests and grasslands and 30 million acres of state, local, tribal, and private lands over the next 10 years. However, we need to do more, as federal agencies have stated that more than 1 billion acres throughout the country are currently at risk of catastrophic wildfires. Our federal lands are overgrown and poorly managed, making them more susceptible to wildfire disease and bark beetle attacks. There are federal lands in Colorado and in the West where we once had 50 to 100 trees per acre. But now we see 500 to 1,000 trees per acre. This is a massive overgrowth in our forests that we need to manage. There are also 6 billion standing dead trees in the western United States. Some people call that a problem. I call it a tinderbox waiting to ignite. Fuels treatments are effective, and federal agencies have made clear, and I quote, over 90% of fuel treatments are effective in changing fire behavior and or helping with control of the wildfire, end quote. Let's put the lives of the American people first and take significant action to benefit our environment by passing my hazardous fuels reduction amendment. I urge my colleagues to support my common sense amendment, and with that, Mr. Chair, I have reserved.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Look, I want to be clear. I fully support hazardous fuels reductions activities at the BLM. I am so sorry for the wildfires that have occurred in Colorado and so many other states across our nation. And I come from the most forested state in the nation, the state of Maine. We know the importance of good forest management, and we know how important this is. But I absolutely do not support the offset. The EPA has already been cut by 39%, and further cuts to its core programs will only embolden polluters and weaken the safety of our water and air. We could easily fund both things, the EPA and forest management at the Forest Service, if the majority had produced their bills at levels that were agreed upon and passed into law in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. If my colleagues across the aisle are serious about managing hazardous fuels at BLM, it would have been fully funded in the base bill. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think that this is anything that is something that should be opposed. Redirecting $5 million from government bureaucracies to hazardous fuels reduction activities, this is very common sense. We are to be good stewards of our land, and part of that is being proactive rather than reactive. And again, I urge adoption of my amendment, and Mr. Chair, I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 33 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that redirects $5 million from government bureaucracy to active forest management activities at the U.S. Forest Service to prevent catastrophic wildfires and save lives. Each year in the United States, about 65,000 wildfires burn more than 10 million acres. Wildfires kill people and destroy everything they own, including their homes and sentimental family heirlooms that can never be replaced. Some of the stories of loss I have heard from people in my district are truly heartbreaking. Our forests are overgrown and poorly managed, making them more susceptible to catastrophic wildfires. We can reduce the size and severity of wildfires through active forest management, which will also protect our watersheds and municipal water supplies. A healthy forest means healthy watersheds. According to the Colorado State Forest Service, more than 24.4 million acres of Colorado's forest land impacts Colorado's water supply, where 80% of the state's population relies on those forested watersheds for municipal water supplies. Healthy forests act as a natural water filter and storage system and are critical to maintaining healthy watersheds. In the United States, forests are a source of drinking water for over 180 million people. Historically, wildfire suppression has consumed more than 50% of the Forest Service's budget. The Forest Service only harvested 3.2 billion board feet in 2020 compared to over 10 billion board feet in 1990. The current flawed approach causes us to spend billions of dollars on the back end to suppress fire, neglecting fire prevention, and putting our communities at increasing risks of catastrophic fires. The Forest Service's own fuel treatment effective database reports that over 90% of the fuel treatments were effective in changing fire behavior and/or helping with control of the wildfire. Wildfires are also getting more intense, and we are seeing more crown fires that burn hotter and cause increased ecological damage to soil and watersheds. Unfortunately, federal agencies have failed to recognize this correlation of timber harvests being down nearly 80% over the past 30 years. This also negatively impacts education and local communities, as historically 25% of the receipts from timber harvests went towards schools and important infrastructure projects for the communities that we all serve and love. Let's pass my active forest management amendment that will help prevent catastrophic wildfires and save lives. Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this
The
amendment.
gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Once again, I want to address some of the same concerns about this amendment as I did in the previous amendment. And I want to be clear, I fully support active forest management at the Forest Service. I feel very bad for the wildfires that have occurred in Colorado and so many other states across our country. I can't imagine the devastation of a family who loses their home or a community that finds the entire community leveled by a forest fire. I'm also very aware of the importance of managing our forests, whether it's the timber sales or the great benefit we get from well-maintained forests. I come from the most forested state in the nation, and sustainable forest products and our wood products industry is extremely important. Managing those forests is extremely important. But I cannot support this offset. The EPA has already been cut by 39%. Further cuts to its core program will only embolden polluters and weaken the safety of our water and air. We can easily fund both things, the EPA and the management at the Forest Service and forest management at the Forest Service, if only the majority had produced a bill at the level that was agreed upon and passed into law by the Fiscal Responsibility Act. If my colleagues across the aisle are serious about active forest management at the Forest Service, it would have been fully funded in the base bill. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Colorado. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 38 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 39, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment number 39 to H.R. 4821, the Interior and Environmental Appropriations Bill for 2024. Amendment number 39 will reduce funding for the Environmental Protection Agency, environmental programs, and management account by $17 million. My amendment will then reallocate $10 million for increased oversight of the EPA. It will also provide for spending cuts to the EPA of $2 million. The EPA's role is to protect human health and the environment through research and development. Yet, it seems it is often more focused on burdensome bureaucratic red tape than on the American people and its businesses. Stringent EPA regulations burden businesses with compliance costs, leading to job losses, higher prices for customers, and reduced economic competitiveness, particularly in industries such as manufacturing, energy, and agriculture. For example, in my own district, repavement of a key road has been delayed for 18 months at the cost of nearly $750,000. These roads are heavily trafficked and in desperate need of repair. This delay is due to EPA's requirement of an extensive environmental impact study. Even though the road was paved over a decade ago, and it is a simple repavement project to revitalize the community, this is a ridiculous delay of the inevitable. The EPA needs to begin prioritizing these communities over the bureaucratic overreach with overbearing regulations. I urge my colleagues to support Amendment number 39, which will decrease the EPA's overall funding account and reallocate a portion of these funds to increase oversight, transparency, and accountability. With that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this
The
amendment.
gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. I want to be clear that I fully support all oversight efforts and believe the mission of the Inspector Generals across the government are vital. But I disagree with the offset and the treatment of the EPA in this bill generally. In the base bill, the EPA is cut by nearly 40%. Every single count is cut, except for the Office of Inspector General. Quite frankly, the IG's office does pretty well under this bill. By cutting every single program at the EPA and seeking to increase funding for only one office, which happens to be the Oversight Office, it is a clear attempt by the majority to politicize the IG, and that is unacceptable. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized.
In closing, I once again reiterate my amendment reduces funding for the overbearing EPA, increases funding of the EPA oversight, and cuts spending by $2 million. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 41 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 58, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I want to start by thanking the chair of the subcommittee for the great work that they did on this bill and for working with us on so many issues. And I have one little adjustment I would like to make that I think would make the bill even better. And I rise in support of my amendment, which would reduce funding for the Council on Environmental Quality from the 2023 level of $3,750,000 to its currently authorized level of $1 million for fiscal year 2024. While I do, again, appreciate the Appropriation Committee's efforts to reduce funding for this account by $926,000 from fiscal year 2023 levels, as well as rescind the $62.5 million of funds made available to CEQ by the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, it is my belief that Congress must go further to hold CEQ accountable for their actions. I'm deeply concerned by CEQ's lack of accountability to congressional oversight, their unwillingness to answer basic questions or even answer a letter in a timely manner. Congressional hearings and letters of inquiry are important tools which elected representatives use to engage directly with administration officials to conduct oversight on policy objectives, openly debate legislation, and spotlight waste, fraud, and abuse occurring in government. These officials have an obligation to be responsive to Congress, engage in the oversight process, and be accountable to the American people. However, on 3 separate occasions just this year, CEQ Chair Brenda Mallory has refused to testify before the Committee on Natural Resources. In addition, Chair Mallory's staff, in written emails from just a few months ago, actually questioned the precedent and need for congressional oversight hearings. CEQ has also failed to respond to basic document production request letters, most recently missing yet another deadline on Monday, October 31st, for a second request for a production of documents. I would like to note for the record that we are not the only committee experiencing frustration with CEQ, and the specific issues we've been seeking answers on since June, well, let's just say that we're not alone in this endeavor. This type of behavior from political appointees in the executive branch is unacceptable and must not be allowed to continue. Mr. Chair, I come before you today to provide solutions. Working hard in hand with the Appropriations Committee and through the appropriations process, Republicans and Democrats alike should support a reduction in funding to agency and agency heads who refuse to comply with congressional oversight. One of the hearings where Chair Mallory refused to appear the hearing focused on CEQ's proposed changes to NEPA. These proposed changes have far-reaching impacts and affect countless stakeholders, which would make one think that oversight and transparency would be a high priority for CEQ. To make matters worse, the changes CEQ is proposing to NEPA stand to increase permitting timelines for all kinds of projects, including energy and infrastructure, and ignore significant changes to the NEPA statute made in the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act. Some of my colleagues here today might be concerned about the level of funding that is provided by my amendment to CEQ for staffing at the $1 million level. However, the Council is well equipped to function on a much smaller budget, as they have the authority under statute not only to work with outside NGOs, but also to detail employees from across the government to their staff without impacting their budget. I'd like to further emphasize this point. CEQ's governing statute actually encourages the Council to work with public organizations, meaning federal, state, and local governments, as well as nonprofits, to save money on employees. So why don't we adhere to what the law says? To recap, my amendment holds up Congress's end of the bargain by providing CEQ with its authorized amount for operations of $1 million for fiscal year 2024 and not $1 more. Should the Council wish to discuss this matter with Congress, it would be my suggestion that Chair Mallory and her staff become more responsive to our questions and requests for routine oversight. My amendment would send a clear message to the administration that disregard for congressional oversight and the American people is unacceptable. For this reason, I urge my colleagues in joining me in supporting this amendment, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm pretty sure this is deja vu all over again. I think we've already had an amendment to cut or eliminate the Council on Environmental Quality. This one does by cutting it 36%. This office is responsible for coordinating the federal government's efforts to improve, preserve, and protect Americans' public health and environment. It also works to ensure that environmental reviews for infrastructure projects and federal actions are thorough, efficient, and reflect the input of the public and local communities. This amendment would hobble the office, result in significant delays to the very important infrastructure projects going across this country, and we have debated this once already. This was a bad amendment then, it's a bad amendment now. I oppose it, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in closing, I'll say the only thing slowing down and providing blockades for projects across the country is CEQ and the influence they're having across other organizations. They're unresponsive to Congress. We should stand up for our Article I rights as members of Congress, cut their funding, and make them more responsive. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 59, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the chairman. While I like the last amendment, I've got another good one. This amendment strikes all funding, $3.75 million for the Council on Environmental Quality. The Council on Environmental Quality was created by the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 to advance environmental policies and to meet requirements under NEPA. The Biden administration has weaponized the CEQ with developing policies on climate change, environmental justice, and federal sustainability, all while creating more paperwork under NEPA that the previous administration tried to reverse. Folks, these policies are what is holding America back. Onerous NEPA requirements and state-level laws like those in California are holding back countless programs and construction projects around the country. They're also part of the Democrat apparatus that aims to shift America's way of life by meeting unscientific emission goals. The federal government's supposed to do a lot of things. It doesn't do many of them well, but it doesn't need to tell us how to cook our food. Yet, as written by the Department of Energy's own estimates for their gas stove rule, that only 4% of gas stove tops available in the market today meet the new standard, essentially forcing Americans to choose electric stove tops. I'll reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Right. Okay, so this amendment is back again. I I think it's still deja vu all over again, because this is now the third time we have taken up this amendment, now, once again, eliminating the Council on Environmental Quality. We have a pending roll call on that very exact question. So no, it just seems to me we have plenty to do around here. We have plenty to do and having a very busy day. We'll have a very busy day tomorrow, and we have very ambitious goals on the part of the majority to pass through a lot of appropriations bills. So why in the world would we have 3 of the same amendments? And I appreciate that different people wanted to give different perspective on it, but couldn't you have all spoken on the same amendment? And I'd also just say that a lot of my colleagues on this side of the aisle had amendments that were eliminated, that weren't given a chance to speak on the floor. So if you had just gone from 3 to 1 of these amendments, you could have used the time for 2 more of my colleagues' amendments, and we could have had a little more democratic debate, perhaps on reinstating the funding for the National Museum of the Hispanic. I mean, there were a lot of good things we would like to see discussed under this bill. So why in the world the majority had to have us discuss this third time? I do want you to know I have my talking points. I can say exactly the same things about why it is very arbitrary to eliminate the Council on Environmental Quality, why the office is important in establishing the federal government's efforts to improve, preserve, and protect Americans' public health and environment. Also to ensure that environmental reviews for infrastructure projects and federal actions are thorough, efficient, and reflect the input of the public and local communities. And I know you appreciate hearing that from me 3 times. But it just seems to me that if we were managing this floor in a way that really made best use of all of our colleagues' time, we would either give a few more amendments to the Democratic minority, or we would just do this once, have 1 roll call, and give you all a chance to speak on that particular bill and voice your opinion. It is still a bad amendment. We will still oppose this amendment, and we shouldn't be doing this at this particular time. So once again, I'm going to oppose the amendment, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for her thoughts on it. Why 3? Well, we want to give you 3 opportunities to do the right thing. Oftentimes, members vote, and then they think, oh boy, they hear from their constituents, I wish I wouldn't have voted that way. We want to make sure that A, you know that this agency does not need to exist. And by the way, of all the things, again, that the federal government needs to do, it does not need to be doing this. The states are doing an adequate job. As a matter of fact, they're doing an awesome job. And some places, too awesome of a job. You take California, losing population for the first time in history because of too awesome of a job of being tyrannical towards their citizens with policies just like this. So we want you to have the opportunity. We want you to know that this is a pressing issue. We want you to know that we're not giving up on it, and we're going to keep coming back until we end this boondoggle. And finally, we want to remind everybody, in case no one else knows it, we're $33 trillion in debt. In the next 18 months, we'll probably be $36 trillion in debt. If you can't afford electricity, if you can't afford your groceries, if you can't afford gasoline, your credit card payments are maxed out, you can't afford to buy a new car, the reason is because this Congress, this institution, this town refuses to stop the spending. It's causing all your high prices. This is a place to stop the spending. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, request the yeas and nays.
Does the gentlelady request a recorded vote?
Yes, thank you.
A recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Maine will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 60, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261. Offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes $186.3 million in funding from the National Endowment for the Arts. According to its website, the NEA is the largest funder of the arts and arts education in communities nationwide. Now, this is all well and good. I'm sure all of us here can appreciate the arts. I attend my daughter's concerts. We have pictures hanging up in our home, and pictures hanging up in my office. We bought them. We pay for our daughters' instruments. We pay for their instruction in music. We go to the plays when we pay. However, again, we are $33 trillion in debt. We're headed for 36 in the next 18 months. According to a recent report given by USA 2023, in 2022, giving to the arts, culture, and humanity is estimated at over $24 billion. The funding in this bill is a drop in the bucket compared to those private sector contributions, yet it's still important to America, who's careening towards bankruptcy. Furthermore, there have been many debates about objectionable art funded by NEA grants, including nude or controversial topics. Our citizens, our bosses, our constituents shouldn't have to be forced to pay for these things that they find objectionable. One current example is the NEA's current focus on equity, which only divides Americans using identity politics. One way to completely avoid that debate is to stop subsidizing any of these projects. The NEA also operates several programs that, quite frankly, shouldn't exist, including the Art and Architecture Program, which commissions art for federal buildings, and the Arts and Artifacts Indemnity Program, which subsidizes the insurance of arts exhibitions, both domestics and international, including private collections. It's not enough that we pay for it here. We got to spend the money internationally, including private collections. This is your federal government. This is your federal tax dollars, of which we're borrowing right now to pay this bill. We just don't have the money for these programs. I don't have anything against Americans creating wonderful art or enjoying wonderful art. I am one of them. The question is, should our taxpayers be paying for it? And I don't think that they should. I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I just can't. I'm just so sad that we have to debate this amendment to eliminate funding for the National Endowment for the Arts. The NEA is the federal agency that funds, promotes, and strengthens the creative capacity of our communities by providing all Americans, that is all Americans, with diverse opportunities for arts participation. This very small, $186.3 million in this bill, the small but mighty agency supports arts organizations and artists in every congressional district in the country. And these investments yield enormous economic benefits. My colleague on the other side of the aisle says, well, he pays for his own arts. He makes sure that his family has the arts opportunities that his children's art is paid for. But you know what? Every community doesn't have the funding to pay for their own arts. Every community can't afford arts and music in their school, can't afford these opportunities. And yes, there's private sector funding, but private sector goes to where the private sector wants it to be spent. It doesn't make sure that in rural states like mine, that small towns can take advantage of this, that small arts organizations can have these opportunities. A 2021 analysis done by the Department of Conservation and the Commerce and the NEA found that arts and cultural industries added over $1 trillion to the U.S. economy, supports nearly 5 million jobs, and accounts for 4.4% of the GDP. 4.4%. In what other sector wouldn't we make a lousy $186 million investment in something that was going to add 4.4% to our GDP? These guys would be all over it if it was auto manufacturing or chips or something else. The arts have an incredible value as a positive tool for economic development, education, and community building. Defunding this important agency would cause catastrophic harm. It's a terrible idea. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the chairman. The question really should be, is this a federal requirement? Is this a federal responsibility? I agree with the gentlelady on a whole host of things she said about the economic impact of the arts and the humanities. The question is, should the federal government be doing it? And if there is a return on investment, and I agree there is, apparently it's worthy because in 2022, private industry, private contributions were $24 billion. That's awesome. We ought to encourage that. Now, maybe $186 million is a drop in the bucket in this bill, and I suspect it is. Where I come from, $186 million is a heck of a lot of money. It's a heck of a lot of money. And if you watch the 1 millions, the 2 millions, the 5 millions, the 100 millions, the 186 millions, maybe sometimes you can get to the fact that we're spending $2.2 trillion more than we're taking into the federal level this year. 2.2 trillion. You have to start somewhere, and you start with the ones, the tens, the 20s, the hundreds, the 100 millions. That's where you start. This is not a federal responsibility. It should be done by local and state if they want to do it. The federal government cannot sustain it and should not sustain it. I yield the balance.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
No, wait. I reserved.
Oh, my apologies. I'm so used to you yielding, I didn't notice that you had reserved. The gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just do that to trip you up every once in a while. But I would like to yield time to the chair of the committee, Mr. Simpson.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which seeks to eliminate funding for the National Endowment for the Arts. While I support the gentleman's intent to reduce spending, this bill already significantly reduces funding, including the NEA. The bill also requires, and this is what's important to me, frankly, the bill also requires that the NEA allocate at least 40% of its grant funding to state and local communities. Now, the gentleman mentioned the $24 billion that was given privately to the arts throughout the country. The problem is, none of that $24 billion goes to support an arts organization in Jerome, Idaho, or in Shelley, Idaho, or in Sandpoint, Idaho. What this does is make sure, and I emphasize this every time when I talk to the director of the National Endowment for the Arts, is that I'm concerned about the arts in rural communities. I've gone out to my communities throughout my district and met with these arts councils of what they do. Their funding is completely reliant, maybe completely is too broad a word, but substantially reliant on the grants that they get from the National Endowment for the Arts. So I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman.
I yield the balance.
Oh, the gentlelady has the only remaining time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I appreciate the words of the chair, and I appreciate his acknowledgement that it is the rural communities, whether it's in his state of Idaho or my state of Maine, where there are so many communities that don't have the benefit of the private funding. They don't have the benefit of wealthy parents who can maybe afford to pay for their children's music and arts education. These are communities that desperately depend on this funding. And I also want to say that while there is a lot of economic growth going on in the arts industry, that it's a huge contributor, that many of these, particularly the small venues, were the first to have to close their doors during the pandemic and the last to open, and many haven't recovered. Many people who work in the arts industry, many artists themselves, are still struggling to get back on their feet, and that just makes this funding even more critically important. This is a great way to make sure that everyone in America has the great educational benefit that all young people should have in arts and music, and developing that level of creativity and curiosity. And there's so many wonderful educational benefits that we know come from having that education in the arts. This makes sure that it's available to everybody. We're already facing a cut in this bill. We're going from $207 million, which was never enough, it ought to be at least $1 per person, down to $186 million. So this cut has already been taken. We don't need to do any more, and certainly eliminating it would be a travesty. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 61, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes $186.3 million in funding for the National Endowment for Humanities. Yet again, folks, since people in Washington don't seem to care, we're over $33 trillion in debt. We're going to add another $3 trillion here in about less than 2 years. Let's take a look at the types of projects we're funding through the NEH grant. $60,000 to study the labor of interpreters in UN field missions. $500,000 to renovate 5,800 square feet of gallery space in the Adirondack Museum to meet quote-unquote contemporary museum standards. Over $330,000 for compact cabinetry and fixtures for a museum in Richmond, Virginia. Almost $150,000 to build a comics and social justice curriculum at San Diego State University. I have a kinship with San Diego. I've been to Richmond. I like it. I'm sure the Adirondack, the gallery in the Adirondacks in the museum there is very nice. But these are state and local projects. This is not a federal requirement. The gentleman from Idaho talked about the small towns and communities I'm sure he represents and hopes that the arts and the humanities are there. I hope for the same thing in the little town that I come from, Dillsburg, a rural community that just held the Farmers Fair, where children, including my daughters, entered their art stuff in to be judged. And there was no federal grant to my kids or any kids in Dillsburg or in York, Pennsylvania, or in Hershey, or in Upper Dauphin, or in Carlisle. We all want things for our communities, and we want somebody else to pay for them. It has to end somewhere, and this is a place where we can start. Someone has to be responsible. Nobody is saying we shouldn't have the arts and humanities. I'm also not saying that some of these aren't worthwhile projects. I'm just saying that our constituents' tax dollars shouldn't be subsidizing them. If a state or locality wants to fund a local museum renovation or curriculum at a state university, that's between them and their taxpayers. I urge support, and I reserve the balance.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, which seeks to eliminate all funding for the National Endowment for the Humanities. While I understand the gentleman's intent to reduce spending, something that I agree with, the reality is that's exactly what we've been doing in these bills. I've seen firsthand the impact that the NEH dollars have had in my district. In fact, I contribute annually to the Idaho Endowment for the Humanities. The NEA grants allow rural communities, including veterans and students, to have access to historical, cultural, and educational resources that wouldn't otherwise be available to them. What I've seen that works, and I've been around to a lot of the different grants that are received, they are preserving our history. That's exactly what they're doing. And I support their efforts, and therefore I object to this amendment and hope my colleagues would oppose it.
Does the gentleman reserve or yield?
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Idaho.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
You now.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some other projects. And I know the good gentleman from Idaho talked about we're reducing spending. We continue to reduce spending, and we try to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, we're going broke saving money around this town. We keep on talking about reducing spending, but somehow, I don't know how it is, I watched that clock one of my colleagues wears on his lapel, the national debt clock. My daughter said to me one time, I showed it to her, the national debt clock. She said, "What's that?" I pulled it up online, I showed it to her, and she stared at it, and she said, "Well, it never stops. It never stops." Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't stop. We're going broke saving money. Here's some more projects, $60,000 to incorporate diversity, equity, and inclusion concepts and content into humanities general education courses at Thomas Edison State University in Trent, New Jersey, a wonderful place. Over $360,000 for diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the University of Central Oklahoma. $215,000 to California State University for 25 middle and high school English teachers to study climate futurism, which is storytelling that uses climate science as a catalyst to imagine possible climate futures. Now, the president has just asked for a supplemental of over $100 billion for wars in Ukraine, Israel, and to process more illegal migrants across our border. We don't have money for that. We're going to borrow money for that, and we're going to borrow money for this. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of worthwhile things in the world that we want to be a part of, that we want to pay for. We just don't have the money. We just don't have the money. So I would ask that we quit saving money and going broke and pass this amendment. And I'll yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
I would just say that I'm very disappointed that the gentleman doesn't agree with us that we ought to reduce spending, because that's what these bills have been doing. Anybody that suggests we're going to stop the debt clock overnight is living in a fantasy world. But we are actually reducing spending. The Appropriations Committee is the only committee in this Congress that's actually reducing spending. They're tough choices, but we've been making those tough choices. I wish the rest of Congress would also, and I would yield to my
gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Maine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for yielding. How much time is available?
3.5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I just want to reiterate that I oppose this amendment that would defund the National Endowment for the Humanities, and I thank the chair for his eloquent remarks about the importance of it in his home state of Idaho. You know, Idaho and Maine, we have a lot in common. Our potatoes are so much better. But other than that, we really could see eye to eye on so many issues. Yeah, sorry. I'm sure their potatoes are perfectly fine. I just want to say again, this misguided amendment would significantly hinder support for high-quality projects and programs that reach every single state and territory and benefit millions of Americans. NEH is a very unique source of funding for a wide range of local nonprofit institutions and organizations across the country. This money goes to our states, it goes to our local organization. And these grants strengthen teaching and learning in the schools and colleges. They facilitate research and original scholarship, provide opportunities for lifelong learning, preserve and provide access to cultural and educational resources, and strengthen the institutional base of the humanities. You know, my colleague on the other side of the aisle who proposed this amendment doesn't really see the value of it and goes about to disregard some of the programs that are being funded through this. Well, you know what? Sometimes we need to use literature. We need to use history or the arts to talk about difficult topics. You may not think it's important for us to talk about climate change, but in fact, millions of young people, in fact, millions of people in this country are very worried about that and want to talk about it and think about how we can come with very diverse ideas to a solution that works for all of us. Same with our diversity and equity issues. These are tough topics. And my colleague on the other side of the aisle would just have them eliminated, sweep them under the rug. And yet we have the opportunity to use our great literature, to use the history of this country and the lessons that we've learned, to have those conversations. I don't know what planet this amendment comes from, someplace where these issues are important. Here they're very important. And these programs are used by Americans' veterans, by American senior citizens, by young people in our school. They are so widely used in large communities and small, and they are good investments in our community. These awards they stimulate significant participation and commitment by local and private partners. They generate more money to do exactly what we're doing. So we should be doing more for the NEH, not less. I oppose this misguided amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Idaho.
Mr. Chair. Reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Rouser of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply makes a technical change to the underlying language suggested by the Army Corps of Engineers and the Natural Resources Committee. To be specific of what those changes are, it takes the word borrow site, changes it to borrow source, and then takes the phrase for a period of more than 15 years and replaces it with at least once prior to December 31, 2008. There literally is no change to the substance of the underlying text. This is just an accommodation of the request of the Army Corps of Engineers. With that, I reserve.
Does any member claim time in opposition? The question is on the amendment. Gentleman.
I yield back.
Sorry, the gentleman's recognized.
I yield.
And all time for debate has expired. The question is on an amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 63, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Nails of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment prohibits the National Park Service from placing any limitation on the number of air tours at our nation's parks. There are over 45,000 commercial scenic air tours over our national parks every year. These air tour operators provide that breathtaking experience for visitors that should remain, if not even increase. I've been following this issue for quite some time now, and I don't think people really fully understand what's going on here. 2 decades ago, Congress passed the National Park Air Tourism Act, which required the National Park Service and the Federal Aviation Administration to work together to develop air tourism management plans for any park that had 50 or more annual air tours over its landscape. After 20 years of bickering and bureaucratic incompetence, jurisdictional fights between federal agencies, and the actions of what we would see in a kindergarten, neither the National Park Service nor the FAA had completed their congressional mandate. An effort was spearheaded by radical environmentalists whose sole goal is to end air tours because they think noise ruins the experience of visitors and the animals who live there. As a result of these efforts, in 2019, a court ordered that any park hosting 50 or more sightseeing air tours a year develop a management plan by August of 2022. 24 parks were named in the resulting court order, and some of these parks developed plans that will drastically reduce the number of air tours or outright ban them. And this is completely nuts. Did they depose an elk or a moose or a trout and find that these air tours offend them? Give me a break. These air tours are not reserved for the millionaire and billionaire class like some of my colleagues like to pretend. They are utilized by families, the disabled, the elderly, and middle-class Americans. I would also like to point out that the level of noise from our air tours is decreasing every year with technological advances and investments from our air tour operators. Not to mention, many of the flights fly at an altitude that people on the ground wouldn't even notice. If there are any Democratic staffers or members listening to this right now, I would like them to answer this question. We hear a lot of talk about fairness. We hear a lot about equity, about civil rights. But if we reduce or phase out air tours, then what's your plan for the disabled or the elderly? How are they supposed to traverse these landscapes? Where is the fairness there? Air tour operators offer a crucial alternative for individuals who cannot easily walk the often treacherous terrain of our national parks. I understand some of these more radical environmentalists believe these flights disrupt the natural landscape and experience because of noise, but what about the families who have children that are disabled or those who want grandma and grandpa to participate on that family vacation? Who's advocating for them? Where's the sympathy for them? And who the hell are we to deny that experience? Let's do the right thing and save our air tours and ensure access for our elderly and the disabled by supporting my amendment. With that, I reserve.
Does anyone claim time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
First, let me say I'm not totally opposed to what the gentleman is trying to do. I think these air tours are important. But I think it's wrong to say they can't place any limitation on them. I think the gentleman raises a point that they've been trying to address this for a number of years, and so far they haven't been able to do it. Well, I think that they need to be able to do that, and the Park Service ought to be able to look at the number of air tours. I'm not opposed to air tours. I think they're a great thing. I've taken a few of them. But the reality is completely eliminating the Park Service's ability to make reasonable limitations on these, I think, is the wrong way to go. It goes too far. But I understand what the gentleman is trying to say and what he's trying to do. I just don't think we can go this far. So I rise in opposition reluctantly to this amendment.
Does the gentleman reserve or yield?
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would like to yield to my friend, the great out of Arizona, Paul Gosar.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I think the gentleman from Texas. Mr. Chairman, these tours are very, very important. In fact, the gentleman from Texas talked about the technology. In the Grand Canyon, they have this quiet technology where you can barely hear them on the ground. Now, there is limitations on these tours already in many of the parks. Well, the problem here is the bureaucracy can't get it wrong, can't help the private sector. So I love the gentleman's aspect about no limitations, because that's going to make it happen. It's going to make it happen because they're going to try to put limitations on them. This just makes it sure that everybody has that opportunity to experience these. And on top of that, air tours require no ground-based infrastructure at the park, which expands accessibility without the needs for roads, trails, signs, bathrooms, garbage cans, or other services. These are important. They also generate a sizable amount of money because every tour generates some kind of fee back to the federal government. At $34 trillion and growing, I think we can all use a little bit of that extra money. So if you looked at it from the eyes of a businessman and allowing these air tours to help out, you're going to find out that America is singing zippity-doo-dah all day long, watching these and seeing these beautiful landscapes. With that, I join with my sheriff friend from Texas and say, please vote for this amendment.
Gentleman from Texas.
I couldn't agree more with my colleague from Arizona. The only one that's against this, it appears, are the environmentalists, because the last time I don't think I've talked to a moose or an elk or a trout that have found these tours offensive. With that, I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 64, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, since the Biden administration took office in just the first 2 years, they implemented or they imposed cost on the American public exceeding $300 billion. Mr. Chairman, when I was in school, I learned there were 3 branches of government. There was the judicial branch, there was the executive branch, and there was the legislative branch. But apparently there's a 4th branch of government, and it's the bureaucrats. It's this entity out there that is writing rules, writing regulations, imposing costs on American families. I'll say it again, to the tune of over $300 billion in just the first 2 years of this administration. What does that look like at home? It looks like regulations that are killing small businesses. It looks like, as the U.S. Census Bureau has quantified, that 1 in every 4 households in America have had to choose among costs like groceries, like utility bills, like gasoline for their cars or medical costs. These are false choices, Mr. Chairman. American families shouldn't have to choose among costs like that. These are necessities. Again, groceries, utility costs, things like rent and mortgage. We shouldn't have to choose. The average American family is paying 40% more right now for energy costs like gasoline and utility bills because of the policies of this administration. So what our amendment does is it simply restores the role of Congress, the role of representatives. And it says that any new regulation that is estimated or quantified to cost in excess of $100 billion cannot move forward without actual action by the Congress. Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a common sense amendment. I think it's consistent with what the founders intended the role of their representatives is supposed to do. It's consistent with what the founders intended the role of the legislative branch of Congress. That we have a role in ensuring that regulations being carried out are consistent with congressional intent. That we're not going to go out there and impose taxes, fees, or bureaucratic red tape on American families when they can afford it the least right now. The Ways and Means Committee has estimated that 17.4% is the percent that inflation has gone up under this administration, the additional cost on American families. We cannot allow this mysterious fourth branch of government that has no accountability to continue to impose costs on American families. Again, this restores the role of the branch of government that we all are here to represent. It restores the functionality of Congress. I urge adoption of the amendment and reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition to this
The
amendment.
gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, this amendment is one more controversial poison pill rider that sadly shows that the extreme Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. In 2012, before the Bush tax cuts, the Congressional Budget Office showed revenues exceeding primary spending for the next 65 years, and that debt as a percent of GDP would decline indefinitely. Since then, tax cut extensions and the Trump tax cuts have added $10 trillion to the debt to date, and their cost will increase enough over time to account for the entire long-term growth in debt ratio. And remember, those benefits are disproportionately enjoyed by the wealthy. If we want to truly protect the American taxpayer, we should be marking up bills at the levels agreed between the President and Speaker McCarthy and signed into law in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, rather than bringing the government to the verge of shutdown and now marking up bills that don't just break the deal, but obliterate it and cut crucial domestic investments. So let's get serious about passing bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. I urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the gentlelady's comments, and unfortunately, those comments aren't really relevant to this amendment. Let's be clear on what this amendment does. It prevents agencies from imposing regulations that exceed the compliance cost of $100 million or more. If the gentlelady is concerned about spending and debts and deficits, I share those concerns with her. As a matter of fact, as a result of this administration's legislation, like CHIPS Act, like IRA, like ARP, like the infrastructure bill, an additional $10 trillion in spending, additional $10 trillion in spending has been incurred as a result of their reckless and irresponsible actions. And Mr. Chairman, what that translates to, 50 cents of every dollar we're going to borrow over the next 10 years is going to go to pay interest on the debt. 50 cents of every dollar. Over the next 10 years, we're going to spend $10 trillion on interest payments on the debt. Mr. Chairman, you represent areas in Ohio. I represent areas of Louisiana, Idaho, Maine. We have constituents that have real needs. We're flushing money down the toilet by putting $10 trillion just toward interest payments. This helps to improve the efficiency of the federal government. It is complementary to the deregulatory agenda that we saw under the previous administration. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. She yielded. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 65, printed on Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The chair will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 65, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I rise in support of my amendment which prohibits the BLM from finalizing its draft Rock Springs Resource Management Plan, the purpose of which is to severely restrict livestock grazing, mining, energy development, recreation, and other activities on 3.6 million acres of land in southwestern Wyoming. The BLM is required to update its resource management plans approximately every 10 years. The Rock Springs Field Office began the process of updating its own plan in 2011 in accordance with FLIPMA. The proposed RMP contains 4 alternatives for the planning area, including Alternative A, which keeps the current management plan in place, the BLM's preferred Alternative B, which would have tremendous negative consequences for Wyoming and the nation as a whole, Alternative C, which severely restricts recreational activities, and Alternative D, which provides better balance between various uses, but still substantially impacts the activities of key contributors to Wyoming's economy, such as our trona mining and existing oil and gas operations. Contrary to the very purpose of the BLM, it has chosen the most restrictive, the most draconian, and the least scientifically defensible plan, the one that Wyomingites are the most opposed to, as its preference that being Alternative B. In total, under BLM preferred Alternative B, about 2.5 million acres would not be available for new rights-of-way. This would be an increase of more than 480% in acreage off limits to important things like power lines, pipelines, and maintaining roads. The draft RMP restricts the use of vehicles on millions of acres of land, restricts recreation, cuts livestock grazing, destroys our trona industry, and severely restricts our ability to explore for and produce oil, gas, and coal. BLM's Alternative B is a non-starter. It will have severe impacts on the economy of not only Wyoming, but the nation. It will impact our food supply. It is for these reasons I have introduced my amendment to defund the BLM's efforts to finalize or implement Alternative B. I encourage the RMP as a whole. I encourage my colleagues to support this important amendment, and with that I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the Republicans' Interior Appropriations Bill attacks our environment and the opportunity for prosperity in communities that have historically been left behind. This bill stands in stark contrast to Democratic values and priorities. Last Congress, the Democratic House, Senate, and President recognized that for too long, rural communities have lost jobs, people, and economic vibrancy. As someone from and representing rural communities, changing this trajectory is my purpose and my passion in Congress. It's also my duty to bring rural voices to this chamber, especially at times when Republicans' extreme bills will hurt our precious rural communities. I know many of my colleagues in this room are also concerned about the rural communities where they live. Yet, rather than investing in places of promise, Republicans are using their appropriation bills to undermine that promise. Indeed, their Interior Environment Bill cuts programs from the Inflation Reduction Act, our landmark law that we passed last year that marked the largest climate investment in U.S. history. They want to cut that act by $9.4 billion. This includes slashing the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund by $7.8 billion. That fund allows us to address the climate crisis while investing in jobs and capital improvements in rural America and other communities across the country that have been left behind. This program is an opportunity to remedy decades of underinvestment and to protect our beautiful lands, our beautiful environment for generations. I hear my Republican colleagues talk a lot about energy independence, yet they attack the programs that would actually help us achieve energy independence, true energy independence, not relying on foreign oil in Russia and others who would control prices that we pay at home. But we also know that pollution especially hurts the same communities that we fail to invest in. Communities that are often places where Latinos and other people of color live. Does this bill of theirs attack that pollution? Nope. Instead, it cuts $1.4 billion needed to address environmental health impacts. It tells those communities that they're not a priority. It tells them that we're not going to make things right for their health or for the environment. What's worse is that this bill cuts funding for the environmental agencies and council that work to protect our environment and public health, because health is directly tied to environmental pollution. Last Congress, Democrats made historic investments in rural America's infrastructure, the most investments since the New Deal and the Rural Electrification Program. In contrast, the extreme interior bill, Republicans would roll back all that progress. We can't face the climate crisis on a 1991 EPA budget, which is what this bill would do. 1991? Really? For these reasons, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike the 4 provisions of the bill that cut programs for the Inflation Reduction Act, including the $7.8 billion cuts from EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. It would also cut $1.4 billion to the Environmental and Climate Justice Grants. I would make sure that those were not cut. All remaining funding from the Council on Environmental Quality for environmental and climate data collection and efficient and effective. And all remaining funding for the National Park System for deferred maintenance. We know our parks need the care that they deserve. They are America's promise, and we are ignoring them and letting them deteriorate. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose? Or the gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you. None of the response from my colleague on the other side had anything to do with the amendment before us, so I'm just simply going to proceed with the statistics related to this particular RMP. The RMP severely restricts vehicle access, including 4,500 miles of routes to all uses, while removing an additional 10,000 miles of routes from the transportation network. This draft RMP designates 1.8 million acres out of 3.6 million acres as areas of critical environmental concern without any congressional input whatsoever. Perhaps what's most disheartening and disturbing and illegal about this RMP is the fact that it's ignored not only stakeholder input over the past 12 years, but the input and analysis undertaken and completed by the BLM personnel in the Rock Springs District's office. The administration has proven time and again that its primary agenda is to push forward with the radical Green New Deal, as we just heard from my colleague on the other side, and that it views the opinions of unelected bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. over the citizens of this country, and that it does not care whether its actions actually work in the real world or cause severe damage. In addition to the fact that Alternative B is just plain bad on its face, it was also adopted in violation of FLTMA and NEPA. According to a former BLM engineer who worked in the Rock Springs field office on this very RMP, most of the research and work went into studying and pursuing Alternative D. What does that mean? The most controversial alternative, the alternative that the BLM is now seeking to impose on Wyoming, was never adequately evaluated. Alternative C, which includes heavy recreational restrictions, also had little time and little review. The lack of planning and analysis and input related to Alternative B exposes the fact that this is a political decision that is not based on the real-life situation in the Rock Springs District, but more related to the idea of blocking any access to our natural resources for the things that we have historically used them for. I would encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The question, gentlelady has the only time remaining.
Okay. We have historically balanced our energy development, land use, recreation, wildlife management, and grazing, and we have done it well. Come to Wyoming. It is a beautiful state. We have been able to balance all of these interests and in the process become the largest producer of trona in the United States, raised hundreds of thousands of head of cattle and sheep, and produced massive amounts of coal and oil and gas to power this country, all the while protecting our habitat, our air quality, our water quality, and our very way of life. I am proud of Wyoming producers, ranchers, and recreationists and what they have created, and we cannot allow BLM to destroy it. It was said the other day by a reporter that this BLM RMP takes the public off public lands. I couldn't have said it better. Mr. Chairman, we've seen this kind of thing happen across the interior West, including with the Bears Ears designation in Utah and others in Colorado and Arizona. We need to put a stop to this effort to block our access, use, and management of our resources. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which would prevent any funds from going towards implementing this monstrosity of a plan. And with that, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
It is now in order to consider an amendment number 66 printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 66, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Harshbarger of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger, and a member opposed, each will have 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrats have been hard at work revising American history, from the removal of statues to renaming military bases. They truly believe they can and should erase the history and progress we've made since our nation was founded for their own political benefit. When Secretary Holland took over as Secretary of the Interior, she immediately made a point to politicize the Board on Geographic Names through deeming the word squaw as derogatory. This would entail removing any word containing squaw from any geographic landmark or unincorporated town, resulting in the town of Squawberry in Tennessee's 1st District to be renamed as Partridgeberry. I'm standing here to argue that the federal government has no business renaming towns and erasing our history. This is blatant government overreach, and we should not allow our government to continue to force our revisionist history upon my constituents or anybody else's constituents. I don't believe the Founding Fathers viewed historical revision as a key function of our government. Changing the name of small towns throughout America, such as Squawberry, is entirely unnecessary. When historical revisionists are given an inch, they'll take a mile. How long will it be until the Department of the Interior decides to remove the mention of Washington or Jefferson from geographic landmarks? I don't trust this administration to act in good faith. They have politicized vast swaths of the government, and the Board on Geographic Names is yet just another victim of those seeking to use our government and its agencies as tools to further their own agenda. For these reasons, I believe we must prohibit the funding of the Board of Geographic Names and put an end to this woke revisionist policy being forced upon the American public. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment would prohibit all funds to the United States Board of Geographic Names. The U.S. Board of Geographic Names is a federal body created in 1890 and established in its present form by public law in 1947 to maintain uniform geographic name usage throughout the federal government. The board is comprised of representatives of federal agencies concerned with geographic information, population, ecology, and management of public lands. In this age of geographic information systems, the internet, and homeland defense, geographic names data are even more important. The board works with federal, state, tribal, and local agencies, and more than 50 nations have some type of national names authority. My Republican colleagues should be focused on creating bills that will garner bipartisan support and become law. not prohibiting funding for a board that helps surveyors, map makers, and scientists in service of federal government and the public as a central authority to which name problems, name inquiries, name changes, and new name proposals can be directed. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves for what purpose? Gentlewoman's recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go back to my original statement. The federal government has no business renaming towns and erasing our history. That should be left to local and state entities to decide. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you so much. I'm not an authority on this, but my understanding is that the federal government could not rename a town in a state. The federal government has authority on public lands, on names that are related to public property. I'm very pleased that we have Secretary Deb Haaland, as the Secretary of Interior right now, and I respect the fact that we have someone, for the first time ever, who is a member of a tribe. Secretary Haaland has made a statement that using of the word squaw is offensive to Native tribes. And I fully agree with her, and many people in my own state agree with her and have changed those names. But in this particular case, I don't believe that the Department of Interior can arbitrarily rename a town in any state in the nation. I reserve.
Gentlelady has the only time remaining. Oh, Gentlelady from Maine.
I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Thank you. Thank you. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Tennessee will be postponed. This one? Thank you. It is now in order to consider amendment number 67, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 67, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. LaMalfa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 1906, the Antiquities Act was passed by Congress to give the President authority to declare national monuments for historical landmarks and structures. But this act required that declarations be confined to the smallest possible area to do a given job. In 2023, we see the original intent of this bill has become almost unrecognizable. Much like Congress has experienced and the American people have experienced with the Clean Water Act and the definition of the waters of the United States, the executive branch has continually run wild with the authority Congress at one time had granted it. While the Clean Water Act was used by both the Obama and Biden administration in an attempt to put all water under the jurisdiction of bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., so too has been the Antiquities Act been used to take vast tracts, especially in the western United States, out of consideration for people's use, economic development, and responsible land management, such as for fire. Some of the early drafts of the Antiquities Act even mentioned a total limitation of any monuments to 640 acres. A limitation on monument size to 640 acres was the original draft. That's only 1 square mile. By contrast, in August, President Biden designated new lands in the Grand Canyon totaling nearly 1 million acres, or that would be approximately 1,500 square miles. When President Teddy Roosevelt signed the Antiquities Act into law, he did so believing it would allow the U.S. to honor its history and protect public lands, all good things. But today, when word of a new national monument reaches an area, such as my area, Northern California, my constituents in Colusa County, they didn't react with hope or an appreciation of history in this particular incident. Instead, anger, frustration, or even fear what it'll mean for lands in their areas. For example, will the federal government still perform necessary forest and land management, an issue we deal with continuously? As we saw in my district in 21, we had a 1 million acre fire known as the Dixie Fire. due to lack of Forest Service management of federal land. And another question would be, can we still allow for recreation on these lands? So, Mr. Chairman, this body has allowed the executive branch to take too much of our authority away from Congress. The abuse of the Antiquities Act is just the latest in a long line of white flags Congress has flown against the President. I urge adoption of my amendment and reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the use of any federal funds to establish or modify any national monuments under the Antiquity Act within Colusa County, California. Now, I'm very sorry that my colleague on the other side of the aisle feels this way. I appreciate being able to serve on the Agriculture Committee with him, and we often have areas of agreement, but on this we disagree. The Antiquities Act provides the President with the authority to designate national monuments in order to protect the objects of historic or scientific interest. This amendment inappropriately restricts the President's ability to declare a national monument in specific parts of the country. Both Republican and Democratic presidents have used this authority to increase the protection of special federal lands. In our state, we're particularly pleased that a previous president declared the Katahdin Woods and Waters as a national monument, and we are very glad with the way it's been managed and the fact that it's an important resource to our state. This bill would go against 100 years of American tradition to protect the nation's cultural and natural resources. The Antiquities Act represents an important achievement in the progress of conservation and preservation efforts in the United States. Congress should not stand in the way of these achievements. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate the thoughts by my good colleague from Maine, and appreciate her. In this particular case, we're limiting, relative to the whole country, a small area. This affects several thousand acres, not the entire country, or the President's whole powers, in one county in my district, Colusa County, Northern California. They've asked to not be included in this monument because it would limit their ability to do important things, such as manage the land for fire danger or recreation. It's really rather sparse land in that area. It's good for deer hunting. So what is it you really need a monument for? If you're going to do extensive things like mining, drilling, putting in pipelines or power lines, you already have to get permits for those. And in the take of the mines that we're going to need in this country, if we're going to electrify everything, they take 20 years to get a mine made, but that's not even being proposed in this area. It's simply to have a little autonomy in the area. Now, when it wasn't affecting Colusa County, the locals there weren't particularly against the monument, as it didn't affect their county, but an additional portion got drawn in. Say, well, wait a minute, this is our county. We already have difficulty in this rural county with revenue and being able to do the things we need to do in a rural economy, an agricultural economy, or what little tourism they can get out that way too. They're having that option taken away from them because a monument, basically you can't do anything on the land, including, in many cases, mechanized forest firefighting. You have to go out with hand tools in some of these areas. And so it just means the fire gets bigger. It just means less options for locals. And I thought the Antiquities Act is supposed to be preserving things for the people's enjoyment, not completely cutting them off. So that's why we're so strongly opposed to this being added to Colusa County in this instant here. So with that, I still oppose. I appreciate being able to work over on the other side with Senator Padilla's office on this conversation and moving forward to say, let us have our autonomy in our areas in Northern California where we don't think a monument works for us in order to manage the land as needed. So, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman has remaining time.
Pardon?
You have the only time left.
Oh, then I'll have to yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 68 printed in Part A of the House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Maliotakis of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from New York, Ms. Maliotakis, member opposed, will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you. My amendment would prohibit any funding from being used by the National Park Service to enact the terms of the lease to house migrants at Floyd Bennett Field in the Gateway National Recreation Area in Brooklyn, New York, where our mayor, Eric Adams, has set up a tent city for over 2,000 migrants with little supervision. Turning our federal parks into encampments for unvetted migrants from all over the world is unsafe and it's unfair to surrounding communities and the taxpayers being forced to foot the bill. There have already been dozens of arrests at existing shelters in New York City, stabbings, DUIs, and other horrific incidents. And it's wrong that our mayor continues to misinterpret New York City's right to shelter decree, which was intended for homeless New Yorkers, not citizens of other countries. Today, as a matter of fact, there's a group of big city Democrat mayors here in here in Washington, including Mayor Adams, scheduled to meet with the White House for what I assume is requesting more money to add more shelters and more encampments through our cities. Mr. Chairman, President Biden and congressional Democrats in Congress have no intention to stop the flow of migrants at our border, and Congress cannot and will not continue to fund this insanity. And I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, since the Senate refuses to pass our H.R. 2 bill, which would provide border security and stop this unsustainable and unsafe flow. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
You're recognized.
Thank you. So this amendment would block New York City from completing the terms of its lease agreement with the National Park Service, and it offers no solution for those seeking refuge. This amendment would put up yet another obstacle for the residents of New York City as they try to address this unique challenge. We should be looking for ways to help both the residents of the city and the migrants as they navigate the often complicated and lengthy immigration process. I know a little something about this challenge that cities are facing, because while I don't represent New York City, I represent Portland, Maine, and other cities in Maine that have had a large influx of asylees coming to our state. Now, we're a very welcoming state, but we have some of the same challenges with finding sufficient housing for people while they're navigating this difficult process of asylum seeking. Now, let's just remember, we are a welcoming nation, and asylum seekers are coming from war-torn countries, from political challenges, and the process of seeking asylum can take a very long time. In my state, we have some of the same challenges trying to find sufficient housing. I want to say that we can't forget the fact that again, we are a welcoming nation, we are a welcoming state, and we are a nation of immigrants. I don't know about my colleague across the aisle, but I'm very fortunate that my grandfather had the opportunity to come to this country, and that allowed my family to be a part of the American dream. And so many of the people who are coming here today are leaving, as I said, difficult political situations, war-torn nations, real challenges to get here, and our immigration process is lengthy. They are, for the most part, legal asylum seekers. They need to go through a long court process. And if, in fact, she really wanted to do something that would significantly change the amount of time that people have to be in shelters or in housing, perhaps, I know it's on another bill, but she could support my bill to reduce the amount of time that asylum seekers have to wait to get their work permits so that they could more rapidly go to work, so that they weren't waiting in shelters, in tents, in other places. I don't know about your state, but in mine, our Chamber of Commerce is constantly asking for more workers. We are constantly behind in having sufficient people to do the work. So to say that we do not want to welcome these people who come from war-torn nations in difficult political situations, and that we don't want to find a way to accommodate them, we should be looking for ways to speed up the process, to make sure that people can go to work, and so that they can make sure that they could move forward and become those extremely responsible and hardworking members of American society that they choose to be. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I would like to respond by saying that we are a welcoming nation. We are a welcoming city. My parents are immigrants as well. However, nobody was required to pay for their housing. My parents did not move into a park that the mayor created to be an encampment, taking away that from the taxpayers. I simply say that we need to have individuals who want to come to this country follow the rules, follow the law. And that's the big difference here. The president has created a crisis, it is of his own making, with his open border policies. And you mentioned war-torn countries, but there's over 120 different countries that are being represented, not to mention it's just completely unsustainable. Not just talking about, you mentioned the 6 million that applied for asylum. I'm sure you know that more than half of those asylum cases are denied in court. I think that's an important thing to point out, which means that they are abusing the asylum process to gain entry into our country. My office in particular has helped nearly 100 people become U.S. citizens. I'm very proud of that, maybe more than anybody else in this chamber, quite frankly. But we do it for people who followed the rules, did everything right, have been waiting in line, and unfortunately got stuck in our bureaucracy because now they're being shoved to the back of the line because, as you know, those individuals coming over the border are taken up first before anybody else, which is completely unfair to those who have come legally. What I will say is I'd like to give a minute to my colleague from Arizona. We'd like to reserve and yield a minute to Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady from New York. Actually, I participated and went up to New York to see this site. 2,200 men in a camp, right next to soccer fields, right next to ice skating rinks. You're going to have a problem here. In fact, just a couple weeks after that, it flooded. This whole area flooded. So you're going to take a national park. First time this has ever occurred. You don't do a NEPA. You don't do your full valuations. But you're going to turn 2,200 military-age men into this shelter? You're hiring a kite that you're not going to have problems. That's what the gentlelady's wanting. She's wanting to have that same things done at this time, at this place, as any other place would be done. A NEPA, this is not a good idea to do this in this area. It's going to have a harmful effect to those kids, those children that participate here. So I agree with the young lady from New York. This is a bad idea, bad timing, bad place. Let's follow the rules.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Do I have any time left?
Gentlelady has 1 minute remaining.
All right. Well, thank you. I would just add that the gentleman made a good point in saying that there has been significant flooding at this particular site. If you care about migrants, then you should care about their safety, that there was nearly a foot of water following the recent rainstorms on this site. I don't know how you expect to have these tents set up and people living in that condition. That's number one. Number two, there's also a fire safety issue that has been alarmed. Even Legal Aid Society, by the way, has come out against this particular encampment because they don't feel that it is safe for the inhabitants. But the other point that was brought up about the NEPA process is a very important one, because I always hear my colleagues on the other side talk about protecting the environment, yet somehow they're turning a blind eye right now to when the environmental review process is not being fulfilled, okay? There wasn't an environmental assessment, there wasn't anything done to evaluate this, which is why they probably didn't know that such flooding would exist. So once again, it is unsafe for everybody involved. It is not the responsibility of the taxpayer. That's going to cost them $15 billion to have these encampments, and we shouldn't be doing this. Let's just pass H.R. 2 and secure our border. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Thank you so much. And I'm very sorry. I fully sympathize with the city of New York and the many challenges that they're facing in managing this influx of people. And as I've said, I've had numerous conversations, whether it's the mayor of my own city of Portland or the city council or the many people who are working hard in social service agencies to make sure that we continue to be a welcoming country, that the asylum seekers who are legally in our country but waiting for the long process of their asylum application to be approved or denied, to be to get through that process, that they require housing. And once again, I'll just say a couple of things. I am sorry also that New York City recently had to experience the foot of water, but I encourage my colleagues to stop opposing measures to reduce the impact of climate change, because once again, they're turning their head at the things that are going to continue to happen more and more to some of our biggest cities in the country and in rural areas as well. And also recommend that people don't have to stay in shelters for so long if we would only let them go to work. We have a provision for asylum seekers to get a work permit, but right now it takes 180 days. Why not just shorten it down to 30 days? Then those people, when you're concerned about the cost of this and the cost of people going to work, we can make sure they actually go to work. I've talked to so many asylum seekers and their families. They're so anxious to go to work, and we have a worker shortage. So this is one thing it seems like we could agree upon on both sides of the aisle. I have no idea, if you block this particular park in New York City, what you're going to do to solve this problem. This seems to me like just a mean-spirited attempt to try to turn away people who have nowhere else to turn, who are anxious to become workers in our society, and who need to go through a lengthy process. We could shorten that process. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the use of funds to take retaliatory actions against states that fall short of the EPA mandate pollution reduction goals. Importantly, this amendment would not prevent the EPA from working with states to restore the Chesapeake Bay. For context, in 1985, the states in the Chesapeake Bay region recognized the need to address pollutants in the bay, and through their own initiative, came together to conduct cleanup efforts. These state-driven efforts were largely successful. Water quality improved almost 50% from 1985 until 2010. However, in 2010, the EPA seized the state's authority to determine their own method of compliance and threatened to take over the water quality plans if the states failed to comply. Well, I'm sorry. States are not inferior agents to the federal government. States are not servants to the federal government. This 2010 power grab, known as the Chesapeake Bay TMDL, directly contradicts the intent of the Clean Water Act. Directly contradicts it. The Clean Water Act clearly acknowledges state authority in water quality and requires cooperation, not coercion, between the states and the federal government. Now, these coercive methods have been tried and have failed. Water quality has not improved since the federalization of bay cleanup efforts. It is imperative that we return the rights of states to make their own water quality decisions and restore the local control that has been shown to improve water quality, be effective, because the future of the bay depends on it. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Maine is for what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I claim time in
Gentlelady is
opposition.
recognized.
This amendment would allow those that pollute the Chesapeake Bay to ignore Environmental Protection Agency's water quality standards. Restoring the Chesapeake Bay and its watershed continues to be a priority. The EPA established mandatory water quality standards, and Congress has approved over $1 billion for the Chesapeake Bay program to help states, localities, and businesses meet those standards. This amendment would jeopardize that funding and have devastating effects on the health of the Bay. This amendment is not about the well-being of Virginia, Maryland, and the surrounding states. It is about the fact that some industrial operators don't think they should be responsible for controlling the pollution they dump into our rivers and streams across the country. The courts have sided with the EPA in this matter. For more than 35 years, the regional partnership created through the Chesapeake Bay program has sought to restore and protect the nation's largest and most productive estuary. This amendment would undermine decades of work and have lasting damaging effects to the health of the Bay and the economy that it supports. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I remind the gentlelady and everybody that Pennsylvania and the other states are not ignoring the requirements. As I said, while they were working together without the federal involvement, without the coercive activity of the EPA, water quality was actually improving. It was when the federal government got involved that actually things stopped. It hasn't improved since that time. It worked until the federal government got involved with their coercive activity, and then it stopped. This would just allow the states to go back to collaborative efforts with the federal government, with the EPA, without the heavy hand of Damocles' sword hanging over their head, trying to force them to do something that apparently and obviously is ineffective. It's ineffective. Why would we continue to do so? We all have the same goal. We all want to clean up the Bay. The states have agreed on their own to do this, and they've been effective. What's not effective is the federal government's coercive activity. This amendment seeks to remove the ability for that coercive activity so that the requirement is just to work with the states to do what works and works well. And with that, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 71 printed in Part A, House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
I do have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Arrington of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll rise to encourage my colleagues to support my amendment to the appropriations for the Department of Interior to prohibit any funds from being used to finalize President Biden's proposed rule, which would list 2 species of mussels in the Rio Grande River as, quote, endangered, and their habitat as, quote, critical. Unfortunately, it appears to me that our president cares more about the Mexican mussel and protecting this critical habitat than protecting the American people against violent Mexican drug cartels, who he has ceded control of our border to. The only critical habitat that is endangered along the Rio Grande, I can say this as a Texan who's been there multiple times, are the people in the communities living alongside the Rio Grande because of the deluge of people, crime, drugs pouring into our communities, not only in Texas, but throughout the country. It is clear and evident to everyone in this country that our president has failed in his first and most important job to provide for the common defense, to enforce the laws of the land, and to secure our sovereign border. 8 million people have crossed our border illegally. Just in this past year, almost 3.5 million, a record. Last month, 270,000, a record. Record drug flow, record migrant deaths, record abuses, humanitarian crimes. Title 8 of the U.S. Code says that no citizen can induce someone to break the law, and they cannot harbor lawbreakers. But that's exactly what's going on. In Title 8 of the Federal Code, they call it aiding and abetting criminals. That's what our federal government, under our Commander-in-Chief and CEO, President Biden, is sanctioning and legitimizing. Thankfully, there's a section in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, that affirms that states have the sovereign right of self-defense. So when there is an invasion or states experience imminent danger such that will not permit delay, they have the sovereign right to protect themselves. Here's the deal. President Biden isn't only abdicating his first and most important responsibility as president and commander-in-chief, he is infringing on states like Texas in their right to defend themselves and their citizens. And this is the case with this Mexican muscle. He's harassing our governor and our state leaders as they desperately try to do what he has failed to do, and that's secure our sovereign border and protect the citizens of Texas. So, Mr. President, if you want to protect mussels in the Rio Grande River, stop illegal crossings, not the buoys and the states who are desperately trying to protect their citizens. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
He yielded. Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Maine. For what purpose?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. So nature is declining globally at rates unprecedented in human history. More than 1 million species are currently threatened with extinction, many within decades. This amendment seeks to legislate species status rather than providing species with the protections they are afforded under the Endangered Species Act, our principal conservation law, and would potentially increase litigation regarding the government's responsibility to implement the statutory requirements of the Endangered Species Act. Once again, my Republican colleague is disregarding the law. Now look, we can have a legitimate debate on how best to manage our border, how to handle these issues, but that belongs in the Homeland Security Bill, not here under this, and not in talking about the Endangered Species Act. The best available scientific and commercial information, not politics, should determine whether a species is listed as threatened or endangered. This amendment circumvents the rigorous process that is in place to make these determinations, as well as the role of public input. Historical range for these species was throughout the main stem Rio Grande and select major tributaries in Texas and Mexico, but today have been reduced to a single population that occupies only a fraction of this area. Human activities that threaten and diminish animal habitats, pollute nature, and accelerate global warming are driving species extinction and creating unhealthy ecosystems. When we lose a species, impacts reverberate throughout ecosystems. And we all suffer because our economy, health, livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depend on healthy ecosystems. Defunding the service's ability to list species would work against the clear intent of the Endangered Species Act and would further litigation by outside groups on both sides. It would also undercut the service's ability to work collaboratively with tribes, other federal agencies, states, local communities, and landowners to conserve this species. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and protect vulnerable species so future generations benefit from a world with healthy ecosystems and robust biodiversity. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields. Well, without objection.
Mr. Speaker,
Yep.
I'd like to reclaim the balance of my time.
Without objection?
And I ask unanimous consent to do so.
So ordered. You're recognized.
Look, I just find it rich with irony that the president decides in this administration, after Governor Abbott and our state leaders, again, in a desperate attempt to protect their citizens and our sovereign border as a result of the failure and abdication of border security, which is a national security issue and a responsibility of our federal government, they put out these buoy barriers to prevent people from taking the dangerous trek across the river and to uphold the law of the land. And here comes our president, who I think, and I hate to impugn such bad motives to our president, but I think he's more concerned about appeasing the open border left than he actually is about the Mexican muscle, quite frankly, because he didn't care that there were millions of people crossing the border illegally, trampling this very, quote, critical habitat of the Mexican mussel. Never once was that an issue for the Secretary of Interior or this administration until Texans decided to stand up and fight for the safety of their citizens and to, again, honor and uphold the rule of law and our sovereignty as a state. That, I think, is the indication that maybe this president isn't quite concerned about critical habitat, and it's certainly not the habitat of the law-abiding citizens in Texas.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 72 printed in Part A of the House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Bentz of Oregon.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the Department of the Interior from using appropriated funds for any purpose having to do with establishing, under the Antiquities Act, a national monument in Malheur County, Oregon. Malheur County is part of my congressional district, and it is huge, almost 10,000 square miles in size. As you can see from this picture to my right, this county is 145 times the size of Washington, D.C. It's sparsely populated, but the people who live and work there understand the value and importance of protecting the land. Why? Because many are second, third, and fourth generations who have spent their lives earning a living in the most challenging of arid locations, knowing from hard experience the only way to survive is to live in harmony with the land. Back in 2015, a small group of mostly urban activists, funded by recreational sportswear companies, tried to convince the Obama administration that it should use the Antiquities Act to abruptly impose a national monument designation on 2.5 million acres of the 6.3 million acres making up Malheur County. That's about 40% of the county's entire area. This picture beside me shows a typical type of land that makes up this 2.5 million acres. Almost 200 miles of the canyons you see cutting through the sagebrush flats in this picture are already protected with scenic river designations. We don't need a monument stacked on top of those designations. Much of the 2.5 million acre area is covered by sagebrush and extremely dry. The widely separated springs and ephemeral trickles of water trying to pass as streams in this vast environmentally fragile area are generally a site of ranch headquarters operated for generations by ranching families. These ranchers, in addition to being an important part of the economy, provide first responder protection for recreationalists, hikers, hunters, and when wildfire breaks out, the land itself. Their presence also protects against abuse of the land by those who have little regard for its fragility. Back in 2015, when those activists began to lobby the Obama administration for a monument designation, local residents gathered together in opposition. They formed a group of ranchers, hunters, environmental NGOs, and others. For the past 7 years, this group has been meeting, studying, arguing, discussing, and working with landowners, state legislators, county commissioners, congressmen, Senator Ron Wyden, and others to develop a legislative initiative addressing many of the concerns of interested parties. Their work culminated in Senate Bill 1890, the Malheur Community Empowerment for the Owyhee Act, now pending in the Senate. Thus, there's no reason for a national monument designation. The pending Senate bill, when finalized, plus the federal protections already in place, as shown by the chart beside me, are designed to protect this important area. A top-down monument designation will not protect the land, and in fact, such a designation will attract tens of thousands of people to this fragile area, resulting in destruction of the very things a monument purports to protect. It's a sad commentary on those who preach cooperation and nonpartisanship that one of the environmental NGOs who was at the resolution table and who participated in the structure found in SB 1890 has now begun to advertise, fundraise, and lobby advocating that the President use the Antiquities Act to designate that same 2.5 million acres as a national monument, ignoring the years of work and time invested by those who actually live in, on, and around this land. My amendment is designed to stop the use of federal monies for a monument designation, thus allowing the locally driven public land protective process to continue. I, of course, ask for support of this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Thank you. This amendment would bar the use of any federal funds to create national monuments under the Antiquities Act in Malheur County, Oregon. The Antiquities Act provides the President with the authority to designate national monuments in order to protect objects of historic or scientific interest. But this amendment inappropriately restricts the President's ability to declare national monuments in specific parts of the country. Both Republican and Democratic presidents have used this authority to increase protection of special federal lands. It goes against 100 years of American tradition to protect the nation's cultural and natural resources. The Antiquities Act represents an important achievement in the progress of conservation and preservation efforts in the United States, and Congress should not stand in the way of these achievements. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want it known for the record that we had a vote in Malheur County some years ago on whether or not to have a monument. 90% of the voters said no to the monument. The purpose of the amendment is focused on Malheur County, Oregon alone. The purpose of including the entire county is that the county itself and the work we're doing in this other bill addresses the county. So there's no reason to worry about the monument being or the amendment being overbroad. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
You're the only one with time left. Oh, how many left time? Ready to close, and I close. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The question on the amendment is offered by the gentleman from Oregon. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member of the opposition will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Director of Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Elizabeth Klein, to $1. Ms. Klein is a radical environmentalist and a partisan hack comprised by special interests and mired in ethical conflicts. Her conflicts of interest were so severe that even Senator Manchin voted to block her nomination as Deputy Secretary of the Interior. As Deputy Director at the New York University School of Law State Energy and Environmental Impact Center, Klein placed and paid the salaries of legal fellows in state attorneys general's offices to advance Michael Bloomberg's radical environmental agenda. The use of private money to conduct public business is ethically flawed. And Indiana's Attorney General categorized Ms. Klein's program as a, quote, arrangement through which a private organization or individual can promote an overtly political agenda by paying the salaries of government employees, end quote. In just the first year of the program, SEEIC fellows participated in filing at least 130 regulatory, legal, and other challenges to President Trump's policies. Now, Ms. Klein is working for the federal government and on the other side of lawsuits that she helped file. Under President Biden's own ethics rules, she should be prohibited from participating in matters involving her former employer. During her testimony to the House Committee on Natural Resources, I questioned Ms. Klein about her failed nomination to become Deputy Secretary of the Interior. I asked if she had been provided with a recusal list and formally requested that she provide this list to the committee. Ms. Klein told the committee that she was happy to provide the list. Shamefully, It took a letter from the committee and this aggressive committee questioning for Ms. Klein to send the committee a very delayed recusal list that should have been in place almost immediately after her hiring. Ms. Klein spent several years funneling money from Michael Bloomberg to sue the Trump administration and pay for the Green New Deal lawyers she had placed in attorneys general's offices across the country. Given her myriad of federal lawsuits and conflicts, there should be little to nothing Ms. Klein is allowed to work on at any sub-agency within the Department of Interior. Senior federal employees are required to be transparent in their ethical obligations and act impartially, placing their sole loyalty to the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Ms. Klein's history of infiltrating state governments with Michael Bloomberg minions and supporting lawsuits against the federal government makes it impossible for her to meet the ethical obligations that her position of public trust requires. Ms. Klein's continued employment as director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has been ridiculed with a controversial and extensive history of ethical conflicts and is a stain on the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Radical partisan extremists have no place in the federal government, especially those in charge of our energy industry. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to restore integrity to the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Mr. Chair, with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is petty and punitive. Rather than pursuing grudges against public servants and spewing inaccurate and disrespectful information, my colleagues across the aisle should focus their energy on negotiating with the Senate on a bill to fund the government. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The
Recorded vote is requested.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado are postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 74 printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Bober of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Bober, and a member of the opposition will control 5 minutes. The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment that prohibits the Biden administration from taking any action to finalize, implement, or enforce their proposed Endangered Species Act rules proposed on June 22, 2023. For far too long, radical environmentalists have weaponized the ESA against farmers, ranchers, landowners, and our rural communities. The proposed rules abandons clear and well-functioning Trump-era reforms in favor of one-size-fits-all mandates from disconnected Washington bureaucrats. These new regulations will only make it more difficult for true conservationists to assist with species recovery. In 2019, the Trump administration modernized the Endangered Species Act for the first time in nearly 40 years. The Trump administration added more flexibility for affected stakeholders while also ensuring species recovery plans take a tailored and targeted approach. With these proposed rules, the Biden administration moved to repeal and replace these changes with more mandates that don't work for the people on the ground. In 2019, President Trump and his administration recognized the differences between threatened and endangered species. In doing so, FWS rescinded the prior blanket rule that automatically granted endangered level protections to species listed as threatened. Joe Biden's plan to restore this blanket rule will lead to more red tape and burdensome regulations on rural communities, and they simply can't afford that. Similarly, in 2019, reforms to Section 4 regarding listing and delisting of species and designations of critical habitat were a welcome change. These reforms removed constraints that previously prohibited agencies from researching and sharing the economic impacts of a listing determination under the ESA. Joe Biden's proposal removes those flexibilities and includes a mandate that the agencies must designate unoccupied areas as critical habitat. The 2019 modernization efforts also updated Section 7 to clarify the interagency consultation process and codify alternative consultation mechanisms to provide greater efficiency. The rule established standards to ensure that effects analysis for proposed actions is limited only to, quote, activities that are reasonably certain to occur, end quote, and must be backed by, quote, clear and substantial information, end quote. Eliminating these important modernizations made by President Trump and his administration will only result in further one-size-fits-all responses to threatened and endangered species that will benefit absolutely nobody, including the species. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment to prevent these egregious new rules from taking effect and steer the ESA back to its intended purpose of actually helping species recover without being a barrier to prosperity for our rural communities. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady's recognized.
The Endangered Species Act is the nation's principal conservation law, whose ultimate goals include preventing the extinction of species and providing for their recovery. On June 4th, 2021, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's National Marine Fisheries Service announced a plan to improve and strengthen implementation of the Endangered Species Act to address 21st century conservation challenges. These agencies are proposing to revise 3 final rules issued in 2019 under the previous administration that do not adequately guide the implementation of the Endangered Species Act. The proposed revisions are intended to improve and clarify the interagency consultation processes, listing, delisting, and reclassification decisions, and designation of critical habitat. Why would anyone object to making regulations clearer, more straightforward, or improving implementation of the Endangered Species Act? The services also propose to reinstate the 4D blanket rule, options for protecting and conserving threatened species. Remember, providing a suite of protections for threatened species will help it avoid becoming an endangered species. These proposed rules are now subject to public review and comment, and the services will carefully consider the comments they receive before finalizing any changes. The proposed revisions do not alter the standards for making listing and delisting decisions, nor will they automatically lead to an increase or decrease in the total amount or area of critical habitat that is designated. These decisions will still depend on the services using the best scientific information available. I urge my colleagues to consider how these revisions will make ESA regulations more consistent and efficient, and to reject this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note, we understand how the comment periods work under the Biden administration. Typically, they're for a topic that impacts our rural communities, and in the West, there is a real rural and urban divide, and it's always my effort to highlight that and give our rural communities a strong voice in the efforts that we are promoting. Unfortunately, usually the the topics at hand that are impacting our rural communities, the comment period meetings are often held in urban areas where it's difficult for our farmers and ranchers to even travel to so they can have their comments heard. And also, these bureaucrats already have their minds made up. They don't care what they're reading in the comments. They don't care what's being said during the comment time. Their position is solid, and the American people do not want more red tape. I urge adoption of my amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 75, printed in Part A, House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Bober of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Bober, and a member of the opposition will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes Ms. Bober from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that prohibits the Bureau of Land Management from taking any action to finalize, implement, or enforce a draft resource management plan and draft supplemental environmental impact statement to end new oil leases on 1.6 million acres in Colorado. Colorado's West Slope used to have a booming energy production economy. Unfortunately, we've been regulated into poverty in Colorado's 3rd District. I remember when I owned a small business, roughnecks used to come into my restaurant, and I knew that it was going to be a good, successful, profitable day because I had mud on my floor to clean up. But through regulations, there was no more mud to clean up on nearly any of our business floors, and many businesses shuttered forever. There used to be 112 rigs on the West Slope, but now we have 4 drilling rigs. Now, not in my backyard, extremists and job-killing federal policies have driven away these good-paying jobs. The Bureau of Land Management's draft resource management plan for the Colorado River Valley Field Office and Grand Junction Field Office is the latest fossil fuels attack. This proposed land grab could remove over 1.6 million acres of public lands in Colorado from future oil and gas leasing and establish 9 different, quote, areas of critical environmental concern, end quote, and over 100,000 acres of BLM land. If this proposal is finalized, the United States will lose access to vital energy resources, many more than 600 fewer wells projected by the agency to be lost by 2043. The consequences will be felt far beyond the state of Colorado, where the residents will lose their livelihoods and see increased gas and energy prices. BLM is proposing to close all areas with no known low and moderate oil and gas development potential, and is basing its analysis of the oil and gas potential of out-of-date information that does not take into consideration modern technology. The Permian Basin was once thought to be low to medium, and now it's the highest producing oil field in the world. As a result, the Permian Basin would be closed if this proposal had been in place in New Mexico and Texas prior to the significant amount of production that is now occurring. This proposed land grab is nothing short of partisan politics meant to further restrict access to the oil and natural gas development that could reinvigorate the economy of the West Slope of Colorado and help ensure energy security for all Americans. There are already stringent standards and requirements in place for all oil and gas producers that aim at reducing environmental and cultural impacts. This proposed rule is yet another blatant land grab designated and designed to dismantle the fossil fuel industry and force a green transition. Closing the door to over 1.6 million acres of vital public lands for energy development is not just an issue of economics. It's a threat to our nation's energy independence and security. This proposal goes beyond necessary environmental considerations and instead seeks to restrict access to promising resources, hindering the potential for economic growth and prosperity, particularly in the West Slope of Colorado. Rogue bureaucrats at the BLM shouldn't be unilaterally locking up more land in Colorado. It is urgent that we block this overreach and prioritize responsible energy production that will help reduce gas prices during these challenging times. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. We are now only 15 days away from a government shutdown, and instead of focusing on keeping the government open, we're working on a bill that is going nowhere. The draconian cuts proposed in this bill violate the agreement reached by former Speaker McCarthy and President Biden that were memorialized in statute and public law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. We would not be teetering on the brink of a government shutdown if my Republican colleagues had held up their end of the bargain. We are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, such as the drought, flooding, severe storm, and wildfire events we are experiencing. As of October 10th, the United States has experienced 24 confirmed weather climate disaster events with losses exceeding 1 billion each. This is a new record. This amendment seeks to prohibit funding for the Bureau of Land Management to finalize, implement, and enforce a draft resource management plan and draft supplemental environmental impact statement that would remove 1.6 million acres of public lands in Colorado from future oil and gas leasing. These lands do not have high oil and gas potential, and BLM's actions protect the important wildlife habitat, recreation areas, water resources, as well as reduce emissions and the impacts of climate change. Not investing in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change, and instead paying billions in disaster relief, shows my Republican colleagues are not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. Our economy, health, livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depend on healthy ecosystems. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change and making our nation stronger. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Colorado also yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 76, printed in Part A, House Report 118 to 261. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 76, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, will control 5 minutes, and a member of the opposition will control 5 minutes as well. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From day one in his administration, Joe Biden declared an all-out war on American energy production and exploration. He made it clear that he cares more about appeasing the radical climate change activists than protecting the millions of oil and gas workers and producers in America. I was disappointed, but not surprised, this July when the Biden administration filed this proposed rule entitled Fluid Mineral Leases and Leasing Process, which mandates provisions from the partisan so-called Inflation Reduction Act, better known as the Green New Deal in disguise, which increased the royalty rate for production on federal lands while also increasing and creating new fees for domestic energy producers. This new fluid mineral leasing rule is further proof that Joe Biden is using every tool in his administration to dismantle American energy production. It increases bonding levels for the production on federal lands and proposes ending nationwide bonding and increasing the minimum bond amounts for individual lease bonds and statewide lease bonds from $10,000 to $150,000 and from $25,000 to $500,000, respectively. This significant increase will tie up capital that would otherwise be put back into production and is unjustifiable as there are only 37 orphaned oil and gas wells on BLM managed land. These increases will impact smaller producers who can't afford to operate in the market. These additional fees will ultimately harm returns and reduce revenues to state and local governments by disincentivizing development on federal lands. The proposed rule also introduces the idea of using preference criteria to inform the BLM's selection of lands for lease sales. BLM's rationale for this change is to avoid conflict areas, quote, with sensitive cultural, wildlife, and recreation resources, end quote. This means that the BLM field offices could avoid leasing in all areas with endangered or threatened species. Maybe that's their goal. Critical habitat or even nearby recreation areas, a move that would greatly limit leasing on federal lands. With the wars happening in the Middle East and in Europe, and with OPEC significantly lowering oil production, we cannot rely on foreign nations to control our energy supply. America makes the cleanest energy in the world. American innovation, in particular fracking, has allowed America to be the global leader in reducing emissions since 2000. We need to stop buying oil and gas from Russia, stop begging OPEC, Venezuela, and even Iran to produce energy for us, and start producing more clean, reliable, affordable energy responsibly here in America. We must restore American energy dominance and produce clean, reliable energy right here at home. I urge adoption of my amendment. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. This amendment is one more controversial poison pill policy rider that sadly shows extremist Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. The proposed rule on fluid mineral leases and the leasing process aims to enhance the administration of oil and gas-related activities on America's public lands and reflects provisions in recently enacted laws that modify aspects of the federal onshore oil and gas program whose regulation have not been updated since 1988. But this amendment seeks to prohibit that. Once again, my Republican colleagues are disregarding the law. This amendment circumvents the rigorous process that is in place to update outdated regulations, which includes opportunities for public input, protect the fiscal interests of the American public, and ensure proper stewardship of public lands and resources for the benefit of future generations. The Government Accountability Office and the Department of the Interior's Office of Inspector General have conducted audits of the BLM's federal onshore oil and gas program and highlighted weaknesses that BLM needs to correct to ensure the American public receives a fair return from oil and gas activities on public lands. I do not understand why my Republican colleagues would seek to undermine the efforts that address those weaknesses and protect the American public. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment to protect the fiscal interests of the American public and our natural resources so future generations benefit from a world with healthy ecosystems and robust biodiversity. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider amendment number 77, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The
Said
clerk
that so
will-
many times, I didn't know if I said it yet.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 77, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member of the opposition will each control 5 minutes. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment to prohibit funding for the Bicycle Subsidy Benefit Program at the Department of Interior. I wish I were kidding. The DOI Bicycle Subsidy Benefit Program provides taxpayer dollars to DOI employees and paid student interns or unpaid student volunteers for the purchase, improvements, repair, storage, and/or maintenance of a non-motorized bicycle that is used as a primary means of commuting to and from work, as well as a monthly stipend. Can't make this up. American taxpayers' hard-earned money is being wasted on covering bicycle commuting expenses such as bicycles, bicycle locks, bicycle parking storage, bicycle safety equipment, bicycle improvements or accessories, including reflective lights, racks, bicycle repairs and general maintenance, personal safety and protective equipment, including high visibility safety apparel, headwear, and bicycle gloves, and bicycle share memberships, as well as getting paid to bike to work. DOI employees are going to bike to work because they want to bike to work, not because taxpayers are being forced to shell out $20 a month to federal bureaucrats that participate in this absurd and ridiculous program. Coloradans across my district are struggling right now as they deal with the disastrous effects of Joe Biden's destructive economic policies. The Biden administration has unleashed record inflation on Americans that has decimated our bank and retirement accounts, increased gas prices to record levels, raised utility bills, drove up grocery prices, and made it harder to live for all American people. The primary root cause of this record-breaking inflation was trillions of dollars of wasteful federal spending. This excessive spending has real-life consequences. American families will pay a $8,581 inflation tax over the next year. Currently, 20 million Americans can't even afford to pay their utility bill. We have seen a 4.3% decline in real wages since Biden took office. Americans have lost more than $2 trillion in retirement savings. America is $33 trillion in debt with a $2 trillion a year deficit. And Democrats want us to continue to print money and pay bureaucrats to bike to work when our so-called commander-in-chief doesn't even know how to properly ride one. Maybe we should subsidize some bicycle lessons for the president while we're at it. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to cut wasteful federal spending by prohibiting funding for the Bicycle Subsidy Benefit Program at the Department of Interior. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady's recognized.
So this amendment would block the Department of Interior from its Bicycle Subsidy Benefit Program, which encourages federal employees to use bicycles and commute to the office. Not unlike many wellness programs that are there available in the public and private sector, this is a good idea for the fresh air, for our personal health, for a whole host of reasons. It's also good for the environment. More of us should be on bicycles instead of occupying a car to commute back and forth to work. The department created this program in response to a 1993 law in which Congress authorizes each agency head to establish a program to encourage employees to use means other than single occupancy motor vehicles to commute to and from work. It's a government-wide program, and this amendment unfairly targets Interior employees. I urge my colleagues to treat all employees fairly. Reject this amendment. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, riding a bicycle is great. It's wonderful. Sure, we want fresh air. Sure, we want exercise. It's great for our health, but it's not great for the American taxpayer to subsidize this to bureaucrats. What about Western Colorado? Are we going to subsidize our Bureau of Land Management personnel to ride in horses to work? Do we pay for their feed, for their lot storage? Do we get to pay for all of that as well? It's never ending. And the gentlelady pointed out that this unfairly targets DOI. I'm happy to defund this program in every agency across the federal government. We just happen to be speaking about the Department of Interior right now. Mr. Chair, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. One more. It is now in order to consider amendment number 78, printed in Part A, House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 78, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burgess of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, and a member of the opposition will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes Dr. Burgess from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment that would prohibit the Environmental Protection Agency from utilizing a Title 42 special pay authority. There is no rationale for this authority to exist. It is time that the authorizers in Congress stand up for their prerogatives and act as a check on the executive branch when it invents claims to new powers to which it has no right. Mr. Speaker, this is not just my sentiment. In 2012, the Government Accountability Office conducted a study on the EPA's use of Title 42 special pay authority. In that study, multiple instances of irregularities were found. Entry-level scientists were hired at much higher than what would be the expected GS pay level. Why would we allow the EPA to continue to use a program when it has clearly and repeatedly demonstrated that it is a poor steward of American tax dollars? Mr. Speaker, not only has there been a report that highlights the abuse of the program, but a subsequent study was undertaken by the EPA's Office of Inspector General that found that the EPA did not demonstrate a need to use this special pay authority. In fact, there was no shortage of qualified applicants for those positions. Even more alarming, the Inspector General found that the EPA did not provide any convincing justification for its continued use. Recent college graduates with a chemistry degree have been hired onto the staff of the EPA at rates higher, much higher than the GS level would indicate. This is not for what the program was intended. It is time for Congress to exercise the proper authority and not allow agencies to ignore congressional intent. That's why this amendment should be adopted, Mr. Speaker. I urge colleagues to support the amendment and show the American people that its representatives here in the People's House will properly require accountability of agencies, particularly when they overstep the bounds of congressional intent. I urge adoption of the amendment.
The gentleman reserve?
Yes.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does that gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment would prohibit the EPA from hiring scientists using its Title 42 authority. Title 42 authority is a flexible hiring mechanism that allows agencies to attract and retain staff with outstanding scientific, technical, and clinical skills. The authority is used by the EPA, the CDC, the NIH, and other agencies that require candidates have specialized degrees in areas such as medicine, science, and engineering. It is not always easy for the federal government to attract high-level professionals who have invested many years in school and can easily make more in private practice or even in academia. That is why the federal government allows these agencies to provide some additional funding to retain and recruit these employees. I am dismayed that the gentleman does not believe such highly specialized employees deserve the Title 42 recognition. With our nation facing crises like COVID and climate change, we should be investing in our scientists. It's a short-sighted amendment that unfairly attacks federal employees who devote their life to public service. I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just simply underscore the fact that entry-level chemists at the EPA are hired at much higher than the GSA rate. These are not highly sought-after scientists. These are entry-level applicants, and there is no shortage of applicants for those positions, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the chair of the committee, Mr. Simpson.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise in opposition to this amendment, but I arise mainly to explain what the special hiring authority is. The so-called Title 42 Special Hiring Authority was provided to the Department of Health and Human Services to allow the agency to pay individuals above the GS pay scale. The authority was created to allow the agency to compete with private sector salaries for the nation's best health care experts and scientists, given the critical importance of human health and the federal role in public health. Congress then provided the EPA with this authority for the first time in 2006. Congress provided it. It was authorized by Congress in 2006, arguing that the EPA also conducts human health work such as research and assessment of chemicals. Most recently, the authority of the EPA was renewed in the fiscal year 2022 spending bill, which capped the total number of people that could be hired using this special authority to 100 people. The current authority expires at the end of fiscal year 2025. This amendment allows current individuals to continue to be paid using the special authority, but blocks any additional staff from being hired under this authority. Remember, this expires at the end of 2025, and I would hope that the authorizing committees would take it up and decide what they want to do into the future, but not do this through an amendment. I understand the gentleman's very long-standing concerns with this authority at EPA, and I agree that appropriate oversight needs to be provided so that this authority is not abused. But I do oppose this amendment, and I yield back to the gentlelady from Maine.
Gentlelady from Maine.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Dr. Burgess is recognized.
Yeah, I urge adoption of the amendment. It's important with the nation, $31 trillion in debt, that we do be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. And the gentleman's right. I have pursued this for a number of years, but it's because it's a noble cause, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question now on the amendment offered by a gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas have been postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union, having had consideration of H.R. 4821, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House in the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4821 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 838, I call up the bill, H.R. 6126, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6126, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection. From Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6126, the bill that will provide additional support for Israel. Earlier this month, we saw Hamas carry out its evil attack on the Israeli people. Now, more than ever, we must stand firm with our great ally and do all we can to ensure Israel has what it needs to defend itself. The bill before us provides $14.3 billion in emergency funding for such a need, military construction and assistance. The funding will cover everything requested by the Israelis. Specifically, the bill includes funding for Iron Dome, David Sling, and Iron Beam defense systems, advised weapons systems and services through the Foreign Military Financing Program and the Program of Ammunition. To ensure that our support does not impact our own military readiness, the bill provides $4.4 billion to replenish the items that were sent to Israel. Funds are also provided for the Secretary of U.S. personnel and the safe return of American citizens. This is the first step in the process, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill so we can find a way to get funds to Israel as soon as possible. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. We live with deepening crises around the world, and America's leadership is being challenged like at no other juncture in our history. And you can be sure Putin is watching, Ayatollah Khamenei is watching. Are they going to see a united and a strong America that shows why we are admired and why we are exceptional? This Congress is called to respond to the crises in Ukraine, Israel, the Indo-Pacific, here at home and on our border. And I hoped we would be debating a bill that rose to the seriousness of these crises without delay. But this bill fails Israel. And this bill fails the 1,400 Israelis and 36 Americans who were slaughtered in their homes and on the streets in cold blood. Those brutal massacres were called the Holocaust. This is a Holocaust, a different kind of massacre, and demanded that Israel act against Hamas with the support of the United States. But what the House Republicans have done is unprecedented and will mean any aid to Israel will be delayed. First, it puts a poisoned partisan bill that removes funding to ensure the richest Americans and corporations pay taxes. It is supposedly paid for with cuts to the IRS of $14.3 billion, which the CBO says will nearly double the cost of this bill and add $12 billion to the deficit. It furthers the Republican goal of keeping billionaires and the big corporations from paying taxes. Second, it is conditioning an emergency appropriation. We do not condition emergency appropriations. Understand, this is the first time we have conditioned aid to Israel. Is Israel less important than other national emergencies? Is Israel just a budget line? Is it just more fodder for the partisan wars that polarize America? It is outrageous that a major emergency funding bill in response to the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust is tied to offsets. Israel, our closest ally in the Middle East, is reeling from a terrorist attack and urgently needs our support. This bill tells our allies that should they find themselves in an existential war for their democracy and their freedom, we will not put aside our partisan wars. This bill abandons Ukraine. We will not abandon Israel, and we will not abandon Ukraine. But their fortunes are linked. Ukraine's fight for democracy and sovereignty requires decisive action and absolute support from the free world. We must act like the leaders of the free world. This bill tells America border communities that you cannot count on us for security or support. Let me go to another critical part of this bill. It provides only military aid. It provides no humanitarian aid for the innocent civilians caught in the middle of this war. None. Are you watching the unfolding of this war and have no humanity? Let me remind the Speaker of his colleague's nominating speech. Congresswoman Stefanik recalled, "In God we trust," emblazoned over the Speaker's chair. The Speaker reiterated, "In God we trust." The Speaker said, "Look to the Bible to know his thinking." And I too look to my Catholic faith. So in this critical bill, we remove all help for the civilians being killed in this war. Hamas is responsible for spreading a humanitarian crisis as it builds its armaments deep inside civilian centers. But the bombing of the Jabalia refugee camp creates unacceptable civilian losses. We need a humanitarian pause. And that is why we need a serious bill that addresses all the national security crises facing our country and that reaches for support in both parties. House Democrats are ready to work with House Republicans on legislation that supports our allies abroad, including Israel and Ukraine, that protects our national security, provides humanitarian assistance, secures our border, and makes much-needed domestic investments. But House Republicans so far refuse to join us at the negotiating table. We need to prove, as we did in the years after World War II and throughout the Cold War, that we can protect, defend, and nurture global democracy as the preeminent form of governance at the same time we serve the American people. Our allies and the American people have no more time to wait. We must now act to defend our allies, protect civilians, and serve the American people's urgent needs. This bill does none of the above. So I urge my colleagues to withhold their support. I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
I yield to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Defense Subcommittee, Mr. Calvert, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6126, which provides security assistance to Israel, supports the security of our embassy personnel, enables the evacuation of U.S. citizens, strengthens the ability of our industrial base to respond to this crisis. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists carried out a barbaric attack on Israel that took the lives of more than 1,400 innocent Israelis, including 32 American citizens. Mr. Speaker, I stand firmly behind Israel's right to defend itself and destroy Hamas terrorist organization. The world will be a safer place once that organization is eliminated. Last week, the House of Representatives passed House Resolution 771, a resolution which I co-sponsored by a vote of 412 to 0. That resolution reaffirms the United States' commitment to Israel's security. The bill we are considering today delivers on that commitment. This legislation contains $14.3 billion for Israel. As chairman of the House Appropriations Defense Subcommittee, I strongly support the bill's robust funding, which includes $4 billion for the Iron Dome and David Sling missile defense systems, $1.2 billion for the Iron Beam defense system, which is promising new technology, which will, I think, be both helpful to Israel and the United States. $800 million for production of 155 millimeter rounds, which we need to get our supply chain rolling again. $198 million for the production and development of small diameter bombs and precision guided rockets, and $4.4 billion to replenish the U.S. stocks transferred to Israel, such as precision guided and other critical munitions, as well as medical supplies for Israeli defense forces, and $3.5 billion for foreign military financing program funding for Israel. Mr. Speaker, Israel is at war. Hamas continues to launch rockets at Israel. They still hold hundreds of hostages. Israel must respond to this unprovoked attack on its people, defend itself, fight to prevent future attacks. The United States will stand with them. Voting for this bill will provide much-needed support and send a clear message to Iran and its proxies that we will defend them. I urge support of this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from Texas reserved. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the ranking member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise in support of military assistance for Israel, Mr. Speaker, and Ukraine, and the Indo-Pacific, all regions in which our nation has forged critical strategic alliances. Make no mistake, in a dangerous world, these precious alliances help secure liberty forward against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The largest land war since the Second World War is raging on Europe's continent at the eastern edge in Ukraine, following Russia's initial brutal invasion in 2014. The question before us is, what is liberty's worth for our generation? We are not being asked to fight, but only to aid Ukraine's valiant soldiers to drive Russia, the third largest military in the world, out of their homeland. It is day 617 of that brutal war. Few believed Ukraine could shoulder this wretched war beyond a few weeks, but Ukraine's will to win inspires us and subjugated people everywhere. Over centuries, Ukrainians survived the absolute butchery of Lenin, Stalin, and now Putin, all tyrannical mass murderers. No place on earth lost more lives through mass murder and forced starvation than did Ukraine. During the 20th century, 10 to 14 million people, only God knows. Now is the time to turn a page for liberty in the annals of history. This GOP's leadership's willful ignorance of the history of Russian oppression and murder is mind-bending. The necessity for America, the leader of the free world, to defend liberty will prevent the blood of Putin's tyranny running across not just more of Ukraine, but of Europe and likely other places, including the Middle East. Putin has refused to condemn Hamas and gone as far as comparing Israel's defensive actions to Nazi Germany's siege of Leningrad. In return, Hamas has called Russia its friend. They understand these conflicts are connected. Why don't we? Vote no, the imperative vote for liberty, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
I yield to the gentleman from Arkansas, the chairman of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Womack.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Texas for her leadership on this issue. I rise in strong support of our friends in Israel. I want to thank the chairwoman and my friend, Ms. Granger, for bringing this vital legislation to the floor, for the opportunity to speak on it. Mr. Speaker, the choice today is pretty clear to me. We either support our Israeli friends or we don't. We've heard and will continue to hear complaints about the funding offset and the lack of non-Israel funding in this bill. And look, each member is entitled to their opinion, but at the end of the day, this bill will provide over $14 billion in support of Israel in its war against these murderous terrorists. That's the important part. These aren't just numbers, Mr. Speaker, on a piece of paper. Real lives are at stake here. This funding will save Israeli lives through replenishment of its missile defenses. It will give Israel the ability to rid the world of dangerous terrorists, and it will help reestablish deterrence in the Middle East at a time that is aggressively advancing on all fronts. What happened October 7th was tragic. No one, not one person, can argue the cruel and gruesome atrocities were justified. Israelis were killed in their homes, massacred for having different religious beliefs than their terrorist attackers, and unfortunately, these actions have not been met with universal condemnation, not even in this very House. Mr. Speaker, I have personal experience in this region. I commanded troops with the U.S. Battalion of the Multinational Force and Observers in the Sinai Peninsula, responsible for maintaining peace between Israel and Egypt. Thankfully, we were and continue to be successful at that mission, but unfortunately, we still see terrorist violence aimed at Israelis simply trying to live their very lives. Israel has a right to defend itself. It needs the freedom of action to do so. We do not accept arbitrary restrictions on our actions following 9/11, nor should we place any restrictions on Israel's response. This House has a habit on both sides of the aisle to search for the perfect bill instead of taking something that is good for the moment, a bill that makes incremental progress as we speak. I implore all members to reject the demand for the perfect and instead support the good. Support this vital funding, and then we can move to support our Ukrainian friends, rebuild our defense industrial base, and improve our conventional military capabilities to enhance our deterrence against PRC threats. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Texas Reserve. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Just to remind my dear friend from Arkansas that this bill for the first time would condition aid to Israel, which is something we have never done before. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. I rise in opposition to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the United States faces two immense national security crises at one time: Russia's illegal and unjust invasion of Ukraine and Israel's military response to the barbaric Hamas attacks on October 7th. I commend President Biden for swiftly sending a comprehensive emergency funding request to Congress to address both crises. The President's request provides Ukraine with security assistance necessary to defend its democracy from Putin's invasion. The President also addresses the broad scope and crisis in Israel and Gaza. Israel deserves security after the Hamas terrorists hunted down and attacked children and families in their own homes. And right now, innocent children and families in Gaza are in immediate danger and desperate need of humanitarian aid. And that's why it's unfortunate that a few fringe Republicans insisted on bringing this bill to the floor, a bill that President Biden says he'll veto. And why? Mr. Speaker, more than 300 bipartisan House members voted in support of Ukraine's fight for freedom, along with the Senate and the President. Yet this bill eliminates urgently needed funding for Ukraine, abandoning their democracy to Russian aggression. And this bill has no humanitarian aid for the Palestinians in Gaza who are suffering without access to food, water, and even safe shelter. Mr. Speaker, for the security of both the Palestinians and Israeli families, the violence must stop, and all hostages must be released. And we must work with the United Nations and regional partners on a ceasefire that holds every party accountable. Until then, declared safe areas must be truly safe for civilians fleeing violence. And finally, this bill ignores a bipartisan precedent of emergency appropriation bills without an offset. And there is no offset. The fact that the CBO says this bill would add to the deficit, cutting enforcement for tax evasion, I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairwoman for her leadership in bringing this crucial security package that provides much needed aid and support for Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East. Israel has every right to defend herself from terrorists who have brutally murdered over 14,000 men, women, and children. As I stand here today, if I could, I want to quote Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. This is his quote: "If the Arabs lay down their arms, there would be no more war. But if Israel lays down its weapons, there would be no more Israel." It is essential that we demonstrate our unwavering support for the state of Israel. With that, I urge my colleagues strongly to support this package that's so crucial for our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I'll be quick, but hopefully pointed. If the Republicans had not put a poison pill on this bill, it would pass on suspension with over 400 votes. But they did not do that. Mr. Speaker, we must provide Israel with the resources it needs to protect itself and Israelis, a mission that I absolutely support. And we must do it now. However, I rise in strong opposition to this legislation, the dangerous precedent it sets, and the unsettling message it sends. At any point, the majority could and should have put a bill on the floor providing crucial aid to Israel and Ukraine. The Israel bill alone would get over 400 votes, and support for Ukraine has consistently gotten 300 votes. The new speaker chose neither. Instead, he has constructed a political gotcha bill. The majority tries to score political points at the expense of Jewish lives and the confidence of both our allies and enemies in our resolve and reliability. They undermine the critical aid for Israel with their misguided attacks on the IRS, which delaying this vital funding for our ally while adding $12.5 billion to the deficit. That's the exact opposite of what the offset claims to be its objective. How ironic. How perverse. The only thing this bill offsets is America's reputation and the world's greatest defender of democracy. It signals to Putin, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, and other despotic regimes around the world that America may no longer be willing to pay the price of freedom. Such doubt is dangerous. It signals to our allies that our support is contingent, not on our shared values, but on partisan issues unrelated to this bill. Vote no for Israel and for precedent. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in a time of great need and urgency to support an emergency supplemental aid package to our great ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, Israel. For nearly a month now, the world has watched the bombardment of brutal terrorist attacks against Israel, the sheer evil and terror that have been brought upon the Israeli people by these barbaric savages cannot be met by silence or inaction. As Hamas continues its heinous attacks against Israel, we must continue to send the message to the world and leaders of Hamas that the United States stands with Israel and supports its absolute right to exist. In our first action under Speaker Johnson, the House overwhelmingly passed a resolution reaffirming support for Israel. Following that up, this supplemental aid to Israel is a necessary step. Such aid will provide Israel with the critical resources it needs to defend itself and mount a response that will allow for the elimination of the threat of Hamas. As our strong ally in the Middle East, the United States must continue to stand firmly with Israel and provide support for it to defend its right to exist against those who wish it would cease to be. As one of 2 Jewish House Republicans, I urge all of my colleagues to support this aid package and to stand firmly behind Israel and the Israeli people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in pain. As Florida's first Jewish Congresswoman, the debate we are having today is deeply personal. I've never felt this magnitude of agony, shock, and anger burning in the hearts of the entire Jewish community. For me, for many of us, this goes beyond our belief in the survival of the Jewish state and rises far above politics as usual. Today should be a moment of unity for this chamber, a time where partisan games and showmanship are put aside. The House should be voting on a simple bill to provide urgent security assistance to Israel in her battle against Hamas terrorists. This same terrorist organization that perpetrated intentional genocidal violence on Israeli civilians on October 7th, who just yesterday vowed to repeat that massacre over and over again. That's why this House should send a clean bill to the Senate. Instead, Speaker Johnson is willingly jeopardizing Israel's security by making support for Israeli assistance contingent on issues totally unrelated to its security. He's taken an unprecedented step and one with potentially fatal consequences. I've seen statements from colleagues across the aisle since October 7th, ones proclaiming an ironclad commitment to Israel. I've heard their promises over the years to never condition aid to Israel. You know you've looked pro-Israel leaders in the eye and promised that you would never do that. Think about it. But here we are. We cannot send the message to our strongest ally in the Middle East, especially in this dire hour of need, that the U.S. will only support Israel if we can score political points against Democrats. We cannot hold Israel's security captive as she reels with over 230 of its citizens still being held hostage. That is why last night I offered an amendment that would have eliminated this offset, which isn't an offset. It would have eliminated the false choice Republicans are forcing upon us by tying Israeli security assistance to unrelated policy debates. Yet to my dismay, but not surprise, my colleagues across the aisle rejected my amendment, prevented from even being voted on the floor today. When given a chance to fix their mistake, Republicans rejected it, once more opting for political gamesmanship. Our sole Democratic ally in the Middle East deserves better. Don't try to say you have Israel's best interest at heart if you are willing to jeopardize Israel's security in this way. The Israeli people deserve better. I'm Israel High.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I remind all members to address your comments to the chair. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I yield now to the gentleman from Georgia, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Clyde, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, which provides $14.3 billion in critical military assistance to our great ally, Israel, while also replenishing our own defense stockpiles and ensuring the safe return of American citizens impacted by Hamas's barbaric terrorist attack on Israel. On October the 7th, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists committed heinous attacks on the people of Israel. In the days following this savage onslaught, the world has watched in horror as images and reports reveal the vile depths of Hamas's depravity. These terrorists have perpetrated barbaric, sadistic, and evil acts against innocent Israelis, including burning and decapitating babies, raping women, abducting families, and murdering over 1,400 people. Tragically, more than 30 Americans were also murdered by Hamas in Israel on that day, while several Americans remain held hostage by the terrorists in Gaza. In response to these atrocities, The Israel Security Supplemental reinforces Israel's defense systems by providing $4 billion to replenish the Iron Dome and David Sling missile defense systems, $3.5 billion for the procurement of advanced weapons systems, and $1.2 billion for the Iron Beam defense system to counter short-range rockets and mortar threats. This is not a time for a ceasefire or a pause in any way, Mr. Speaker. This is a time to crush Hamas, eliminate their leadership, and obliterate their fighters. And I am so thankful that there is no humanitarian aid here that can possibly get into the hands of Hamas. This bill will help Israel do exactly what it needs to do, and that's defend itself. This bill also provides $200 million for the protection of U.S. personnel in Israel and evacuations of U.S. citizens to ensure that Americans can return safely to the United States. Finally, under Speaker Johnson's leadership, this bill is fully offset by a rescission of the IRS funding taken out of the Reckless Inflation Expansion Act. This common-sense solution ensures that we can assist our strongest ally in the Middle East without further burdening American taxpayers by irresponsibly borrowing billions of dollars.
Gentleman's time has expired.
To my colleagues, I ask their support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee, Mr. Quigley.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I came to this House, I was told a cardinal rule is we are not going to let Israel become a partisan issue. The manner in which this supplemental is moving forward does just that. And it's dangerous and it's unnecessary. It's also a dangerous game my colleagues across the aisle are playing with our national security. Removing Ukraine aid from this package sends a message to Putin and the rest of the world that our aid is conditional on political climate. It's clear that some of my colleagues have forgotten why Ukraine's fight is so important, what it means to democracy across the world. So let's remind them. This past weekend, we traveled to Kyiv and met with President Zelensky. We discussed the critical role U.S. plays in the war and what else has to be done in the coming winter. Munitions are dwindling and the needs are increasing. Not only is Putin certain to view the current crisis in the Middle East as a distraction from Ukraine, they can be used to his advantage. Antagonists in both conflicts are connected through him. Just last week, Russia hosted representatives from Hamas and Iran. Iran is supporting both Hamas attacks on Israel and assisting Putin in his assault on Ukraine. Ukraine believes that 1,000 Iranian-designed drones were used by Russia over the past 6 months alone. We do not have to choose which crisis to respond to. NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg himself said, quote, "We have the capability and the strength to address different challenges at the same time. We don't have the luxury of choosing only one threat and one challenge. If we want to hold Hamas accountable, defeating Putin in Ukraine is also in our best interest. Anyone who tries to argue that a choice must be made between Ukraine and the American people or Ukraine and Israel is presenting a false dilemma. We must help Israel defend itself in the face of terrorism while simultaneously supporting Ukraine in their war against an autocratic invader." I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, the Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Appropriations Chair, my good friend, Ms. Granger from Texas, for yielding and for bringing this important legislation, which I strongly support. We have seen the atrocities in Israel. We have always stood by Israel, and in fact, the United States is proud to be the first country that recognized Israel as a Jewish state on the heels of World War II, as the nations were coming together and recognizing the importance that we all get behind a Jewish state. But unfortunately, from that day, there were always people around the neighborhood who wished Israel harm. Over time, you've seen peace agreements, Abraham Accords, but you've always seen seeds of discord. And of course, the biggest discord started with Iran funding terrorist organizations like Hamas. And Hamas took action weeks ago, atrocities that are hard to repeat. We've seen, and the world needs to continue to see, because unfortunately, as the world is seeing the atrocities, while we recognize
the lives that have been lost. Not only Israelis, Jews, Americans, Palestinians, but you also see the ugly head of anti-Semitism popping up. Here on college campuses in the United States, other places around the nation and the world where anti-Semitism seems to rise its ugly head at times when Israel seems to be in a dangerous position. These are times when we all need to be standing with Israel, giving them the tools they need to make sure they can defend themselves against these atrocities. That's what this legislation does. And in fact, we worked with the leadership in Israel. We worked with the Biden administration, the Pentagon, others who know what's at stake. We've had long-time partnerships in our strength and our defense systems. If you think about the Iron Dome, David Sling, weapon systems that will be replenished with this legislation. A lot of this is American technology that's been partnered with Israel over many, many years to save lives in Israel. And as those weapon systems get depleted, we need to make sure they're replenished. The Iron Beam system, more advanced missile systems, some of the other partnerships that we've had for a long time, that's also funded in this bill. So making sure that Israel has the tools they need. We came out of the box ensuring, under Speaker Mike Johnson, that we send a strong message to the world that we support Israel, passing strong legislation to unite behind Israel. But now we need to back that up with action, with the support in military strength that they need to continue this conflict. And it's actually paid for not by taking away existing IRS agents, but tens of thousands of new proposed IRS agents. And where are they coming from? Who are they going after? If you look at the CBO report, the IRS agents actually proposed that we would be defunding in this. We're helping President Biden keep his promise. If you heard over and over and over again, President Biden said no American making under $400,000 will pay a dime in new taxes. We all heard that. It was a promise made over and over and over again, except President Biden broke that promise. Families making under $400,000 are paying more in new taxes. And part of that is the army of IRS agents that they're sending after people, tens of thousands. Under this bill, these IRS agents that we would be eliminating save the American taxpayers making under $400,000 a total of $4 billion. $4 billion back in the pockets of hardworking families who were promised by President Biden they wouldn't see their taxes go up. And yet he wanted to put tens of thousands of IRS agents looking into and raising their taxes. That won't happen if this bill passes, which is more money they need right now because prices are higher on those families. But at the end of the day, sending the message that we're willing to stand up to Iran, give Israel the tools they need. Tomorrow we're bringing more legislation, by the way, in the SHIP Act to put sanctions on Iranian oil. Again, Iran is at the heart and center of funding Hamas. Hamas started this. As the president talks about a ceasefire, it was Hamas who broke the ceasefire when they invaded and attacked and murdered barbarically Israel. And so Israel needs the right to defend themselves. They need the tools to defend themselves. But let's also defund Iran and the money they're getting. They made $80 billion during the Biden administration selling their oil on world markets. We need to pass that legislation tomorrow, which we will, and hopefully a very big bipartisan vote. We need to start today by passing this legislation to give them the tools they need in Israel to make sure that they can push back and destroy Hamas, protect those citizens in Israel who deserve peace. And America's always stood by our ally Israel. Let's continue that today. Urge passage, and would be happy to yield to, I still call him Leader Hoyer.
I thank my friend for yielding. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Scalise and I have been partners in being very, very strong supporters of Israel and making sure that Israel has the funds it needs to be successful, sovereign, secure, and safe. And we remain in that position. And the reason I asked the gentleman to yield, I don't know what's going to happen to this legislation. I do know that the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee has said this legislation we're considering is dead upon arrival in the Senate. I don't know whether that's the case, but I would ask my friend, I'm no longer the leader, but I will tell my friend, the leader of the Republican Party, that if you would bring a bill to the floor tomorrow that has this $14.3 billion, I would like it to have Ukraine, but if it doesn't have Ukraine in it, I would like it to have humanitarian relief, but if it doesn't have humanitarian relief, I believe it would pass on suspension overwhelmingly with votes from your side and votes from this side. And I would ask the gentleman to consider that alternative. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
And I know the gentleman yielded back, and I appreciate the conversations that the gentleman I had. He's led many delegations to Israel. I think most of us have been to Israel and seen firsthand some of those towns. I've been to Sderot, other cities that have come under attack, and the heartbreak, going to some of the kibbutzes, and have heard just harrowing stories. And so we want to make sure they get their relief. I also know this, and obviously as we talk about funding of government, we just passed an appropriations bill last night. We're going to be moving, after we get through this bill, into 2 more appropriations bills. We'll be working, late into the night tomorrow on more appropriations bills to properly fund government. When you look at the bills we've already sent over to the Senate that include the defense appropriations bill, that includes more funding for Israel, along with the state and foreign operations bill that also includes more funding for Israel. When we've had heads of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, military leaders, come before us in committees to testify about the major threats globally, they've been asked point blank, what is the major threat to America? And you would think if you're, a military leader, you'd be talking about maybe China and some of the threats they pose that we know are very real, other countries. That's not what they talked about. They talked about our nation's debt, that the nation's debt is the biggest threat. And so if we can do both, support our friends around the world and start confronting our nation's debt, and we're going to have to do this over and over again. The Speaker talked about a debt commission that got a lot of bipartisan interest, and in fact, bicameral interest. These are all issues we have to confront at the same time. So we're going to continue to do our work. The Senate could pass that bill to the President's desk, and I think in the end he would sign it. If the Senate passes this bill that we're going to pass today to the Senate, I have no doubt the President would sign this bill. We've got to confront our challenges here. We need border security. As we talk about Ukraine, we need to secure America's border because we know there are people on the terrorist watch list coming into our country right now that we cannot ignore. This administration might be ignoring it. Democrat mayors, Republican mayors alike recognize it's a major problem in their cities that has to be confronted. We're going to confront it, continue to work on those issues as well. But all of this has to be dealt with at the same time. And none of this happens in a vacuum. And many of these problems are interrelated. And so we're going to continue to confront all of them and work as we can, hopefully, together. But obviously, today maybe we might not all be on the same page. Tomorrow, I think on that Iran oil sanctions bill, we'll be closer. But we got to keep working through these issues together.
I thank the gentleman for his comments. Would you yield for just a short comment?
I'll yield one more
Thank
time.
you very much. The gentleman's very generous. The irony, as I pointed out, Mr. Leader, is that in the pay-for that you have used, CBO scores that as a $12.5 billion increase in the debt, not a decrease. And the reason for that is it raises it cuts $28 billion, essentially, that we would otherwise collect, and that we spend 14 of that, so there's a net $12 billion plus remaining to add to the deficit. So I understand the gentleman. I agree with the gentleman. The debt is important. We need to deal with it. I agree with his observation that our defense officials see that as a clear and present danger to our country. We need to deal with it. But I suggest respectfully to the gentleman, his offset does not, or not his offset, but the offset, does not accomplish that objective. And I thank you for yielding.
And thank you. And the final point on that, obviously, if you look at the history of CBO, they're the referee, the scorekeeper that has to be used. They've often been wrong, I would say often wrong, but never in doubt. But when they're wrong, they're usually wrong to the detriment of taxpayers. And here's a classic example. Only in Washington, where eliminating government positions, they count as something that's going to cost the deficit. Getting rid of the size of government is ruled by CBO as increasing the deficit, but they exposed a dirty little secret about those new IRS agents, and I emphasize new. These are not existing employees. This is tens of thousands of new IRS agents that President Biden wants to hire. It exposed that the only way that they generate money is by raising taxes on families, including those making under $400,000. And in their report, they point this out. If you're an American citizen who believed Joe Biden's promise that you will not pay a dime in new taxes if you make less than $400,000, and he said it over and over again, it's on video, that promise is broken, according to the CBO in this report, to the tune of over $4 billion in new pet taxes that those families will be paying. Not existing taxes, new taxes those families will be paying. So if you want to save $4 billion in taxes, and you're one of those families that bought the promise, and frankly, in times of high inflation, high interest rates, high costs for everything from gas to groceries, no family should be paying more in new taxes. I would argue this bill will save those families a lot more money than what those new IRS agents were going to collect in new taxes, and we're doing them all a favor while also helping address a serious spending problem in Washington and standing with our ally, Israel, most importantly. That's why we need to pass the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlelady is recognized. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here at the member of Congress because my grandfather, Abe, was able to flee Europe as the Nazis took over. Then on October 7th, it happened again. Hamas' barbaric attack on Israel was the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. And make no mistake, Hamas are terrorists out to kill all Jews and destroy Israel, and other enemies in the region are on the same mission. Reaffirming Israel's right to exist, Golda Meir said, Jews have nowhere else to go. Mr. Speaker, the United States has a moral duty and national security urgency to aid Israel in defending herself, and we must send an unmistakable message to the world that we stand with Israel. And I hope that as this process moves forward, we will all come together to do just that. And I yield back.
It yields. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady, my friend from Texas, for yielding. Peace through strength. This is the principle that is called upon us today. If we are truly the beacon of democracy for all the world, we must help our greatest ally, Israel. We must help them from the threats to its very existence. It is a message to the world that we stand with our allies, that we will help shield Israel from the rockets of Hamas, that we will help shield Israel from the death, the torture, the rape of babies and children and mothers and fathers and grandmothers and grandfathers. We have seen the face of evil. That will take a resolute stand against terrorism wherever it is and whenever it is. It is an unwavering commitment to Israel's absolute right to defend itself, its absolute right to do what is ever necessary. I implore all of my colleagues, let us stand with Israel. This is a simple yes or no vote. Vote yes to stand with Israel. It is right. It is necessary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
The gentleman cares about what's happening to women, children, babies. There would be humanitarian assistance in this package. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill,
which for the first time conditions emergency essential aid to Israel on cuts to the domestic budget. The majority is attempting to divide Congress for purely partisan gain. It is despicable. I stand here as a proud progressive Zionist. Support for Israel is built into my DNA. My wife lived in Israel. I have family in Israel. I was horrified by the events of October 7th. It was a traumatic moment for Israel and a traumatic moment for the global Jewish community. I remain committed to doing whatever I can to support our ally Israel in its fight against the terrorist organization Hamas, especially since Hamas' statement last night that they would repeat the October 7th massacre over and over until Israel is no more. I look forward to voting for President Biden's complete supplemental military and humanitarian aid package, including strategic and military assistance to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, and humanitarian assistance to Gaza, Israel, and Ukraine to deal with extreme crisis conditions caused by two major wars. But today's vote is not about supporting Israel. It's not about global security. Rather, today's vote is on a divisive political maneuver that leads us down a dark road. It sets a dangerous precedent, pitting our national security and support for democratic allies against domestic expenditures. And when Israel needs more funds, will we have to find another offset? And it must be repeated, this so-called offset will actually increase the deficit, all while allowing the wealthiest to cheat on their taxes. As the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has made clear, it would add $12.5 billion to the deficit in the next decade. I will proudly support emergency supplemental aid to Israel. I look forward to voting for that bill. But the bill we are voting on today is just a partisan game. It is an insult to Jewish Americans, and it is an insult to our ally Israel. The pro-Israel vote is a no. I will proudly vote no, reject this unprecedented partisanship, and wait for a genuine bill to aid Israel. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must stand with Israel in its time of need. This funding will go a long way towards ensuring that Israel has the ability to defend itself from the horrific campaign of terror waged by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and other terrorist organizations. What occurred on October 7th is akin to what happened to our country on December 7th, 1941, or September 11th, 2001. Israel has a right to defend itself and fight back against those who would see them eradicated from the face of the earth. No one told the United States after Pearl Harbor or 9/11 not to hold the perpetrators of those attacks accountable. And the perpetrators of this attack on Israel are an insidious organization that has attacked their country. Hamas's stated goal is the elimination of the State of Israel, and by extension, the genocide of the Jewish population living in it. We cannot let that happen. We have members in this body who have voted against condemning Hamas, voted against holding Iran accountable, members in this body calling for a ceasefire, despite the fact that Hamas has already stated this is just the first step. They will not abide by a ceasefire. This legislation before us today would provide $14.3 billion in aid to Israel. This is a significant defense supplemental that includes $801.4 million in extra funding for ammunition procurement, $3.5 billion in funding for foreign military financing, $50 million in evacuation assistance support for the U.S. Embassy in Israel, $4 billion for Iron Dome and David Sling defense systems and other defense-wide procurement, and $38.6 million for Air Force procurement. This bill is necessary for our closest ally in the Middle East, which is why I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in passing this critical aid for Israel and show our support for this beacon of hope and freedom in the Middle East. We cannot let our differences divide us on this critical issue. We cannot allow the bright candle of democracy in the Middle East to be extinguished by Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. We cannot allow Israel to lose. This legislation is not conditioning aid. It's paying for it. Apparently, my Democratic colleagues still don't understand that we cannot just continue to borrow and print new money at every opportunity. We have a debt that is approaching $34 trillion. It costs money, and we have to pay for it. So to oppose this simply because you don't like the fact that there is an offset is absurd.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I look forward to everyone joining in passing this bipartisan legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
On September 29th, the gentleman who just spoke voted for a $1 billion cut to Israel. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this measure. First, let the record be clear. There is no question that we all support Israel. Fact of the matter is, Chairman McCall and I worked very hard together to make sure that there was one voice on the very first vote, once the Speaker was selected, to say that we all support Israel, bringing us together. You know, there are some decisive votes that we take as members of Congress that will stick with us. And one of those votes is this one, H.R. 6126. Congress has a proud bipartisan tradition of acting rapidly to pass emergency funding for critical national security needs. This legislation breaks that long and important tradition. Once we set the precedent of conditioning assistance to partners and allies in essential fights with poison pills, it is hard to go back. We can't unring that bell. We have stood in a bipartisan way to prevent conditioning of aid to Israel, and yet here we are considering a bill today that does exactly that. Disappointingly, this bill doesn't include the $9.15 billion the administration had requested to address global humanitarian needs, including Gaza, undermining our values and the Biden administration's careful diplomacy and bipartisan support for Israel. We are a nation that aims to use its power for good in this world. That has been our guiding principle, drawn from the lessons learned when we look away. Mr. Speaker, we can't afford to look the other way as Ukraine faces a vital moment and critical munitions shortfalls. We can't afford to look the other way as countries in the Indo-Pacific are looking to the United States for leadership as we engage in strategic competition with China. Are we prepared to signal to the world that we're looking away? Mr. Speaker, let's reject this bill, which trades our long-term national security for a fleeting political advantage. And let's get back to work.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my good friend for yielding and thank her for her leadership on protecting Israel and providing them the means to protect themselves. Mr. Speaker, our great friend and ally Israel, with assistance from the U.S., continues to respond to the cowardly Hamas invasion that includes psychotic terrorists butchering innocent civilians, rape, hostage-taking, the beheading of babies, and the daily indiscriminate missile attacks that are reminiscent of Nazi buzz bombs and V-2 rockets. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that he would never allow a second Holocaust, nor should we. Anti-Semitism, as we all know, is at the root of Hamas violence against Israel, and I ask members to read the charter that was put out by Hamas in 1988. They call for killing Jews, slaughtering Jews. I ask every member to read it, and also for the end of Israel, and that there be no Israel, that they eviscerate it from the planet Earth. This important bill provides $14.3 billion to provide military assistance to Israel, including $4 billion to replenish Iron Dome and David Sling, $3.5 for foreign military financing, $1.2 billion for the continuing development of the Iron Beam system, and so much more. Like the Nazis before them, Mr. Speaker, Hamas and its chief terrorism sponsor, Iran, are committing genocide against the Jews. And can you believe it? Iran is now the chairman or chairing the Human Rights Council in Geneva. As of today, that is absurd. The United States and all people committed to human rights and the rule of law must stand with Israel. That means our moral support and our prayers. That means ensuring that critical intelligence be shared and every weapon system critical in destroying Hamas, including Iron Dome, is conveyed to Israel in quantities commensurate to the challenge and without any delay. This is an important bill. I call on my friends on the other side of the aisle to support it. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
The gentleman from New Jersey on September 29th voted for a $1 billion cut in aid to Israel. I yield now 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman's recognized.
This bill is soft on war crimes. The massacres in Mariupol, in Bucha, and the kidnapping of Ukrainian children, similar to what happened in Israel, are all crimes against humanity. Like the Holocaust, there is no other side justifying these crimes, and all of these criminals must be held accountable. And yet, because of Trump affection for Putin and his little helpers here in Congress, this bill offers absolutely nothing to help fight Russian terrorists, and nothing to stop Hamas terrorists unless well-connected Republican tax cheats get help first. Nor does defeating Hamas require encouraging collective punishment of the children of Gaza by denying them food, medicine, and water. Immediate Senate correction of the many failings in this bill can produce a balanced bill that I and many others will join in supporting. And a humanitarian pause now, stopping disproportionate responses, represents no surrender to Hamas. Rather, it offers a chance to secure the hostages, avoid a wider war, and achieve long-term security. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserved. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker Johnson brought to this floor a bill to prevent the IRS from auditing the wealthy. Because every time a billionaire cheats on his taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings. Speaker said today that Israel can't wait for this critical aid. Then he brings to the floor a bill that he knows is dead on arrival in the Senate, and he knew full well that all he had to do was bring it up without the IRS provisions, and it would pass overwhelmingly in this House or the Senate, be on the President's desk in a day. For 50 years, every Israel bill that came to this floor passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. And that is critical because Israel has one friend in the world, and if Israel becomes a partisan issue, then Israel has one half of one friend in the world. Hamas was willing to kill, to decapitate, and to die to undercut world support for Israel, particularly bipartisan support here in the United States. No one has done more than our new Speaker to help Hamas achieve that objective.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves her time. The gentlelady from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Gentlelady from Connecticut has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. 80 years ago, the greatest generation laid their lives on the line fighting for our country and the free world in Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and Pacific. Today, we are facing grave global challenges and threats not seen in decades. The world is again looking to the United States to lead, and we must not shrink from the burdens of our responsibilities. We are here today talking about Israel and our ironclad commitment to its security. Israel is fighting a war for its survival and must defeat Hamas. Hamas is a genocidal, nihilistic terrorist organization dedicated to the destruction of the state of Israel and the murder of the Jewish people. There will not be peace for Palestinians or Israelis until Hamas can no longer rule over Gaza or threaten Israel from its borders. It is also important to understand that Putin's war against Ukraine cannot be separated from Hamas's war against Israel. Success in both wars is imperative for the interests of the United States. We must demonstrate to our allies and our enemies that we are not just able, we are committed to support Israel, Ukraine, and our friends in the Indo-Pacific as they defend themselves. Sadly, at this moment, the new Speaker of the House and the bill he brought to the floor today are coming up woefully short. Leaders from both sides of the aisle have long accepted three tenets in their support for Israel. Number one, support for Israel must never be a bargaining chip. Second, support for Israel is and must remain broadly bipartisan. And third, aid for Israel must never be conditioned. This bill violates all three. Right now, Israel urgently needs our strong support. Meanwhile, Republicans who have too long tried to use Israel as a political partisan wedge are now conditioning aid to Israel on the partisan demand we defund the IRS. Reflecting the cynicism of this move, their condition for supporting Israel will not even pay for itself, but will dig a fiscal hole $27 billion deeper. It'll be far better and less costly in blood and treasure if we ensure Russia, Iran, and Hamas are defeated in their current wars than if our enemies achieve strategic victories against Ukraine and Israel, and America has to strengthen our defenses in Europe and the Middle East. Speaker Johnson's plan is dangerous, reckless, and irresponsible. It's dangerous because it endangers Israel's security. It's reckless because it conditions aid to Israel for the first time. It is irresponsible because it adds $27 billion to the national debt. I'm fully committed to ensuring Israel gets the aid it needs as quickly as possible. I will work with anyone, Democrat and Republicans, to get this done. And we all know the Senate will send us a robust bipartisan package. I look forward to leading the charge, making sure that package passes overwhelmingly in this House. But I cannot support the terribly flawed, weak, and dangerous bill Speaker Johnson and the Republicans have on the floor today. I urge all my colleagues to reject the cynical bill before us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady reserves from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut.
Can I ask how much time is
Gentlelady
remaining?
has 2.5 minutes remaining.
What I'd like to do is yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman's recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for recognizing me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you and this body as the only member who was in Israel on October 7th, hiding in a stairwell with my wife and 3 young kids to avoid rockets sent our way by a brutal terrorist regime. 27 days later, there are 240 hostages that remain in Gaza. My children are still traumatized, but their trauma does not compare to the trauma every single Israeli feels after the most barbaric and horrific terrorist attack targeting Jews since the Holocaust. So to my Republican colleagues, please spare me the lectures about what is best for Israel. You will not find a member of Congress who is more supportive of Israel than I am. And that is why I am so personally disappointed that the House Republicans have chosen to divide us by playing political games with aid for Israel, when what Israel needs desperately right now is our unified, unconditional support. 412 members of this body voted last week to condemn Hamas and support Israel. But today, for the first time ever, Republicans have put conditions on emergency aid to Israel in a purely political ploy designed to divide us. This is a terrible precedent for the future of Israel. I look forward to supporting the full amount of Israel aid that is in this bill when it comes back from the Senate as soon as possible and without conditions. Support for Israel
may be a political game for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but this is personal for us Jews. And it is existential for the one Jewish nation in the world that is a safe haven against the rising tide of anti-Semitism across the globe. This is a shameful effort to use Israel and the Jewish people as a political weapon. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6126 is postponed. Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4821. Will the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4821, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 78, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-261, on which further proceedings were postponed, in the following order. Amendment number 2 by Ms. Hegman of Wyoming. Amendment 15 by Mr. Collins of Georgia. Amendment number 59 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment 60 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment 61 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 66 by Ms. Harshberger of Tennessee. Amendment 70 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 73 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 74 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. And Amendment number 78 by Mr. Burgess of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hegman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will now rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 144, the nays are 280. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of this request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute. Seconds.
Have all members
voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On
This vote, the yeas are 184, the nays are 239. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 59, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute. Seconds. Change their vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 166, the nays are 253. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 60, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 129, the nays are 292. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 61, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Seconds.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 132, the nays are 292. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 66, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshberger, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 66, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Harshbarger of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote,
The yeas are 177, the nays are 246. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
minute. Seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 180, the nays are 243. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 163, the nays are 261. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 74, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Bober of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 212. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 78, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 78, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burgess of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 188, the nays 237. The amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4821, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4821 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6126 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6126, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote will be on passage of the bill, will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 798. This is a 5-minute vote. any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 196. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Quiet them down.
The House will come to order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of giving a scheduling update.
The House will come to order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for scheduling. The House tonight, after this vote series, will continue debating amendments to the Interior Appropriations Bill. Tonight's final vote series will start around 10 o'clock and end by 11:30 tonight. We expect to continue amendment debate after that, but all recorded votes will be rolled until tomorrow. For tomorrow, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. We will complete all amendment debate on the Interior Appropriations Bill, and starting at 10 a.m., we will have our final vote series of the week on the remaining amendments, the motion to recommit, and passage of the Interior Appropriations Bill, as well as the SHIP Act under suspension of the rules. And then that will mark the end of vote series for tomorrow. We should walk off by 11:30 tomorrow. Hopefully that means you'll all vote for all the bills tomorrow, but we'll have walk-off at 11:30 tomorrow. The THUD bill will still be voted on, but next week. So next week we have a full week starting Monday, 6:30 p.m. Rules Committee will be meeting prior to that to take up their order of business for the Financial Services and General Government bill. So we will have both the THUD bill and the Financial Services Appropriations bills next week, as well as other possible legislative items. And the first votes next week will be 6:30 p.m. Monday night. Remember, Veterans Day holiday is Friday, so the House will not be in session next Friday. With that, yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, to suspend the rules and agree to the House Resolution 798 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 798, resolution condemning the support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations at institutions of higher education, which may lead to the creation of a hostile environment for Jewish students, faculty, and staff.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this, let's see. On this vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 23. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to House Resolution 838, Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4821. Will the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, kindly take the chair?
No. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 4821, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Couldn't hear it. Thank you. When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment number 78, printed in House Report 118 to 261, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, has been disposed of. Committee will come to order.
committee will come to order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The committee will come to order. Ready? One more. The House will be in order. Members, take the conversations off the floor. It is now in order to consider amendment number 79, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 79, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment, which would prohibit funds to implement the final EPA rule titled Endangerment and Cause or Contribute Findings for Greenhouse Gases under Section 202A of the Clean Air Act. You see, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th of 2009, this rule was signed by the EPA administrator, and it found that 6 greenhouse gases endanger both the public health and the public welfare of humans, specifically emissions from motor vehicles.
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The committee is not in order. Please take your conversations off the House floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this rule has been implemented, we have seen some of the most radical and asinine decisions and regulations come from the executive branch. This includes strict regulations on car emissions and the big government attempt to dismantle the gas-powered vehicle. It includes power plant regulations that have shut down coal plants, killing thousands of jobs along the way. It includes the use of taxpayer dollars to bribe people into buying electric vehicles and solar panels with someone else's money. It includes the Paris Climate Accords, a terrible deal that sold America's sovereignty to international bureaucrats in exchange for energy poverty here at home, all while China and India get to continue increasing their emissions for decades. And what have the American people gotten from these policies? Nothing. These policies cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and the American people are left scratching their head looking for what's their benefit. And the worst part is that these policies do more harm than good. Because the radical environmentalists have gotten their way the past decade, the American people are left dealing with the fallout. In California, we have seen brownouts and blackouts as a result of the closure of coal plants. We've seen skyrocketing prices at the pumps because this administration won't expand the drilling or fracking in the United States territory. In Texas, during Winter Storm Uri, we saw a horrible blackout 2 years ago because of its dependency on unreliable sources of energy. To think that in the 21st century, that Americans would have to face these challenges, and in the case of Texas, that Americans would freeze to death, over 150 people freeze to death, is unacceptable. All because we want to prevent the use of energy that creates carbon emissions. Well, newsflash, we depend as a nation on coal, natural gas, and oil. Without it, we are a poor nation. The benefits of using our resources outweigh the potential costs of emitting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. The regulation that is this amendment defunds is the root of the environmental insanity we have been dealing with for the past decade. It's time to show the American people that we have their backs and that we are done appeasing the radical environmentists, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Maine is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we are now only 15 days away from a government shutdown, and instead of focusing on keeping the government open, we are working on a bill that's going nowhere. The draconian cuts proposed in this bill violate the agreement reached by former Speaker McCarthy and President Biden and that were memorialized in statute and public law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. We would not be teetering on the brink of a government shutdown if my Republican colleagues had held up their end of the bargain. Furthermore, we are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, such as the drought, flooding, severe storm, and wildfire events we are experiencing. As of October 10th, the United States has experienced 24 confirmed weather climate disaster events, with losses exceeding $1 billion each. This is a new record. This amendment seeks to prohibit funding to further understand greenhouse gases, which will result in more resilient communities, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and protect our world for future generations. Not investing in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change, and instead paying billions in disaster relief, shows my Republican colleagues are not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. Our economy, health, livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depend on healthy ecosystems. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change and making our nation stronger. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue that greenhouse gases are an endangerment that we need to eliminate. This is a one-sided view that completely ignores the enormous benefits that fossil fuels have had while only focusing on the rise in temperatures. Their climate hysteria assumes that any warming is caused by these gases and that it is a catastrophe. That's simply not accurate, and it ignores the destruction that is caused by their agenda. Just ask the hundreds of people who, many of which lost their lives in Texas during Winter Storm Uri. Just ask the energy-poor nations around the world that have a much lower standard of living than us. The endangerment rule, which my amendment defunds, is based on a narrow, one-sided view that refuses to look at the ramifications of banning fossil fuels. And I urge my colleagues to support it. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from Maine reserves.
I close. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out one thing that my colleague said in what I thought was a very misguided argument. He said the benefits of using our resources outweigh the costs. He said we ignore the benefits of fossil fuels by only focusing on rising temperature, and this is our agenda. I just want to be perfectly clear. Climate change isn't my agenda. It's not the Democrats' agenda. It is the majority of all scientists' agenda around the world. It's the majority of facts based on what is going on with adverse weather, with warming ocean, with warming temperatures, with the hottest summer on record. And to say that we are just looking at our agenda completely denies the challenges that we are facing today. Look, there are plenty of benefits of fossil fuel. In fact, we've benefited from fossil fuels for generations. We've become an incredibly wealthy nation. I don't deny that. And for all of us, we would rather continue with the status quo. But the fact is, we know how to create renewable energy. We know how to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We know how to reduce the warming of our planet. And it is our responsibility. It's not an agenda or sort of a whim or a fad. It is our responsibility. That's what we're here to do, to protect the American public, to protect it for future generations. I don't know about my colleague, but I got 7 grandchildren. I have 3 children and 7 grandchildren. Each one of those grandchildren is going to say to me, if not today, if not tomorrow, when they're old enough to talk, they're going to say, Grandma, what were you doing when the planet was melting? What did you do when you had the resources and ability and scientific knowledge to convert to renewable resources, and yet you decided to say, I'm just going to stick my head in the sand, I'm going to pretend that science doesn't exist, I'm going to pretend that none of this matters and it's some kind of an agenda or a fluke, I'm going to just put my faith in the fossil fuel industry. We know what to do here. we know what to do here, and we know what our responsibility is here, and to neglect that and to not continue to do what we're supposed to do to reduce the impact and mitigate the influence of climate change is completely going against our responsibility generation. So I ask my colleagues to reject this amendment. I ask my colleagues to continue to support the work that we are currently doing in this country to mitigate the impact of climate change, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 80, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 80, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and a member of opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which would prohibit funds to Executive Order 14507 relating to catalyzing clean energy industries and jobs through federal sustainability. This executive order is another example of how this administration is more willing to waste the taxpayers' time and energy in furthering a radical climate agenda. It manipulates the federal government that they must achieve a carbon pollution-free electricity sector by 2035 and a net zero emissions economy no later than 2050. The text of the order declares that the federal government will lead by example and cut out carbon emissions. However, is this administration really leading by example? Has John Kerry stopped using private jets? Has Pete Buttigieg? Of course not. This hypocrisy is exactly why I filed this amendment. This amendment defunds an executive order that wastes taxpayer dollars and continues our country down a path of dangerous energy policies. Unfortunately, this administration knows this is the result of the order, and they are more willing to place these burdens on the American people. They're willing to waste money in reconfiguring buildings and buying fleets of new electric vehicles, all in the backs of our taxpayers. They are also in favor of new regulations that will suppress our energy industries. But you know what, Mr. Chairman? They will be fine because they don't have to feel the repercussions of their policies. It will be everyday Americans that see their utility bills go up. It will be our constituents that are left unable to pay their bills or afford gas. It will be the average person who is experiencing blackouts because we have shifted towards unreliable sources of electricity instead of reliable base load energy sources. But again, those who drafted this executive order won't have to feel the pain. They only care about furthering a radical agenda that is impossible to achieve. The attempt to reach 100% carbon-free America can only happen after our reliable energy sectors are dismantled and our way of life is destroyed. The energy sector that they want to dismantle is what made America a rich and prosperous nation. Coal, natural gas, and nuclear energy are the answers to the future which demands more electricity than we can ever fathom today, not the types of reforms that the other side calls for. We only need to look at California or Winter Storm Uri in Texas as examples of why traditional energy sources are so vital. This executive order only hurts the American people and pushes us down a road that leads to a weaker, poorer, and less prosperous country. And I call on my colleagues to pass this amendment and defund this executive order. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment blocks an executive order that seeks to reestablish the federal government as a leader in sustainability and improve the nation's preparedness and resilience to the effects of a changing climate. We are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, such as the drought, flooding, severe storm, and wildfire events we are experiencing. The federal government is the single largest landowner, energy consumer, and employer in the nation. And it is appropriate that it would lead the nation on a path to achieving a net zero emissions by transforming how the government builds, buys, and manages electricity, vehicles, buildings, and other operations to be clean and sustainable. Not investing in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change, and instead paying billions in disaster relief, shows my Republican colleagues are not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change and making our nation stronger. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Instead of focusing on misguided climate policies, we should instead focus on sources of energy that help our society grow and flourish. Energy sources such as wind and solar claim to be sustainable, but they are often backed up with the more reliable sources of energy, such as coal, natural gas, and nuclear. Wind and solar also use massive amounts of raw materials and land, which has had its own environmental issues. The cost of using these energy sources and abandoning fossil fuels is just simply misguided. Fossil fuels helps humans flourish, and we should protect these fuels by defunding this executive order. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 81, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 81, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Kamick of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would restrict funds at the Department of Interior and related agencies from being used to finalize any rule or regulations that have an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more. Under the current administration, the regulatory landscape has never been worse. Regulatory agencies within the Department of Interior have been able to exert an extraordinary amount of power and influence with very little oversight and very little authority to do so. My amendment seeks to change this by requiring that any major rule proposed by these agencies be approved by both houses of Congress before they can take effect. This means that the elected representatives of the American people here in the People's House would have a direct say in shaping the regulations that have a tremendous impact on our everyday lives, our natural resources, our public lands. It means that the individuals who are closest to their constituents, who understand the needs and concerns of their communities, will be at the forefront of decision-making, as the Founding Fathers intended. By including my amendment into the Interior Appropriations Bill, we send a very powerful message that we are committed to accountable and transparent government. We are standing up for the principle that significant regulatory decisions should not be made behind closed doors in basements by unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats, but rather in the open halls of Congress, where the voices of the American people can be heard. Since President Biden took office, the regulatory climate has added hundreds of billions, with a B, of dollars in fresh regulatory costs, which are eventually passed down to consumers, our constituents. We have seen the Biden administration's Waters of the U.S. regulation create confusion and uncertainty for landowners, farmers, and businesses across the nation, not to mention how expensive these regulations have been. As American families and businesses continue to suffer under the economic crisis caused by the disastrous Biden policies, this administration has decided to move the country back towards more costly and burdensome WOTUS regulations of the past, needlessly in the process raising housing costs by hundreds of millions of dollars when it's already in a housing crisis. Under this administration, we have seen a proposed greenhouse gas emission standard for heavy-duty vehicles, directly impacting our nation's trucking and by forcing costly, unachievable mandates on enterprise fleets with thousands of trucks to small mom-and-pop family businesses. We've seen EPA regulatory overreach regarding mandatory reporting of greenhouse gas emissions from manure management systems, permitting requirements for livestock emissions under the Clean Air Act. I mean, I could go on and on and on. It's clear that the overreach under this administration has been extreme, and it has gone too far. It's simple. Congress should have oversight over the EPA and other agencies like this because this agency was established through executive action rather than explicit congressional authorization. Let me say that for the people in the back and for people at home. The EPA is not even a congressionally authorized agency, and yet we fund it. By subjecting the EPA to congressional oversight, we ensure that decisions made by the agency are accountable to the elected representatives who are the people. This oversight allows for a more transparent and balanced approach to environmental regulation, allowing for a thorough examination of policies and their potential impacts on various stakeholders. My amendment has the potential to reshape the way our government operates and ensure that the power of decision-making is in the hands of those who are elected to represent the interests of the American people. It's time that we become transparent, accountable to the people that we serve. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. Congressional funding and inclusion in the annual appropriations bill is congressional oversight of the EPA. That's what Chairman Simpson and I and the other members of the committee do every year, and so there is oversight of the EPA, and it is congressionally authorized funding. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Lady yields.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Well, listen, I agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that we want to exert more transparency, more accountability. That's what we're doing here. This amendment furthers our ability to do just that, to hold members of Congress accountable for the actions that are impacting our constituents' everyday life. That is exactly what we are designed to do. That is Article 1 authority. We cede that authority to an unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrat through the regulatory regime. These agencies have run away with their rulemaking authority that Congress has very little power to roll back or claw back. So this amendment is a common sense amendment. Earlier this year, the same language was passed bipartisanly. So there is no excuse as to why both Republicans and Democrats cannot support this common sense, accountable, transparent measure on behalf of the American people. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady has the only time left.
Well, then I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 82, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 82, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment, number 82, which would simply prohibit funds made available by this act to be used for the cancellation or suspension of oil and gas leases in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge or the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. On September the 6th, 2023, the Biden administration's Department of Interior posted a press release announcing Secretary of the Interior Haaland's cancellation of 7 oil and gas lease permits covering 365,000 acres in the coastal plain of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, also known as ANWR. You know, the former dean of our House, Congressman Don Young, once told me that his mission in Congress, a mission that he worked for decades to accomplish, was to allow drilling in the ANWR. That was his passion. This mission was finally accomplished during the Trump administration with the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Now, just a year and a half after Congressman Young's passing, the Biden administration is reversing his important work. President Biden's disastrous American Last energy policies and his embrace of the radical Green New Deal agenda have jeopardized American energy independence and have cost hardworking Americans significant inflation, both at the gas pump and in their utility bills. First, the Biden administration halted construction of the Keystone XL pipeline. Then President Biden froze all oil and gas lease permits on federal lands. And later, he drained our strategic petroleum reserve to boost political capital while putting American national and energy security at risk. Previously, under President Trump's America First agenda, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act established an oil and gas leasing program in the coastal plain of ANWR, increasing our nation's energy security and lowering oil and gas prices for hardworking Americans. However, on President Biden's first day in office, he issued a disastrous executive order, number 13990. It was titled, Protecting Public Health and the Environment and Restoring Science to Tackle the Climate Crisis. And it imposed a temporary moratorium on the statutorily mandated oil and gas lease activities in the coastal plain. So now President Biden is waging his latest battle in his war on American energy independence, the outright canceling of these oil and gas leases in the coastal plain of the ANWR, while citing a dubious source of statutory authority, and potentially losing out on 7.7 billion barrels of recoverable oil, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. This action by the Biden administration is blatantly circumventing the democratic process and subverting the will of Congress. My amendment to the fiscal year 2024 Interior and Environmental Appropriations Bill would prohibit funds from being used to implement the Biden administration's cancellation of the statutorily mandated oil and gas leases in the coastal plain of the ANWR. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment to prevent the cancellation of oil and gas leases in the coastal plain, vote to unleash American energy independence, and vote to lower your constituents' gas prices and energy bills. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I seek chime in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague proposes, I oppose this amendment. My colleague opposes that we don't allow the cancellation of lease sales in a pristine environment that is already suffering from the impacts of climate change. The Arctic is warming more than twice as fast as the rest of the planet. It shows that my Republican colleague and so many others are not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. He should be focused instead on investing in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change. You know, he invoked my, one of my favorite colleagues, our dear departed colleague, Don Young. And I remember several years ago when Don Young came to visit me in Maine to an Arctic conference, and we discussed climate change. And he said, you know, I haven't decided yet if this is man-made, but I do believe climate change is happening. And none of us can expect to share the words of Don Young, who's not with us here today. But I think as he witnessed the warming that is going on in the Arctic in his state, the glacial melting. I recently visited Alaska, and I met with tribal communities. You know, there are 31 communities, most of them tribal communities, that currently have to be moved because of the glacial melting, because of the permafrost melting. The cost of that, I've heard some people estimate, is about $1 million a person to move a community. Not to mention the cultural loss, the economic loss, the challenges that people are facing. What's going on in the Arctic today is unfathomable. Nothing we could have ever predicted, nothing that the scientists could have predicted. And yet my colleague wants us to continue drilling for oil. My colleague wants us to deny the importance of renewable energy. We're talking about an area where it's expensive to drill. Fact is, most of the oil companies don't even want to be up there anymore. And it is not practical for us to be drilling for oil and to be doing it in the very places that are experiencing the losses because of climate change in such an extreme way makes absolutely no sense. It's a misguided policy. To go against this cancellation of these lease sales is wrong. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change, making our nation stronger, and investing in renewable energy, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I concur with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that climate change actually does happen. It happens 4 times a year: spring, summer, fall, and winter. You know, Congressman Don Young represented Alaska. He knew Alaska better than anyone did, and he knew what was best for the ANWR, and it was his passion that ANWR be open for drilling for the security of the entire country, for energy independence. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 83, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 83, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of my amendment number 83 to the FY24 Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill, which halts the funding for the Bureau of Land Management's misguided proposed rule on energy development in the Alaska National Petroleum Reserve. In these times of global upheaval, record high gas prices, and economic instability, restricting American energy production would be unwise to the point of recklessness. It undermines the pillars of our national strength, our national security, fiscal health, and the prosperity of the American taxpayer. Yet the Biden administration seeks to drastically limit access to responsible energy production on our own soil, resources that rightfully belong to the American people. The Alaskan Reserve holds the potential to supply hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil per day, lessening our reliance on untrustworthy foreign sources. Yet this administration seeks to negligently barricade access to our invaluable domestic resources. The Bureau of Land Management rule plainly defies the clear intent of Congress within the Petroleum Reserve Production Act, which is to responsibly harness these resources through competitive leasing. The rule imposes arbitrary restrictions and redundant regulations that serve no purpose other than obstructing energy development. We cannot allow Washington bureaucrats to override the legislative mandate from this Congress and push a radical anti-American energy agenda down our throats. Utilizing the Alaskan Reserve's resources is crucial for our energy security and the operational viability of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. Leaving this vital infrastructure stranded would weaken America's strength on the world stage amidst looming threats from adversaries like Russia, China, and Iran. Our energy independence must stand resolute. In short, my amendment wisely prevents the squandering of taxpayer dollars on stifling our tremendous American energy potential. I urge my colleagues, those who cherish our working families, fiscal prosperity, and national security, to rally behind this necessary course correction. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I want to remind everyone, we are here to protect the welfare of the American public. Now, this amendment would prohibit the Bureau of Land Management from balancing oil and gas development with protection of lands that harbor significant subsistence uses and resources throughout the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. My colleague is describing the Willow Project, an oil drilling project by ConocoPhillips that is located on the plain of the North Slope of Alaska in the National Petroleum Reserve. This amendment would prohibit the administration from stopping that project for all of the reasons we've previously discussed. My colleagues are always talking about if we don't do this drilling in significantly critical areas like the North Slope of Alaska, like places where climate change is already having an unreasonable impact, we'll have to go to untrustworthy foreign sources. Why is it they always use that argument that somehow we have to go to untrustworthy foreign sources? Our goal is to convert to renewable energy, to have all American energy, whether it's wind or solar or tidal or so many of the other opportunities that we have out there, to make sure we do invest in American jobs instead of misguided projects like this. This amendment also prohibits the BLM's ability to respond to changing conditions in the Arctic while providing transparency in conservation and development decisions. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is vital that we unleash and support American energy, fossil fuel energy, and pursue pro-American energy policies. I'm deeply concerned that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to put the needs of Americans first. Given the current state of affairs globally, we should not be relying on energy supplies from foreign powers. Therefore, I again urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which defunds this disastrous BLM rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
I just want to say one more thing about this project, just to know what we're talking about. It's not a hypothetical. As we've mentioned, we've already talked about the excessive warming that's happening in the Arctic, the changes they're already experiencing in places like Alaska. And this project is likely to produce 287 million tons of carbon emissions, plus other greenhouse gases over 30 years. It would adversely impact Arctic wildlife and Native American communities. This would damage the complex local tundra ecosystem, and according to another government estimate, release the same amount of greenhouse gases annually as 500,000 homes. We know how to do this in another way. We don't have to do this project. We don't have to drill for oil in sensitive areas, and we don't need to do this particular project. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 84, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 84, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits any funding from being used by the EPA to finalize, implement, administer, or enforce NOAA's vessel speed limiter rule. This is a misguided rule that would require any vessel over 35 feet to go 10 knots or less all along the eastern seaboard from Maine all the way down through Florida. They claim they are doing this in order to protect the North Atlantic right whale. Well, let's review some of the facts. Approximately 15 whales have been killed by boats in the last 18 years. Folks, you've got better odds of hitting the lottery than this. The right whale population has been consistent since 1980. The thing is, the right whales used to calve at every 3 to 5 years, but now they're only calving at 7 to 9 years. And what's this rule going to do for the economic impact? It's got an $84 billion economic impact on the East Coast. It'll jeopardize 340,000 East Coast jobs. And you realize there's 63,000 registered boats that'll be impacted with this new rule. Now, there's a better way to track these whales, that NOAA just refuses to do it. We tag horses, cows, pets, many other animals. Why can't we tag these wells as well? There's no reason that we can't use some common sense solutions such as this. So tagging the wells would allow the votes to avoid any wells that are in the area without the need to put some burdensome speed restrictions all along the eastern coast. With that, I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge all my colleagues to adopt this common sense amendment and prevent the EPA from enforcing these job-killing rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 85, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 85, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of the CEQ chair. CEQ, in how it operates and what it prioritizes, is not doing its job properly, especially regarding its implementation of NEPA. The Council only focuses on the negative side effects of certain types of energy production without considering cost-effective energy. The Trump administration introduced reforms to remedy some of the worst elements of this hyper-politicized regime at CEQ and to facilitate more efficient and timely permitting reviews. Having unwisely reversed those reforms, President Biden and Ms. Mallory are now grappling with regulatory barriers that hinder critical infrastructure. As a result, the public will be deprived of much-needed energy infrastructure. Affordable and abundant energy is essential for a secure and prosperous country. NEPA is now out of sync with current environmental, political, social, and economic realities, with Ms. Mallory spearheading its exacerbation and failures. The average American family is now spending about $2,400 more more today than when President Biden took office. I have constituents that can barely pay their energy bills solely because the administration chose to raise their electric rates to pay for its Green New Deal agenda, almost doubling some Arizonans' bills. If Congress doesn't act to reverse Biden's energy crisis now, it may not be long before more Americans can't afford soaring energy costs. Ms. Mallory's incompetence has shown that Congress should reduce her salary. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine, seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is petty and punitive. Rather than pursuing grudges against public servants, my colleagues across the aisle should focus their energy on negotiating with the Senate on a bill to fund the government. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The bottom line is this, Mr. Speaker. The American people are tired of bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. Affecting a policy that are destroying their lives. That's why we're doing this, and thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 86, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 86, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which defunds Public Land Order 7923. In June, the Biden administration issued this public land order banning over 300,000 acres of federal mineral estate surrounding the Chaco Canyon National Historical Park for 20 years. This would effectively prevent all private landowners and Navajo Alatis from mineral leasing land in this area. The ban will have significant negative economic impacts on both Navajo Nation and the American taxpayer, severely limiting tribal revenue, economic development, self-sufficiency, and American energy production. Chaco Canyon carries both cultural and historical significance for communities in the region. The development of this land should be determined by those with lawful sovereignty, not out-of-touch Biden admin officials hell-bent on imposing their radical agenda on tribal communities. In July, the House Natural Resources Committee held a hearing on the ban, and we heard from Navajo Nation citizens who expressed disappointment with Interior Secretary Deb Haaland and the Bureau of Land Management for stripping away their mineral rights. The government of Navajo Nation has called on Congress to oppose any buffer zone in the area. The Biden administration's decision to move forward with this ban makes it clear that they only care about tribal voices so long as they're in line with the approved Biden agenda. Interestingly, Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, when serving in Congress, worked on a lease sale that was ultimately deferred. She had complained that the Trump administration failed to fulfill its legal and moral obligation to consult with Native Americans. The Biden administration, of which Secretary Haaland is a part, is now imposing an unprecedented blockade on Native mineral rights and has refused to listen to Navajo Nation's concerns. Mr. Speaker, this administration likes to talk about their supposed support of tribal communities, but has no problem implementing a destructive chokehold on tribal revenue and economic prosperity. Secretary Haaland and President Biden are throwing Navajo Nation under the bus, driven by extremists with no concern for Native interests or the energy needs of all Americans. I'm proud to stand with the Navajo Nation and offer this amendment that defunds this ban.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment prohibits the withdrawal for 20 years of public land surrounding the Chaco Culture Natural Historical Park from mineral leasing in order to protect these lands and the greater connected landscape in New Mexico, with a rich Pueblo and tribal nation legacy from the impacts associated with oil and gas development activities. It does not impact valid existing rights nor non-federal interests in the area that will be withdrawn. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so very much, because I too rise in opposition to amendment number 86. As noted, this amendment would roll back protections for federal lands and federal lands only within a 10-mile area around the World Heritage Site Chaco National Historic Park in New Mexico, in my district, and only from new oil and gas drilling. I stand here on the second day of Native American Heritage Month, and what are we doing on the second day of Native American Heritage? We are not recognizing and honoring and protecting Native American heritage. Indeed, what this amendment is doing is destroying Native American heritage. It is destroying the ability of Native Americans who hold these lands and these sites sacred to continue to practice their spiritual and religious beliefs. Remember that. that what you are doing is undermining the ability of people to practice their historic, spiritual, and religious beliefs. Because not only is Chaco Canyon a World Heritage Site, it remains to this day a place of cultural and religious significance to the descendants of the greater Chaco region. And we need to remember that this Chaco Canyon is unique. Between 900 and 1150 AD, Chaco is the heart of ceremonial trade and political activity for the ancestral Puebloans. The sweeping ceremonial center you need to go visit is unlike anything constructed before or since. However, for the Native Americans who come from this area, Chaco is not an old place. The sacred nature of Chaco continues unbroken in its importance to them today. Given its history, you can imagine the importance of protecting this land and its people, ability to truly practice their faiths. And it is true that there are different points of view within the Navajo Nation. But let's remember how this bill and how this protections that have been put into place came to be. It was the former Navajo Nation president who first approached the Pueblos in an effort to protect these lands. The advocacy for these protections began in 2013 when the Eastern Navajo Agency Council passed a resolution calling for a moratorium on new fracking activities within their agency. Navajo Nation's advocacy continued, and in 2017, Navajo Nation President Russell Begay, Vice President Jonathan Nez, and the All Pueblo Council of Governors joined together in a statement opposing new fracking in the greater Chaco region. Protecting Chaco then became a collaborative process. It resulted eventually in the Chaco Cultural Heritage Area Protection Act, which passed this body in the 116th Congress with the support of every Democrat and 17 Republicans. The secretarial withdrawal, this amendment text, only happened after an extensive process of public engagement that included consultation with all of the tribal nations, including the Navajo Nation, the Pueblos, those people who live in Arizona as well, who are actually constituents of the sponsor of this amendment. 100,000 public comments. That is not ignoring the people, that is listening to them. And it was years of tribal collaboration that made these protections possible. And I want to correct the record. This does not affect in any way Navajo Alatis lands. It does not affect in any way Navajo tribal lands. It does not affect in any way rights of ways or any infrastructure that is needed. So the existing oil and gas activity can continue, new oil and gas activity can continue, but just not on federal lands. So the existing royalties that are presently going to the Navajo Alatis will continue in force. But we must admit, these withdrawals and protections are difficult. You are weighing the cultural and spiritual significance of an area that could be lost forever against the value of mineral development. One molecule of gas, however, is the same wherever it is extracted. But once you destroy a sacred site, you'll never get it back. I believe, even though I recognize the importance of the economic value of withdrawal, that we must err on the side of protection. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent the Navajo Nation in my state. The Navajo Nation does support this amendment. And the one thing I want to say, one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talked about protecting the lands. What she didn't talk about, however, was protecting the economy of the Navajo people and how this would impact them, which is once again why they support this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18 for the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed.
It is now in order to consider Amendment number 87, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 87, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment that prohibits funding in this bill from being used to reduce the number of oil and gas leases issued by the Secretary of the Interior. Americans saw the impact on the global oil supply when Russia decided to illegally invade Ukraine. And of course, we know that Russia is a world exporter of oil. Gas prices rose over 40%. It's a commodity. It's a world commodity. And now, with the uncertainty in the Middle East and another war beginning, we're facing more potential energy shortages. This is what happens when we allow ourselves to be dependent on foreign oil. Fact of the matter is, like it or not, the world consumes 100 million barrels of oil a day. That's not going to go away anytime soon. We put ourselves and our great nation's security at the mercy of foreign countries' stability, something that we have little to no control over. So this is not only precarious and foolhardy, but it's also dangerous. Yet despite the obvious dangers and national security pitfalls, the Biden administration continues to cut oil and gas leases in America and force us to be more reliant on foreign oil. Since taking office, the Biden administration has gravely undercut America's ability to become energy independent by canceling gas and oil leases continually from even his first day in office to now. In September, the Biden administration announced they were canceling the remaining 7 oil and gas leases in Alaska. For comparison, the Trump administration proposed a plan that included 47 new potential lease sales. Energy independence is crucial to our nation's security. Democrats will have you believe we can survive just fine without oil and gas. But that's simply not a reality. In fact, I didn't ride here today to come to work on my unicorn. And I wasn't talking to my mermaids in my swimming pool, and the leprechaun in the next door didn't pay for it all. That's just not a reality that we live in right now. I think many Republicans, including myself, are for an all-of-the-above approach. Wind, where it's practical, solar, but oil and gas. And if we're going to have a serious discussion about zero emissions or reducing emissions in this country, we need to talk about nuclear energy as well. I urge my colleagues to help their constituents by voting for lower energy costs and increase national security by voting in favor of this amendment and in favor of American energy production. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose? The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleased to see my good friend on the other side of the aisle, and sorry that I so violently disagree with him on this particular issue. This amendment seeks to voice, maybe not violently, but strongly disagree with him on this issue. This amendment seeks to force the Secretary of Interior to issue more oil and gas lease sales instead of allowing for the transition to clean energy. That will result in more resilient communities, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and protect our world for future generations. To not invest in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change, instead of paying billions in disaster relief, shows that my colleague is not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. Our economy and health and livelihood, food security, quality of life all depend on us making progress on climate change and renewable energies. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if you talk about being an environmentalist, which I honestly think all 435 members of Congress are, and not throwing partisan bombs, which haven't been thrown right now, but you hear about them in these halls, unfortunately. Think about what the United States has done in the last 20 plus years. We have reduced our carbon emissions by now nearly 25%, more than any other nation in history. What has China done? They have increased their carbon footprint by 300% in that same time. So why don't we see some of our leftist activists, mostly young people, Why aren't they protesting outside the Chinese embassy or the consulates? Because the United States, as great as a country as we are, we're not a planet. And as an environmentalist, we should be wanting the United States to fulfill the needs of the world. Again, fact, 100 million barrels a day. And how is the wind and solar, how is that industry going to be developed? Well, largely based on the energy that oil and gas produce. In the United States, we have an independent judiciary. We are a rule of law nation. We have a strong environmental law. We have an expertise in oil and gas that has been perfected over more than a century. The fact of the matter is we have to produce oil and gas. And I would rather have the United States do it rather than Venezuela or a China or a Saudi Arabia, for that matter. I trust our abilities more. So as an environmentalist and someone that wants to protect this nation and the planet for future generations, my 17 and 14-year-old sons, and hopefully their children someday, this is the best path forward. It's the realistic path forward. And nobody says, because we drill and produce oil and gas in this country, that clean energy can't be developed synchronously. Of course it can, and it has been. But the free markets have to come into play as well to benefit this country and humankind. I reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Just once again want to say that my colleagues are always saying we have to reduce our dependence on foreign oil, and I wholeheartedly agree. In fact, the United States is still a major producer of oil and gas. But we have to make the investments and force ourselves to move forward on renewable energy. We have done that through bills like the IRA. We continue to do that, and I just want to continue to support that and make sure that we are opposing expanding our oil and gas leases and just investing in renewable energy, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. I just think this is a really good amendment. It's common sense, and I believe that every member of Congress that votes for it will feel better about themselves. I yield. Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. No. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 88, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment, please.
Amendment number 88, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment that prohibits the use of federal funds for community-scale ambient air monitoring. In simple terms, ambient air monitoring is the long-term assessment of pollutant levels by measuring the surrounding outdoor air. Now, on the surface, that doesn't sound like that much of a big deal at face value. However, the EPA already monitors this. The EPA has extensive systems and sensors in place that monitor air quality and emissions, regulated primarily by the Clean Air Act. Now, that's at the federal level. Let's think about this, too. Having served at the state and local level, they can also monitor their air quality, and in fact, they do. When I was on a city council in Frisco, Texas, we had a battery recycling plant in the middle of the city. The city had kind of grown around it. We took local action. We didn't ask the federal government to do squat. We had $45 million we paid, that we bought that plant, we closed it down. That's at the local level. I trust folks at the local and state level far more than I will ever trust the federal government. The federal government has a role, roads, military, and other things. But these kind of things, I really do trust the local entities. So what is this program doing, if not to be redundant, because there's already this happening at the federal level with the EPA? Simply put, it's another attempt by some on the left to push a Green New Deal and push their narrative that pollution is somehow racist. I've been in these halls for 3 years, and I learned crazy things. People claim that COVID was racist, that the weather is racist. Now maybe pollution is too. They're pushing funding for this program so they can send untrained individuals who they choose with unknown equipment to cities they choose to further a narrative that pollution is somehow skewed towards someone's pigmentation. As I said, I support science. However, there are insufficient guidelines surrounding third-party individuals or groups that would be conducting the air monitoring, the equipment they'll use, or even the data matrix that they'll utilize. So we would have these untrained individuals do this stuff. It's kind of seeming to me like putting your thumb on the scale and having a predetermined outcome before the testing even takes place. Democrats want to allow for these untrained individuals to operate this stuff. The Biden administration continues to push nonsense and their radical agenda and fund them with taxpayer dollars, and this isn't acceptable. At a time when our country is trillions of dollars in debt, I refuse to stand idly by while this administration continues to waste money in this fashion, and there's no justification for allowing federal dollars for a program like this. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and to stop the mismanagement of even more taxpayer dollars I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I seek time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This amendment seeks to block air quality monitoring. So often, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle start their speeches by saying, well, we believe in clean air, we believe in clean water, but apparently they don't. And certainly in this case, this amendment does not. Now, I come from a state with one of the highest rates of asthma. Asthma is directly attributed to not having clean air. 1 in 9 people in Maine is experiencing asthma. Those are children, those are adults, those are people who have serious health impacts because of that. So why we would ever deny the opportunity to do more air quality monitoring, to make sure our citizens are safe, to make sure our children don't have asthma, it's just beyond me. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, and my good friend from Maine. I was raised in New England, and Maine is a lovely state. And I would, again, Mr. Speaker, this is already going on. The EPA already does air quality monitoring. And this is an additional program that's simply unnecessary. And I do trust the great people of the great state of Maine. If they want to monitor their air quality at the state level, they're certainly welcome to do so, as well as at the local level, as we did in Texas, and as we took a proactive approach to an issue that was very important to the citizens in the city that I now represent in Congress, that I used to represent on a city council. So with that, I again have yet a second amendment that if members vote for it, they will feel really good about themselves, as my good friend Matt Gaetz just told me. So I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 89, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 89, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes.
And thank you to my seatmate, Congressman Simpson, for his overall work on this larger appropriations package. It's not a simple thing to do right now. My amendment will restrict funds to implement Section 216 of Executive Order 14008, which aims to supposedly conserve 30% of our nation's lands and waters by 2030. Over the last 2 years, my colleagues and I on the Natural Resources Committee have introduced legislation to reverse President Biden's land grab and environmental extremism through this 30 by 30 initiative. My constituents in Idaho are tired of interference and overreach by the federal government as it tries to place more use mandates on land. 63% of Idaho's land mass is federally controlled. If it's truly the goal of this administration to increase federally controlled land by another 30%, in that case, states in the West, Idaho included, already disproportionately share in the economic distress associated with this federally controlled land. If the lands in Maryland, Pennsylvania, Maine and other north or eastern states were locked up by federally run bureaucracies like those in the West, I'm sure more of my colleagues from those states would share the same desire that I have to restrict further expansion on the federal government's land footprint. In addition, there's a direct correlation between the percentage of federal land mass with increased budget costs. As we continue to face record-breaking deficits, debt, and debt financing, we certainly don't need to expand our cost centers. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and stop this land grab effort through this 30 by 30 initiative by the federal government. And I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Maine, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I seek time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Idaho.
Put something in
Does the
context.
gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will reclaim his time.
I just want to point out that the amount of federally controlled lands is by nowhere equal across our country. In Idaho, it's 32.8 million acres. And to my good friend from Maine, it's 301,000. You can't possibly contemplate the ramifications that has when it comes to local governance and land management for your entire state. So when it comes to federally controlled land, enough is enough. Our federal resources are overwhelmed, and they're not in a good position to manage this land mass, and so oftentimes they don't. And more federal use mandates reduce our overall wise land management. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yield or reserve? Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Gentleman is finished, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
Yeah, thank you.
The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Idaho. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Maine. The gentleman from Idaho will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 90, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment number 90, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is an eclectic attraction in my district in Northwest Florida. It's called Crab Island, but it's actually not an island at all. It's a sandbar where people go and enjoy swimming, snorkeling, fishing, maybe a refreshment, or even a hot dog or boiled peanuts. Right now we have a system with our local governments and our state government working in concert to manage Crab Island. It's all going really well, and my amendment would prohibit the Department of Interior for playing perhaps an excessive role in the management of commercial services. It's a wonderful place, and as we say in the South, y'all come. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleague's invitation for us all to come visit. I'm sure it is a wonderful place. And of course, being from Maine, we like anything that has the word crab in the title. But unfortunately, this amendment blocks the National Park Service from complying with the 1998 Concessions Act, which sets up the framework for evaluating commercial services in parks. It stops the Park Service being able to complete its existing process to remain in compliance with the Act. The amendment would effectively grandfather in all permit holders from the prior year, regardless of whether the services are necessary and appropriate. The amendment also limits the National Park Service's ability to ensure public safety of commercial services. Currently, all vendors undergo public health, fire, and permit condition inspections throughout an operating season. These inspections have documented significant concerns, such as food being cooked, held, or served at temperatures or conditions that do not meet public health standards, refueling processes that place workers and patrons at risk, lack of basic safety and fire protection, and operating in violation of permit conditions. The amendment eliminates the ability to manage the issuance of a permit based on current or past performance, which creates conditions that place workers, visitors, and park resources at risk from some commercial services. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the gentlelady's great interest in what's going on in Florida. Though we don't know each other well, I can only assume that if there were a small patch of land in Maine, I would be highly deferential as to what a local community in that congressional district might think about it, and I would inform the House that I have a resolution from the city of Destin where they speak to some of these concerns, but instead reflect on the value of the existing state and local cooperation to achieve those safer objectives. And with all due respect to the Concessions Act of 1998, which I'm sure we would never want to violate the sanctity of, the result of what the Department of Interior is trying to do in my community is going to put a lot of mom and pop local businesses out of business, and instead it's going to constrain this to a federal contracting requirement that no one in our community believes is going to enhance safety, but instead is going to limit the ability of folks to be able to enjoy the park in the manner in which they're doing safely now. So that's why I would ask for adoption of the amendment, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 91, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 91, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my Amendment 91, which prohibits funds to finalize, implement, or enforce the proposed rule by the EPA titled Reconsideration of National Ambient Air Quality Standards for Particulate Matter. The EPA's proposed rule will lower the particulate matter, or PM, standard to a level Maricopa County and other counties in Arizona could never meet. The PM present in Arizona is not due to manufacturing. It is naturally occurring. There is no way to lower the PM in the desert. And approximately 50% of Arizona is that very desert. As a desert, it is prone to accumulations of dust, including frequent dust storms. Maricopa County, for example, records 1 to 3 massive dust storms called haboobs every year. The current ambient air quality in southern Arizona rarely meets EPA PM 2.5 standard due to the widespread naturally occurring dust particulates matter throughout the area. During a dust storm, the PM levels increase dramatically, over 100 times the non-dust storm days, and is well documented by the National Weather Service. The proposed rule is unreasonable, incomprehensible, and is not based on environmental science. The proposed rule would have the substantial impacts on large swaths of the western United States, not just Arizona. For example, if the standard were set to the proposed levels, populated areas of Utah, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, and New Mexico would be designated as non-attainment and subject to stringent regulatory requirements and penalties. The Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee, which made its recommendations to the EPA, failed to account for the naturally occurring and ambient PM concentrations throughout the western United States. The EPA must consider the world in its natural state. In Arizona and even in Michigan, particulate matter is comparatively very high levels exist in the natural state. Without any contribution from mankind, there will be dust and particulate matter in Arizona that exceeds the proposed and current regulations adopted by the EPA. How an agency that is supposed to be based on science can ignore the National Weather Service data and the data from Maricopa County is perplexing. We expect better from our agencies, and we certainly expect an agency to reconsider the differences between a rainforest and a desert. For these reasons and more, I ask my colleagues to support the Amendment 91 prohibiting the funding to finalize, implement, or enforce the EPA's proposed rule titled Reconsideration of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for Particulate Matter. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes? Gentlelady from Maine seek recognition.
Claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment once again attempts to block the administration from ensuring that the air we breathe is clean. I truly think we can all agree that breathing clean air is a basic right. For that reason, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, obviously the young lady does not understand the desert. She hasn't been in the desert. And you can't just water the desert. That's why it's a desert. The particulates are in the air. And so if you're an asthmatic, if you've got problems breathing, you don't belong in the desert. But you can't lower those standards without going through extraordinary circumstances. You know, we do a lot of watering on grass or on the desert anyway, but the particulates are in the air. It's naturally occurring. So I think this is just ridiculous that there would be opposition from anybody in regards to this. If you do doubt me, come out to Arizona. I'll be happy to show you a booba, show you the ambient quality. But this is by far, we need to adopt this, and I implore that my colleagues adopt this rule. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote requested.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 92, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purposes, the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 92, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my Amendment 92 to prohibit the Biden administration from implementing, administering, or enforcing the recent Grand Canyon National Monument designation and corresponding mineral withdrawal for almost 1 million acres. The monument designation flies in the face of multiple use doctrines for public lands. Further, it creates no new revenue and neither creates nor empowers any employment. Make no mistake, the Grand Canyon National Park is already protected under the Grand Canyon Protection Act, Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, and multiple other regulations and laws. Further, the roughly 1 million acres of newly designated land is far outside the actual Grand Canyon, believe it or not. I'm also proud to sponsor the Northern Arizona Protection Act, which nullifies Biden's designation and corresponding mineral withdrawal. The almost 1 million acres of designated land fall within my district and my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Crane's, but at no point were we consulted, and our constituents' opposition was ignored. Arizona already boasts more national monuments than any other state. We do not want any more monument designations. The federal government already controls far too much land in Arizona, and this restriction is unacceptable. Despite repeated excessive concerns and questions from my constituents, county supervisors, local groups, and the House Committee on Natural Resources, the Department of Interior has refused to address any of them. Instead, without consultation with my constituents or their representative in Congress, Biden and Secretary Haaland have permanently withdrawn more than 1 million acres from its intended multiple-use doctrine. Under House Rule 10, the Committee on Natural Resources has general oversight of any net matter relating to its jurisdiction, including the management of federal lands and the development of mineral resources. As chairman of the Subcommittee of Oversight and Investigations, I have made repeated inquiries to the Secretary of Interior regarding this proposed designation. Yet still, the Secretary of Interior has not responded to repeated inquiries from my Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, further bypassing Congress and the legislative process. Biden's designation is nothing short of a full-scale attack on the livelihoods of many of my constituents. It sets back our nation's national security and even strengthens Russia. Biden's proclamation imposed a nearly 1 million-acre land grab permanently banning mining in an area almost the size of Delaware. Some falsely frame the designation as an effort to protect the Grand Canyon, which of course is completely disingenuous. No one wants a mine within the Grand Canyon. The designated area is miles away from the boundaries of the buffer area. Let me repeat that, the buffer area, of the Grand Canyon National Park. The area in question is home to the highest grade and largest quantity of uranium deposits in the United States. So this amendment does not just effectively affect Arizona. It harms our national security of the entire country. The designation plays right in the hands of Russia, who, along with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, are liberally trying to corner the market of the global uranium market. China is also joining in on this game, buying up uranium mines in Africa. Everybody knows that in order to go green, you have to use nuclear. We better get on board. There's no question this amendment will hurt local revenues, kill jobs, and undermine American energy security. If it does not protect the Grand Canyon, it is opposed by the people of my district, and I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition. With that, I urge them to adopt this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the use of any federal funds to implement, administer, or enforce the presidential proclamation that establishes the ancestral footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument in Arizona, an area significant to many tribal nations. The Antiquities Act provides the President with the authority to designate national monuments in order to protect objects of historic or scientific interest. This amendment inappropriately restricts the President's ability to declare national monuments in specific parts of the country. Both Republican and Democratic presidents have used this authority to increase the protection of special federal lands. It goes against 100 years of American tradition to protect the nation's cultural and natural resources. The Antiquities Act represents an important achievement in the progress of conservation and preservation efforts in the United States. Congress should not stand in the way of these achievements. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman is recognized.
You know, I love the fact that we have individuals from across this country. It's a beauty, but it's also detrimental to us here in this aspect. No one has taken an aircraft, plane over this general area. They don't know what they're talking about. So number one, being ancestral, you know, anything can be that way. But our founders, Teddy Roosevelt, set up this thing called public lands. And in due process, what he did is he established also, at the same time, the multiple use doctrine, the Taylor Grazing Act, requiring these lands to be used, not just used, but to be improved and to be used for multiple purposes. That's mining, that's energy development, and it's not conservation. Let me repeat, not conservation. So when people start talking about these monuments, you got to come back after Arizona. We've got more than any other state combined. So let's get after this. But this is very important for national security, and this designation does not need to go through. I ask that the people that will vote for this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. One more, huh? It is now in order to consider amendment number 93, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 93, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is a funding restriction. Let me give you a little bit of background. What happened is the federal government was sued by a group of extreme environmental organizations claiming that a new species of whale was in the Gulf of Mexico and that its habitat needed to be restricted in order to ensure the survivability of the species. Mr. Chairman, that sounds like a reasonable approach. The problem is that what happened is that they didn't provide any opportunity for public comment. They did not provide any opportunity for peer-reviewed science. As a matter of fact, the sensors that are supposed to be detecting these species did not even detect species in the area where they're trying to impose restrictions. Mr. Chairman, as a result of this sue and settle operation by the federal government, by the Biden administration. 6 million acres of the Gulf of Mexico have been taken effectively offline or put with significant restriction in the Gulf of Mexico. What this does is this further complicates U.S. energy security. It further restricts opportunities to produce energy domestically. Mr. Chairman, I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
So I'm opposing this amendment, which would block the Bureau of Energy Management from implementing the terms of a stay agreement between NOAA and several NGOs related to mitigation measures to protect the Rice's whales in the Gulf of Mexico. I guess my confusion here is that this amendment has already been overtaken by events. On October 27th, NOAA announced that it had denied the petition from several NGOs to establish a mandatory 10-knot speed limit and other vessel-related mitigation measures to protect the Rice's whales in the Gulf of Mexico. Further, NOAA stated that it will not be proceeding with the rulemaking at this time. So I guess I would ask the gentleman, now that he's aware of this development, since this happened just on October 27th, would he consider withdrawing this unnecessary amendment from a bill that's already bloated with riders? It seems to have no purpose.
Are you yielding me time?
And I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Louisiana, my friend, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration has been quite focused on destroying the American energy industry. This entire insane focus on allegedly protecting a species of whale in the Gulf of Mexico has been used by the Biden administration to attempt to deeply restrict oil and gas actions in the Gulf of Mexico. Whales, Mr. Speaker, they wanted to stop vessels from moving at night. They wanted to stop vessels from moving over 10 knots. It's insane. Americans are struggling. Inflation is crushing us. American energy industry should be unleashed, not oppressed. I rise in support of my colleagues, Representative Graves' amendment, and I urge all members to support this amendment in support of an American energy industry that should be dominant worldwide. I yield.
The gentleman from Louisiana.
I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine.
Well, once again, I would say, I understand that we have disagreements on energy policy, and I understand that my colleagues often like an opportunity to criticize the Biden administration because they don't agree with their stand on energy policy. But I just want to be clear again, the Biden administration didn't do this. As you said in your remarks, and I clarified, this was an NGO that sued to have this happen, but NOAA stated it's not proceeding with the rulemaking at this time. The Biden administration is not doing this. It's not slowing down boats. It's not stopping boats at night. None of the things that you said were actually true. And in fact, they have backed off on this. So I know we all have moments in our own state. I represent a coastal state. We have all kinds of disagreements on lawsuits that are filed against current practices. But that didn't happen. So could you just withdraw this? Because you've got an amendment about something that isn't happening. And believe me, we got enough disagreement and misinformation, and there's enough harmful riders in this bill. So I would respectfully request that you just withdraw this and acknowledge that none of this actually happened. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana.
Madam Chair, I certainly do appreciate the gentlelady from Maine's concerns, and I appreciate your understanding of one of the two components of what we're discussing today. The component that my friend from Maine is discussing pertains to recreational vessels and port traffic. That is one component, and the gentlelady is correct. However, The component that my friend from Louisiana and I are raising concerns about is the energy component that is impacted. 6 million acres in the Gulf of Mexico are impacted by it. So this is actually a bifurcated decision or approach. One component was rejected. The gentlelady is correct. The component that we're discussing actually is very much live and very much relevant. So I certainly share the concerns that the gentlelady has recognized, and I appreciate that component, but that's not what this amendment pertains to. Therefore, I again insist upon this amendment. I urge adoption and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine.
I appreciate the gentleman's thoughts. I continue to disagree. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, once again, as my friend Mr. Higgins from Louisiana and I have noted, we've watched as this administration has carried out energy policies that are some of the most inexplicable, incomprehensible energy policies I've ever seen. Policies that are resulting in a 40% increase in energy costs for American families, making 1 in every 4 families choose among costs like groceries, utilities, rental payments, and other things that are simply false choices. We can continue down this path that allows Iran to profit $60 billion above the amount they were making before the Biden administration took office, allowing Venezuela to profit $65 billion above the amount that they were making prior to the Biden administration, or we can simply produce American energy, some of the lowest carbon intense barrels in the world, and actually have American energy security, returning us to American energy security as we saw under the previous administration, rather than these policies that are so punitive on American families, especially those that can least afford it. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 94, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 94, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment prohibits funds from being used to remove any monument on land under the jurisdiction of the Department of Interior. For too long, communist Democrats have been hell-bent on erasing our culture, way of life, and our history, whether we agree with it or not. As George Orwell wrote in 1984, they want a future in which every record has been destroyed or falsified, every book has been rewritten, every picture has been repainted, every statue and street and building has been renamed, every date has been altered, and that process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. And history has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. In 2020, nearly 168 Confederate symbols were removed across the United States, many of which were violently torn down by radical BLM Antifa activists that burned American cities to the ground. Most recently, the statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee that stood for nearly a century in Charlottesville, Virginia, was dismembered and melted down in a 2,250-degree furnace. The news media was quick to flood social media with video posts of the statue's head melting down in fire. This was the message. The communists in our country have made it clear that they will not stop with Robert E. Lee and will continue to do this until George Washington's statue is burning in fire. Whether we agree with the monuments, whether we agree with the history, our history is our lessons now for this generation and for future generations to come. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Georgia reserves. For what purposes does a gentlewoman from Maine seek
Thank you,
recognition?
Madam Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Look, this amendment is one more controversial poison pill policy rider that sadly shows that the Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. The amendment would prohibit the Department of Interior from removing any monument on land under their jurisdictions. There can be many reasons a monument would need to be removed: health and safety of visitors and staff. This amendment provides no latitude for the department to steward the land and resources they are responsible for. In 15 days, the government will shut down. Yet we are spending time on a bill that will never become law and on this superfluous partisan poison pill rider. We should be focused on creating a bipartisan bill that abides by the agreement reached in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. So let's do the job we were elected to do, ensure the American people receive the benefits and services they are entitled to. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 1 minute of my time to the gentleman from Louisiana, Clay Higgins.
The gentleman yields time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment, and I thank my colleague for introducing it. Madam Speaker, our history is our history, all of it. We live in an era wherein my Democrat colleagues across the aisle seem to fail to recognize the simple fact that you're rewriting history. You're rewriting history of this body, and American people have lost all trust in any kind of sanity coming out of my Democrat colleagues. You're moving from sea to shining sea, taking down statues. How's that working? How's that going, Madam Speaker? Do we have peace in our time? Is our border okay? Is the world not on fire? Do you have more or less racial problems in America today than you did 20 years ago? It's insane, again, what my Democrat colleagues push. You have Confederate soldiers buried in Arlington. Shall you remove their bones?
The gentleman's time is expired.
I support the amendment, Madam Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Maine reserves.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute of my time to the gentleman.
The gentlewoman yields time to the gentleman from Montana.
Yes, Congressman
Mr.
Zinke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My friend and gentlewoman from Maine may have mentioned that this affects all monuments. In fact, it does not. As a former secretary, monuments are under the Antiquities Act. There's about 163, as I recall. This only pertains to monuments that commemorate the founding fathers of the United States on land under the jurisdiction. I don't recall how many monuments are to the founding fathers, but there's not many. I don't recall any being a safety issue. Matter of fact, I recall all of them being a part of our history and an important part of our history for all to learn. So this does not affect all monuments, nor the safety. What it affects is the very essence of the country. I support this amendment.
From Maine.
Thank you. I appreciate the thoughts of the former Secretary of Interior, and I thank you for your service. But I want to be clear. Let me read this back to you. There may have been an earlier version of this, but this one says, none of the funds made available by this act may be used to remove any monument on land under the jurisdiction of the Department of Interior. I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia has 1 minute remaining.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Actually, there should be no funds allocated to remove any monument, and there's no necessary reason to remove the monuments. This is the Democrat and the Biden administration's effort to erase our history, just as they have done to the statue of Robert E. Lee. This is an outrage. This is exactly what they do in communist countries. And the Democrats want to accuse us of book burning while we try to get pornography books out of our children's schools. The Democrats will do nothing to stop their attempts to destroy our nation's history, and we must protect it. I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I urge its passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The gentlewoman from Georgia yields. The gentlewoman from Maine.
So just to clear up a couple of things, my colleague mentioned the founding fathers. Robert E. Lee was not actually one of the founding fathers. He was a general of the Confederacy. That was the city of Charlottesville. That wasn't a national monument when that statue was removed. And I just have to say, I find it rich that the party that has supported book banning in our libraries, rewriting curriculum, not talking about our history over and over again, is the very one that is saying that we have to often keep painful monuments in places where they do damage, where they interfere with people's ability to enjoy the particular area that they're in, and leave it to the Department of Interior to have that discretion. So if we're going to get into talking about book banning and rewriting history, let's have an honest debate about it and talk about the differences between our two parties on this. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maine yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 95 will not be offered. In order to consider amendment number 96, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261, for what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
We have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 96, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant.
Prohibits funds to develop,
The gentleman
finalize.
will suspend. The gentleman will suspend.
Yep.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. My amendment number 96 prohibits funds to develop, finalize, issue, or use assessments under the EPA's Integrated Risk Information System, or IRIS program. The IRIS program has never been authorized by Congress and was created by the EPA out of thin air in the 1980s. It's been heavily criticized by everyone, from former EPA officials, the National Academy of Sciences, federal agencies, and the Government Accountability Office. Despite that, the EPA spends $20 to $40 million of taxpayer money per year on the program. IRIS has demonstrated a history of conducting low-quality chemical risk assessments that fail to utilize the best available scientific data and establish very real regulations for private citizens and private companies. EPA has targeted a number of important chemistries, including formaldehyde, uranium, vanadium, critical mineral, ethylene oxide, sterilization of medical equipment, and naphthalene to shut down oil production, as well as others. IRIS risk assessments have been put forth at the expense of American jobs and cost public confidence in chemistries that are critical to the activity across many sectors of the U.S. economy, from agriculture and furniture making to transportation and national security. Bipartisan concerns have been raised repeatedly in Congress about the failure of the IRIS program to utilize sound science and broad input in its evaluations. These concerns have been largely dismissed or ignored. Recently, IRIS has indicated they intend to use the formaldehyde IRIS rule, which is below the level of even human breath and from natural background levels as the basis for their high priority risk evaluation and risk management rule for formaldehyde over the next 2 years. It should be obvious these bans on formaldehyde and certain formaldehyde-based products or conditions of use, unachievable workplace standards, orders of magnitude below OSHA or European Union requirements will be very damaging mandates for Americans. This would include direct negative impacts on the manufacturing community, including on manufacturing of resins, wood products, adhesives, fertilizers, roofing, coating materials, electrical products, lubricants, fabrics, and other construction materials, as well as energy, transportation, and agriculture end uses. There needs to be a change in the way EPA conducts its business around scientific integrity and accountability in the way in which the federal government conducts chemical risk evaluations. My amendment is in the interest of protecting American safety, jobs, and ensuring chemical risk assessments conducted by the EPA are driven by the best available science rather than political and ideological agendas. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine, for what purpose to seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The EPA's Integrated Risk Information System identifies and characterizes the health hazards of chemicals found in the environment in an impartial manner. IRIS assessments are critical in understanding the environmental risks we face. This amendment would deny Americans of a valuable tool in understanding the health effects resulting from chronic exposure to chemicals. This includes cancer descriptors that help us better understand which chemicals are most likely to cause cancer. I support the work done by the EPA, and I oppose this amendment. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Well, I'll point out one more time. We're in a situation here in which our tolerance is well under that of European or other countries. So one more time, we're going to put ourselves in a position in which manufacturing is much more expensive, if not impossible, in the United States compared to other countries. Hence,
Gentlemen, do you yield or reserve?
I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
I will yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Now it is in order to consider amendment number 97, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 97, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of my amendment, which prevents any funding from being used to finalize or implement the CEQ's National Environmental Policy Act guidance on consideration of greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. Earlier this year, the CEQ issued interim guidance for agencies to analyze greenhouse gas and eliminate change effects of their proposed actions under the National Environmental Policy Act. Madam Chair, for decades, radical environmental groups have weaponized NEPA to attack and block natural resources development. They have done so through a variety of techniques, including by colluding with various federal agencies in sue and settle schemes that have poured massive amounts of money into their coffers while doing very little to actually protect the environment or ensure that we can access and use our federal lands and projects to produce oil and gas, coal, hydropower, and nuclear energy. These are just some of the reasons as to why Republicans in Congress have prioritized the passage of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, which is intended to streamline, improve, and expedite the NEPA process while also ensuring that we are protecting our environment. We can do both, and in fact, we have been doing so for decades. I have had multiple constituents reach out to me over the last year seeking assistance in getting various federal agencies to move important projects along in the process. In one such case, a constituent described being stuck on his fourth and final solicitor's review, a do loop that had been going on for literally years. Although they had completed every single task and done every single thing asked of them multiple times, the agency refused to move forward. My staff has since met with the Office of Surface Mining only to be told that there's a queue, as though that is an adequate answer. To date, there has been no movement on this review. This situation represents a failure of the system, and allowing the CEQ to unilaterally impose radical GHG and global warming requirements on these agencies will not make the situation any better. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Wyoming.
We simply have no accountability, no taking of responsibility, and no consequences for these agencies who fail to carry out their responsibilities. What that means in the long term is that there is ultimately no more gas for our cars, oil to heat our homes, or energy to power our first world economy. What is my point? We do not need to add any more roadblocks under NEPA, making it even more uncertain and difficult for these agencies to process applications. We don't need any more steps, reviews, analyses, or guidance documents to make NEPA more burdensome to our producers, our small businesses, our ranchers, and our manufacturers. We don't need to make it any more difficult to properly manage our national forests or to maintain our water infrastructure. We have reclamation projects that need to be constructed and maintained. We have forests in dire need of management, and we need these things now, not 10 years from now. My amendment defunds the CEQs and this administration's efforts to use global warming hysteria to further delay such projects that are subject to NEPA. My amendment is also critically important to block CEQ's illegal attempt to avoid compliance with the APA's rulemaking requirements. CEQ doesn't have the authority to issue guidance documents with the force and effect of law, yet that is exactly how this guidance document will be interpreted, as imposing new requirements on project proponents as part of the NEPA review process. We must therefore stop CEQ from implementing a so-called guidance document that is in reality no such thing. CEQ should be forced to go through the public rulemaking process to adopt such wide-ranging changes to the NEPA procedural requirements. The reality is that NEPA was designed to address reasonably foreseeable impacts of a particular project, not to allow agencies to try to guess what temperature it will be 1,000 miles away 75 years from now. I read an article a year ago assessing the global warming hysteria that we are living through. This gentleman who wrote the article made an excellent observation that I believe is worth repeating here. Quote, "The notion that government should impoverish actual human beings as a means of promoting the welfare of humanity is a pagan superstition on par with sacrificing individuals to the sun god." End quote. I couldn't have said it better. We must block the CEQ from pursuing an agenda of impoverishment and government-imposed wretchedness. We must no longer tolerate their bowing to the sun god, and we must return to common sense and rational thinking to our permitting and NEPA process. Please join me in supporting my amendment, and with that I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 98, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 98, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment, which prohibits the implementation and enforcement of the EPA's final rule entitled Clean Water Act Section 401 Water Quality Certification Improvement Rule. The U.S. EPA published in the Federal Register its revised Clean Water Act Section 401 certification rule on September 27th of this year. This proposal was made in direct response to the 2021 Biden executive order that directed agencies to tackle the so-called, quote, climate crisis. This rule applies to 401 certifications, which are water quality certifications issued by state or tribal authorities that verify compliance with water quality requirements. The CWA allows states a great deal of discretion in reviewing and conditioning 401 certifications to ensure compliance with the CWA and state surface water quality standards. This final rule returns to the broader scope of review that was in place prior to the 2020 rule and requires states and tribes to evaluate the water quality related impacts from an entire activity as a whole, including construction and operation, rather than doing what it should, which is solely focusing on the aspect of the activity directly authorized by a given federal license or permit. The final rule also includes a broad definition of the term neighboring jurisdiction, which means that it can include any jurisdiction other than the one in which the discharge originates. The EPA's proposed rule is too broad, is contrary to the clear intent of Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, and is outside of the EPA's authority and jurisdiction. My amendment would prohibit the implementation of this wrong-headed rule, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I rise to oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. This is another policy rider designed to block the EPA from doing its work to protect our air, our water, public health. I know my constituents, they look to me to make good decisions because they want to have clean water to drink, to cook, to bathe in. And the EPA, working alongside of the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, ensures that we have the best water quality standards around. So, Madam Chair, on behalf of the 4th District of Minnesota, I oppose this amendment. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Wyoming.
We all want clean water. This rule has nothing to do with that. This has to do with the EPA controlling and dictating matters that they have no business being involved with. This proposal will put many pending projects at risk, including mining projects, and will force the courts to make the final determinations with regard to such projects by interpreting and applying two extremely vague and ambiguous provisions included in the new rule. This situation will ultimately result in a significant loss of investment in mining projects throughout the country, and it will cause greater regulatory uncertainty and inefficiency. My amendment will block the EPA from implementing this wrong-headed rule, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. Not only does this rule broaden reviews and jurisdiction for permit requirements, but it substantially expands the jurisdiction of states to regulate even those waters that are not considered navigable waters under of the United States as required by the Clean Water Act. The Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality had this to say about the rule. Quote, "We are deeply concerned with EPA's blatant claims in the preamble of the rule to use the Section 401 certification process as a mechanism to expand federal jurisdiction into waters that are not waters of the United States." End quote. Wyoming DEQ also highlighted the burdens that would be imposed on entities due to broadening the scope of activities measured under this certification to, quote, "include conditions unrelated or only speculative related to water quality." And I will say it again, we all want clean water. This rule has nothing to do with that. EPA's new interpretation of Section 401 and its efforts to broaden states' authority over water bodies and features that are outside of the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act must be stopped. We are fed up with the EPA using the Clean Water Act as part of its efforts to implement this administration's radical environmental agenda and land grab. My amendment is designed to stop this nonsense, to block the EPA's misinterpretation and application of Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, and to force the EPA to follow the law. I urge my colleagues to adopt it, and with that I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 99, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment to this.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 99, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment, which will stop the federal land grab happening in my district by the Fish and Wildlife Service. My amendment will prohibit funds from being used to implement the horrible proposed rule to list the Texas kangaroo rat as endangered. Under its proposed rule, the Fish and Wildlife Service will designate 600,000 acres as critical habitat across 5 counties in my district. This decision is a massive overreach by the federal government that will simultaneously harm the farmers and ranchers in my district, which, by the way, is the #1 ag district in the state, and will simultaneously crush the struggling oil and gas industry. The state of Texas has long been committed to promoting and protecting our wildlife and natural habitats through voluntary conservation efforts that balance responsible stewardship and economic development. This horribly flawed rule proposal is a completely unnecessary action from the Biden administration, as the state of Texas has already taken the initiative to preserve the Texas kangaroo rat. Action has already been taken to address the conservation needs of the species while accounting for the unique needs of landowners in North Texas, which results in thousands of acres of land already being utilized to conserve the species without punishing private citizens or the ag and energy sectors. Unfortunately, the always radical Biden administration decided to ignore the ongoing efforts and impose unnecessary and aggressive federal interference. The Fish and Wildlife Service's endangered listing of the Texas kangaroo rat will have drastic ramifications on the farming and ranching industry in Texas. If this proposed rule goes into effect, agriculture producers in my district could be subject to civil and criminal penalties handed out by radical Biden administration officials who will stop at nothing to advance its Green New Deal agenda, meaning farmers and ranchers could face up to 1 year imprisonment and tens of thousands of dollars in fines for accidental or even perceived injury of a Texas kangaroo rat or its habitat. The Texas kangaroo rat can only thrive when there is sparse short grasses and small stubble, which is exactly what our farmers and ranchers provide when grazing cattle. The farming and ranching industries are the backbone of our unique Texas history, heritage, and economy. Unfortunately, the heavy hand of the federal bureaucracy once again is looking to destroy that. If this proposed rule goes into effect, it will significantly restrict the way our ranchers can use their land, setting a dangerous precedent of federal overreach into agricultural production that will have far-reaching consequences for not only Texas, but our entire nation. The agriculture industry is already being hit with rising costs due to the historic inflation caused by Bidenomics, and this new rule will only intensify these struggles. Texas has a proud history of responsible land management and conservation, and for any effort to succeed, it must be driven by local communities rather than bureaucrats in Washington. I urge every member in this body to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Ecosystems are under stress, and they're declining globally at rates we couldn't even have imagined. In this human history, we'll have more than 1 million species currently threatened with extinction within many decades. It'll happen within some of our lifetimes. This amendment seeks to legislate species rather than providing species with the protections that are afforded under the Endangered Species Act. The species live somewhere. The Endangered Species Act protects the habitat. Just think of the bald eagle and what we did to protect that, and how proud we all are of what we did to protect that. That was other members of Congress. Now we have the responsibility to do the same thing for the next generation. This law would also potentially increase litigation regarding the government's responsibility to implement the statutory requirements under the Endangered Species Act. So that means more litigation, more taxpayers' dollars spent in litigation. The best available science and commercial information, not politics, should determine whether a species is listed, threatened, or endangered. This amendment circumvents the rigorous process that's put in place to make those scientific determinations, as well as the role of public input. There's public input that goes into this. The primary factor influencing the viability of the Texas kangaroo rat is loss of its habitat, largely due to historical land use changes. Human activities threaten and diminish animal habitats. They pollute nature. They accelerate global warming that are driving species to extinction and creating more unhealthy ecosystems. When we lose a species, it impacts and reverberates throughout our ecosystem, and we all suffer: our economy, our public health, livelihoods, food security, and a quality of life that all depend upon ecosystems working together. Defunding the service's ability to list a species would work against the clear intent of the Endangered Species Act and would, as I said before, cause more litigation by outside groups, not less, more litigation causing taxpayers more money. And most importantly, Madam Chair, it would also undercut the service's ability to work collaboratively with tribes who seek help on ecosystem protection, other federal agencies, states and local communities, and landowners who wish and want to work cooperatively to conserve species. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and to protect vulnerable species so that future generations can benefit from a world with healthy ecosystems and robust biodiversity, just as previous generations did for us. And the best example is the American bald eagle. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, there are no better stewards of the land and the animals in Texas than the farmers and ranchers in Texas' 13th Congressional District. We do not need the federal government telling us how to accomplish this. I appreciate having the support of all my colleagues, and I urge everyone to vote yes on this amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 100, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 100, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. LaMalfa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you again, Madam Chairman. My amendment tonight would stop the latest in a series of land grabs in the West by the Biden administration. Many of the presidential proclamations and executive actions enabling these land grabs stem from Section 216 of Executive Order 14,008, signed by President Biden just a week after taking office. This order stated this 30 by 30 plan, which seeks to restrict and lock away 30% of this nation's public lands by the year 2030. 30-4-30 is a nice series on ESPN about sports figures, but 30 by 30 is very dangerous for us in the West. In support of this executive initiative, the Bureau of Land Management published a new resource management plan for Northwest California at the end of September. Much of the BLM plan area overlaps with my own congressional district. In total, the so-called preferred alternative detailed in BLM's draft management plan would designate 42,000 acres as protected for the environment or for conservation. Under the Bureau's current management plan, just 100 acres of land are labeled suitable for wild and scenic river designations. But this draft of plan would see that the number would explode to nearly 34,000 acres. The difference between 100 acres is 1/6 of a square mile, and 34,000 is 53 square miles. In Shasta County, 33,000 more acres would be labeled areas of critical environmental concern. Concern. We can be concerned about just about anything around here, can't we? And several thousand more would be removed from eligibility for livestock grazing. Grazing, which is known to be very helpful in fire suppression and actually stirring the land and having things grow. So the same interest groups that are supportive of this management plan are also behind a continuous push to remove hydroelectric dams, now on Butte Creek, as well as the ones we're suffering up around the Klamath River. And this would prevent recreational fishing on Butte Creek. Madam Chairman, the 30 by 30 plan is indicative of how much environmentalists just don't understand real life for rural Americans, and certainly life for the people in my own congressional district. If environmentalists actually lived in the Churn Creek bottom or up in Magalia, they would understand that my constituents who do live here want to take care of the natural resources. The folks in Churn Creek bottom don't just graze without regard to the health of the land. They know, because they live there, that they'll need to graze this land again in a few months, in a few years, in 10 years, and on, as many families have been doing for 6 generations in my district. In my life, I'm really a rice farmer. I would fight to protect our rivers from pollution because it's bad for my crops and for my neighbors. This isn't rocket science, folks. Beyond my farm, the waterways in the Sacramento Valley, they need to be clean because people like to recreate, like to fish, and just have a nice environment. No, we're not bad stewards of the land. We certainly don't need Biden coming in, setting aside 30% of all lands in just 7 scant years. Bureaucrats with orders from D.C., however, should not be telling Americans to stay away from their public lands. They already know how to take care of their lands and their rivers. Most of these resources are the lifeblood of each and every rural town anyway. So I urge adoption of this amendment in order to keep just a little more freedom and a little more possibilities for an economy and a lifestyle that was once normal in rural America. I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This is just another more controversial poison pill writer that sadly shows some of the extremes that Republicans will go to. Now, we need to be interested in laws that can gain bipartisan support and become law because people want us to work together and move forward. The draconian cuts proposed in this bill violate the agreement that was reached by Speaker McCarthy and President Biden that were memorialized in Statute Public Law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. I voted for that in good faith and thought we as a Congress were going to honor that commitment to those spending levels. But now that I've said that, I want to get back to the amendment. In accordance with the National Environment Policy Act and the Federal Land Policy Management Act of 1976, the BLM drafted a proposed draft resource management plan and an environmental impact statement that's currently open for a 90-day comment period. So the public has been asked to comment, your constituents can comment, and we've asked them to do that. But this amendment would prohibit the BLM from providing an updated, comprehensive, and environmentally adequate framework for managing the uses of the public lands and resources. We're here to protect the overall welfare of the American public and to preserve our lands and resources for future generations. But, unfortunately, this would be disregarding the law and trying to circumvent the rigorous process that's in place to update the management plans to better address the larger, higher in density wildland fires, for example, something I know that the gentleman and I both have worked on and both agree that we need to do so much more on to protect our public lands from wildland fires and private lands from it as well. But what this amendment does is it nullifies that public comment I was talking about before. 90 days public comment. We've invited the public in to make comments. We're currently collecting them. And this amendment would say, you know, we asked you to comment, but we're just going to totally disregard it. We're not going to even look at it. So I believe we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change we are experiencing in our economy, our health, our livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depends upon healthy ecosystems. And so does reducing and suppressing wildland fires, for example. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on work we can do together to address climate change and together being good stewards of our public lands and resources for the benefit of future generations. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
You know, Madam Chairman, I've been hearing all day about, well, we need more plans that can gain bipartisan support. Yet the people I represent, especially the northern part of my district, don't feel like there's bipartisan support when the federal agencies come in and take away their water, make it where they can't access their land. They can't get grazing permits anymore. It's crammed down their throats by administration that's listening to somebody else rather than them. And so that doesn't sound very bipartisan because it's putting these people out of business who have been successful for 5, 6 generations on being good stewards of the land. Yet, now it's not good enough because of something called climate change, which CO2 only represents 0.04% of our atmosphere. That's hardly measurable. Yet we're going hell-bent on ruining our economy, ruining people's lives, ruining legacies because of something that people that fly in their private jets to Davos like to talk about and put upon us. 30 for 30 does not do anything for climate change. It just makes it just about impossible to produce domestic food, domestic energy, etc. in this country. So that's why I'm running this amendment, and I appreciate your aye vote. I yield back.
From California, Mr. LaMalfa yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 101, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 101, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed, each will have 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer my amendment 101 to H.R. 4821, the Interior and Environmental Appropriations Bill for 2024. My amendment 101 reduces the salary of Matthew Tejada, the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Environmental Justice at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, to $1. As the Deputy Assistant Administrator, he often propagates divisive rhetoric and pushes the Biden administration's disastrous environmental justice initiatives onto American communities. While in his position, Matthew Tejada has made divisive and inflammatory remarks attributing his de-investment in some areas like East St. Louis to racism and referred to this as the genocide of communities. This sort of rhetoric is a tool used by the radical left to create a greater divide across the nation. Matthew Tejada has even said that he wants to use millions of federal tax dollars to fix environmental racism. As a conservative, I support protecting the environment. One of my favorite presidents, matter of fact, my favorite president, Teddy Roosevelt, was a Republican and one of the greatest champions of environmental conservation. However, I do not support taking a benign policy topic and twisting it into a controversial issue used by the government to further its own political agenda. This year, the EPA received $108 million to go towards funding environmental justice programs and projects, such as the Biden administration's Executive Order 13985, which instructs the EPA to enact Equity Action Plan. I am strongly opposed to wasting American tax dollars and on the issues that will further divide the country. Investing in our communities is important. However, incorporating race into an unrelated issue is simply virtue signaling, which is unhelpful and divisive. The Biden administration should focus on unifying the country rather than dividing us so that we can combat the real issues our country is facing, like the emergency at the southern border, rising inflation, and the multiple crises having overseas. With that, I reserve the remainder of time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I know that the gentleman doesn't see it this way, but I see this amendment as petty and punitive. The EPA and environmental justice. Well, I live in a corridor. It's called I-94. And there was a thriving African-American community there. Absolutely thriving. Undertakers, dentists, doctors, dry cleaners, grocery stores. It was an amazing place. But it was a place of the least political resistance to put a highway through, rather than over by the cathedral, which got a different speed limit and some other things that happened, or the mansions on Summit Avenue Hill, just a couple blocks away. Snelling Avenue in my district, some of the worst air quality for the homes that live in around there because of the freeway there. I can give example after example, and I just use transportation, but I can use things that, I grew up in South St. Paul, Rivertown, meatpacking plant. Swifts and Armors could just throw their waste right into the Mississippi River. The state of Wisconsin sued us not only for that waste, but for the waste of our municipal waste plant that was there. And that was in the poorest neighborhood around between Dakota and Washington County. It's not, you can say it's about race, yeah, but it's about people who were taken advantage of because it was the most expedient thing to do. And now the Biden administration and other administrations have said, you know what? We have a responsibility to clean that up. We have a responsibility to do better. And that's a role that the environmental pollution control agencies should be involved in, because the water, the air, and the soil in many of these places is not any place where we would make an investment or where you would want to buy something. So I understand the gentleman has his viewpoint on what's going on. I just want you to hear from myself and on behalf of my constituents who are working to rectify a wrong, and we're doing it in a positive way that moves forward. That's not dividing our communities, but it's uniting our communities. So I don't think when we're mad at something or a policy that we should be going after individual public servants. And I would like to move forward, Madam Chair, and negotiate with the Senate a bill to fund the government and to move the EPA moving forward so we have clean air, clean water, and we protect our soil. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from Georgia.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized.
I actually appreciate your comments. As a former student body president at Morehouse School of Medicine, a minority university, I appreciate the diversity that our country represents. The problem I have is that when we're trying to save the environment, which I have no problem with, I've already stated that my dad was a forest ranger. Teddy Roosevelt was my favorite president. I want to protect the environment. I just don't want to make it an issue about race. I believe we should protect all people, regardless of their skin color. I believe in equal opportunities. I believe that if it's the right thing to do, we do it, regardless of what race, what religion, what gender. No matter what the people are, they're Americans, and they deserve the very best from their government. The fact is, we're literally using the government to call the government racist. The very people who are put in charge by President Biden are calling people who are put in charge by the same governmental people racist. It's an inconsistency of thought, and it is divisive. And so therefore, I would say, I humbly ask my colleagues to support my amendment to hold federal bureaucrats accountable. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I was seeking recognition. You didn't see me.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, or offered by the gentleman from Georgia, will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 102, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 102, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer my amendment number 102 to H.R. 4821, the Interior and Environmental Appropriations Bill for 2024. My amendment would prohibit funds from this act from implementing President Biden's burdensome and irresponsible executive orders 14037, 14057, and 14096. Executive Orders 14037 and 14057 are just more examples of Biden's administration's overreaching and out-of-touch energy regulations. The idea that the American people want the consequences of 100% of their electricity to be carbon pollution-free by 2030. 100% of the government vehicles to be zero emissions by 2035, and 50% of all new passenger cars and light trucks sold in the United States to be electric by 2030 shows just how ignorant this current administration is to the challenge of everyday Americans that are facing these problems. Now pay attention. EV popularity is waning, and it's expensive. Every day, Americans are worried about the skyrocketing cost of groceries and gas prices, or whether their next paycheck will cover all their bills, to include their electricity bill. The last thing they're thinking about is trying to afford an electrical vehicle that the Biden administration's strict standards and on average cost $17,000 more than a gas-powered vehicle. And oh, by the way, for a guy who owns a Tesla and who just had to replace a battery, that's another $17,000 on top of that. And your battery will go bad. Anybody who has a cell phone understands that. These executive orders will hurt low-income Americans most of all. The Biden administration claims to protect those people. As we look at Executive Order 14096, we see a pattern as the Biden administration chooses to focus on programs that divide the American people rather than unite us. Madam Chair, instead of simply promoting conservation efforts, which most Americans agree that are important, this administration continues to use divisive rhetoric behind environmental justice, which does not benefit the poor. Examples of this divisive rhetoric in the executive order include remnants of discrimination continue to persist today. We're talking about EV vehicles. The communities with environmental justice concerns face entrenched disparities. I tell you what, the disparities will be from those who cannot afford these very vehicles that are required. Our country needs unifying language and leadership. The Biden administration fails that test. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment number 102 to ensure that American taxpayer dollars are not being spent on frivolous and polarizing initiatives. With that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition.
Woman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused. I serve on this committee, and one of the debates that we had when we were doing the markup, and the chair probably remembers, is how in the base bill, all the money that you're talking about was stripped out. It's gone. We couldn't find offsets to put it back in, but it's gone. So the money that the gentleman's referring to is gone. $1.4 billion was taken from EG and the Inflation Reduction Act. It was taken away, so it's gone. But just getting into what we tried to do, Democrats did try to make historic investments in environmental justice, and the EPA has been able to put some of those dollars to use. But as I said, there is no EJ funding, zero, in the base bill. And it's unfortunate because I think environmental justice, as I said earlier, make sure that everybody gets the same degree of protection from environmental health hazards. Rural income communities, and the community that I grew up in that is an older suburb, but at the time was very rural, they were targeted by corporations and regulatory agencies, local planning boards and that, because the land was cheap, because the land had been polluted, and then they just kept citing more pollution around it. Like landfills or waste transfer station. Oh, that's a good place to put an incinerator. Garbage dumps. You know, the amount of concentration of pollution in some of these areas is really mind-boggling, because it's just, well, it's already polluted, so we could just put a little more there. And because of all that pollution in these areas, and I know you mentioned you're a doctor, so I know that you know when you're exposed to a lot of chemicals, when you're exposed to a lot of toxins, you have higher health disparities and shorter lifespans. And that's all documented. That's documented in these populations, higher cancer rates. So, as I said, the money's gone, unfortunately. I hope we can work with the Senate to put some things back. But I want my colleagues to just think for a minute that some of these communities started out with one waste facility or one toxic plant, and then another one and another one and another one came, and house values went down, and pretty soon no one wanted to live there. And in my case, in my community, it was right on the Mississippi River. So I'm a little confused, you know, talking about the funding in this bill that no longer exists, and I'm just going to reserve the balance of my time, because I think, Madam Chair, you and the members of this House know how I feel about this, and I strongly oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Georgia.
I appreciate you pointing out the equity of environment and your concerns for the people. Knowing the people and knowing myself, when I grew up, having to supply my own insurance, supply my own gas, supply my own car, which I bought for $1,295 for a 1971 Datsun 510 with 141,000 miles on it. I couldn't afford anything other than that. Couldn't afford any better insurance. My mom didn't have an insurance policy. Imagine a 16-year-old nowadays having their own insurance policy, not on their parents' plan. I was in survival mode, which a lot of these people that you're talking about in these communities are in. That's all they can afford. A used gas vehicle to get to their job, to be independent, to live a dignified life where they can sustain themselves. Not because they were told by the government, you will do this because I'm protecting you, but they had a choice. A choice, because we trust people more than we trust government. And isn't that what this whole argument is about? Do we trust the government to know better what's for our family and our choices, whether it be what we drive, where we work, what our emissions are? Do we trust the American people no matter what the color of their skin is? Or do we trust the American government to be the moral standard of who we are and what we represent? Who do you trust? What is equity? Is equity when the government decides everybody will be equal, or when a person has the choice based on their God-given right to self-determine, regardless of the color of skin, regardless of their gender, regardless of their religion, that they have the freedom of choice to decide their fate based on their own challenges? That's what this argument's about. Do we self-determine, or do we let the American government become our moral standard of what's right and wrong, of what's good for me? I choose the individual over the government. I believe that's the foundation of our government. I believe that's the foundation of our Constitution, and I believe that is the inalienable right that God gave us. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Minnesota. The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. Hurry up. I'm getting this over with. It is now in order to consider amendment number 103, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 103, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in support of my amendment that would reduce Deputy Assistant Administrator Jake Lee's salary to $1. Mr. Lee oversees all pesticide programs at the Biden EPA. The Biden EPA has consistently politicized crop production tools, creating uncertainty for farmers. In their most recent attack on farmers and ranchers, the Biden EPA released a new herbicide strategy at the request of the radical climate cult lobby. This program would force farmers to implement costly mitigation measures, likely forcing them out of production entirely. According to the Biden administration's own estimates, this program could cost more than $5 billion for all corn acres in Illinois, Iowa, and Nebraska alone. This is just one more example of how the Biden administration puts left-wing political agenda ahead of farmers who grow food to feed America and the world. Please join me in supporting this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
So here we go again. We're attacking the salary of a person who's doing the job, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee has a really important job. Mr. Lee's job is to regulate pesticides. Pesticides can be toxic. And one of the things that got me involved in politics back when I served on the Natural Resources and Agriculture Subcommittee back in the state of Minnesota was all the reading that we were doing about the accumulation of pesticides on food that children were ingesting, because all the studies had been done for pesticides on an adult healthy male and how it could affect their development in that. Then the more I learned about pesticides, and they're important. They're important. They're an important tool in our agriculture. We feed the world. We feed our folks here. But if a pesticide isn't regulated, and I don't have the names right in front of me, and Madam Chair, I'll get them submitted for the record, some of them are water soluble. So we learned a lot about how pesticides companies would come in and they would target, local farmers and, say, here, use this pesticide, this is great, but it didn't break down in water. It would get into well water, it would get into streams, it would, do terrible things to the ecosystem in the streams. And we in Minnesota, and some of us is like, well, our farmers didn't want that, but they weren't scientists on a lot of that. So who do they turn to? They turn to scientific experts to do the due diligence, to check these pesticides out, so when and if they're used properly. So they do no harm. They only do good. So I would urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, support the EPA in its work to protect our public health and to protect our environment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I would please...
the agreement is agreed to. However, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 104, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 104, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in support of my amendment that would prohibit funding for the Solar for All program. During an Agriculture Committee hearing earlier this year, the EPA administrator told me, and I quote, "The EPA does not incentivize solar panels." This program clearly demonstrates he was not being truthful in his testimony. Under the Biden administration's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the EPA has announced a $7 billion subsidy for solar panels. China completely controls the solar panel industry, and we should not be using taxpayer money to subsidize our adversaries in the name of a left-wing political ideology. According to the EPA's own website, solar panels contain hazardous materials that are harmful to humans. In my home state of Illinois, a school roof lit on fire due to excessive heat generated by solar panels on the roof. The Biden administration needs to stop prioritizing the left's radical climate agenda over the energy needs of the American people. Please join me in supporting this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
We are now only 15 days away from a government shutdown, and instead of focusing on keeping the government open and we're working on a bill that's going nowhere. The draconian cuts that I talked about earlier in this bill violate the agreement reached by former Speaker McCarthy and President Biden that were memorialized in Statute and Public Law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. We would not be teetering on the brink of a government shutdown if my Republican colleagues had upheld their end of the bargain and funded at the levels we had agreed to, a vote that I did take in this body, so I feel I had a vested interest in thinking that we were going to honor that agreement. We are here to protect the welfare of the American people, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, drought, flooding, severe storm, wildland fires that we're experiencing. As of October 10th, the United States has experienced 24 confirmed weather climate disaster events, with losses exceeding $1 billion each, and this is a new record. I could talk about the money that the Department of Defense, in the billions of dollars, is having to spend to make buildings resilient and to try to prevent buildings from collapsing due to these extreme weather events. The Department of Defense sees climate change. The Department of Defense sees climate change, I want to stress this, as a national security issue. The Department of Defense invests in solar, and the EPA should. When we have solar available, it's something that is a strategy that will help us in preventing the acceleration of climate change, instead of paying billions of dollars in disaster relief. I don't think that's what's best for the American taxpayer. So our economy, our health, our livelihoods, our food security, our quality of life all depend upon healthy ecosystems, a healthy planet, and doing what we can to mitigate climate change. I want to just state again that we have been working to bring wind and solar and bring the cost down. And many states, including Texas, are embracing a lot of this. And a lot of small businesses are coming forward. And I agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle. I don't want to be purchasing solar panels from China. I want to manufacture right here in the United States as part of a full energy embrace mix. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change, making our nation stronger, and agreeing with the Department of Defense that climate change is a national security issue. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Illinois.
I would like to remind my friends on the other side that China controls the mining of rare earth minerals used to produce solar panels. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Illinois yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 106, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 106, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Nails of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nails, a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment would simply prohibit funds to be used for the shooting of cattle. The shooting of cattle in the Gila National Forest or any other national forest. Folks, let me tell you why this issue is so important. I am offering this amendment to ensure that the voices of the concerned residents of New Mexico and cattle grazers across the country are heard. The Forest Service has been using your hard-earned taxpayer dollars to issue and execute aerial kill orders for feral cattle in the Gila National Forest due to environmental concerns. The Forest Service defines feral cattle as cattle without brands, ear tags, or other signs of ownership. However, it is oftentimes difficult to tell the difference between a feral cow and a non-feral cow. My staff and I tried it. We couldn't tell the difference. Even if the cows are feral, under New Mexico state law, feral cows are the property of the New Mexico Livestock Board, which opposed the actions taken by the Forest Service to shoot these cattle in the first place. Cattle grazers are rightfully concerned that their own branded cattle could have ventured into the area in question due to fences being burned down by wildfires or damage from an unusually strong monsoon season. The area in question in the Gila National Forest comprises of over 500,000 folks, 500,000 acres, and only 19 of the estimated 50 to 250 feral cattle were killed. After the aerial shooting of cattle takes place with high-powered rifles, the Forest Service leaves the cattle carcasses to decompose without removal. They don't care. The Forest Service is clearly appeasing radical environmentalists and is not taking in the concerns of local landowners and cattle grazers. Even New Mexico Governor Grisham, the very